Good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the fourth meeting of the Advisory Board of the Santiago Network. Welcome to members and representatives of the Advisory Board, as well as observers. I now declare this fourth meeting of the Advisory Board open. For those participating in person, please note the emergency exits are located outside of this meeting room to the right, indicated with emergency exit signs. The restrooms are located outside the meeting room on the lower level. Also, the emergency number for the Police is 112. In case of medical emergencies, the ambulance number is 144. And the number for fire services is 118. As per the rules of the procedures, at least 10 advisory board members must be present at the meeting to constitute quorum. Members participating virtually will count towards quorum. Yeah, since Secretary checks the quorums, I'm pleased to confirm that this quorum has been met, and we can therefore proceed with the meeting. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to hand over to my co-chair for the next agenda item.
Good morning, everyone. Agenda item 2, election of the co-chairs of the advisory board. I would like to invite the advisory board members to elect 2 co-chairs from among its members for a term of 1 year as stipulated in paragraph 13 of the rule of procedure. Please allow me to extend my sincere gratitude on behalf of Akio and myself who serve as the co-chair for the past year. It has been a pleasure to work with you to make significant progress in operationalizing the Santiago network. I think last year was critical in the sense that we started from scratch, and through our co-chairmanship, we managed to operationalize the Santiago network because the guidelines necessary for recipient country to submit technical assistance requests were all adopted, including the guidelines for managing funding, the guidelines for OBMEs, and the guidelines for technical assistance. I think at this very last moment, looking ahead, I'm very confident, and I can say on behalf of my co-chair that the Santiago network is now operationalized, and this year is in light of delivery. We need, as a Santiago network, to lead by example in terms of transparency, in terms of inclusiveness, how we work with the different stakeholders that are here, in terms of engagement and seeking to explore possible ways to truly support developing countries, particularly when it comes to understanding, averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. So this year is a delivery year, and as outgoing co-chair, you can rely on our support to help that we actually use the whole budget. We are at the critical juncture, and this year we need to send a strong signal that we have the capacity to deploy technical assistance on the ground. We have the capacity in a transparent manner to make the matchmaking. We have the capacity to work in a country-driven manner. And the country-drivenness require consultation from origination of the technical assistance, particularly for LDCs in the development of the proposal, and ensuring that the technical assistance requests actually and correctly capture the needs of those countries. So it was my very honored experience, and I would like now to invite members of the advisory board to elect co-chairs that will serve for the coming period of 1 year, pursuant to paragraph 13 of the rule of procedures. So I will now proceed by requesting a representative of developed country to introduce us their proposed co-chair. I don't know who is Akio, my co-chair. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Alpha. As member from developed country parties, and I'd like to recommend Stella for a co-chair for the next one-year term. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like us to take note of the proposal. And now we'd like to invite one of the member of developing country to report on the election process. I see Camila. Camila, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, co-chair. And I'd like to take a moment to thank you and Akio for having carried us through the past year, which was a year of a lot of progress in operationalizing the Santiago network and in setting up the ways of working for this board. And that work needs to be acknowledged. And I would like to thank you both for the dedication that you've given this work. With that, I would like to nominate our colleague Angela Rivera to be the co-chair for this Santiago network, as I am certain that she can represent the group and continue carrying our voices and successfully guiding us in reaching the decisions that we need to crucially make this year to make sure the Santiago network is fully operationalized.
Thank you. So, as you can see from the report of the two representatives of the two regions, two constituencies, and as per our rule of procedure, paragraph 13, if there is no objection, I would like to confirm the election of Stella and Angela for 2025. It is all decided. And I would like now to congratulate again Stella Brosek Everett and Angela Rivera for having been elected as a co-chair of the Santiago Network Advisory Board. It is my pleasure to turn the meeting over to the two co-chairs, Stella and Angela.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the fourth meeting of the Advisory Board of the Santiago Network. We would like to thank Alpha and Akio for their leadership over the past year, and we look forward to serving the Advisory Board for the coming year. On behalf of the Advisory Board, we would like to present this small token of appreciation to Alpha and Akio with our gratitude for leading the work of the Advisory Board for the past year. Thank you very much once again for your trust. We are commencing this meeting 1 year since we first met, We are pleased to share with you a few milestones and achievements that have been reached. One significant milestone is that we have designated 50 OBNEs, organizations, bodies, networks, and experts, as members of the Santiago Network. And this demonstrates the substantial growth and shared commitment to catalyze technical assistance to developing countries with diverse OBNEs. It strengthens the capacity of the network to address country-driven requests for technical assistance and effectively respond to climate-induced loss and damage by bringing specialized knowledge and practical solutions for those for the forefront of climate change. Another milestone to report in this translation of the Santiago Network was the translation of the Santiago Network guidelines into French and Spanish that are now available on the resource web page of the Santiago Network web page. And this paved the way to increase membership and facilitate the request for technical assistance across geographical region. I want to also give the floor to Stella to allow her to express their views as co-chair of the Santiago Network from developed countries. Stella, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, co-chair. Thank you, Angela. And good morning, colleagues. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to those following online. So as it is the first time I am taking the floor as the newly elected co-chair, let me also add my voice to the thanks to the outgoing co-chairs, Akio and Alpha, for their dedication and hard work over the last year. Jointly with Angela, we will be honored to assume the role of co-chairs of the Santiago Network Advisory Board at this crucial moment in its evolution. We know that the Santiago Network is an essential part of the loss and damage response architecture. It is catalyzing technical assistance from its members and matching specialized knowledge and skills with country-driven requests to enable technical assistance delivery and also to build long-term climate resilience. So we look forward to working together with the advisory board members and representatives in collaboration with the Secretariat to facilitate that the decisions we take in this body accelerate progress and support complementarity and coherence across this landscape that has grown over the last years. So with that, thank you again for your trust, and we look forward to working together with you. And I would like to hand it back over to my co-chair, Andrea, for the next agenda item.
Thank you very much, Estela. So now I would like to bring your attention to agenda item 3, which is related to the adoption of the agenda and organization of work. We have reached an understanding between ourselves that that in the case of Estela loses connection, just to let you know, as you see, she's online. I will step in to ensure that the meeting proceeds as smoothly as possible, and we hope this is agreeable to all of you. This is the first time, if I can mention that we have a co-chair dealing with the meeting online. So I would like to kindly ask you to be patient with us. We are gonna try to do our best and coordinate the sessions, but just be patient because, you know, it's difficult not to have Estela next to me. So the fourth meeting of the advisory board is being held from today, 15 April 2025, to Thursday, 17 April 2025, in Geneva, Switzerland. And we are pleased to have 70 members attending, as well as the representatives from the Women and Gender Constituency, Indigenous Peoples Organizations, and the Children and Youth Non-Governmental Organization, in person and virtually. We are also pleased to welcome new members to the advisory board and look forward to a productive meeting over the coming days. So let's turn to the business of the fourth meeting of the advisory board. Let's move to the agenda item 3, adoption of the agenda and organization of work. And I would like to invite board members to consider the provisional agenda as is presented in the document 0401, available on the Santiago Network Meeting website. I will now open the floor for feedback on the agenda. And for this and another item, members, please ask to raise their flags. And for those who are in person, and raise their hands for those who are joining online to take the floor. So I would like to give you the floor, and please give us views. Rachid, you have the floor.
Just I has raised my flag before this agenda item. First of all, I want to congratulate you and also Stella for your nomination as co-chair. I would like to extend our sincere gratitude and appreciation for our outstanding leadership and dedication of Mr. Alpha and Mr. Akio during their mandates as co-chair over the past year. Their commitment, vision, and tireless efforts have been instrumental in laying a solid foundation for the effective operationalization of the Santiago network. Under their guidance, the board has made significant progress in advancing technical support and capacity building for vulnerable countries facing the impacts of climate change. We highly value their collaborative spirit, thoughtful contribution, and ability to build bridge among diverse stakeholders. As they hand over the role, please accept our heartfelt thanks and best wish for your continued success and engagement in the global climate agenda.
Thank you very much, Rachid. Of course, the co-chairs will have the opportunity to express the previous co-chair the views and share with us the work and the activities that they have been doing since their first year. And you also will have the opportunity to react on that specific agenda item. So going back to the agenda once again, I just want to Alpha, go ahead.
Thank you, very newly elected co-chairs, and good morning, special good morning to Stella. I have an amendment to propose on the provisional agenda. As indicated yesterday, it is important to make distinction between the secretariat recruitment and the regional presence. And hence, I will kindly request to amend the agenda item accordingly so that the discussion can evolve appropriately. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alpha, for that comment. We took note of that. My suggestion to you is that the agenda item 7 will be divided in letter A and letter B. So we can discuss the Secretary of Recruitment as a letter A and regional presence letter B, but under the same agenda item. Do you agree with that? Okay, that's okay. Any other views on the agenda? So if there are no more views, and I'm happy to do this for the first time, the agenda is adopted. Thank you so much. Now I'm gonna turn to Estela to continue with the next agenda item. And Estela would like to invite you to continue with the next one. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Angela. And before turning to the next agenda item, let me just go through the meeting protocols. So as you have noticed, as with previous meetings of the advisory board, this meeting is being conducted in a hybrid format. So members and representatives and observers are able to participate actively, whether they are in person in the room or online. The co-chairs, Angela and I, will let you know when you are invited to take the floor. For the members and representatives who are present in person, we ask you to raise your flag and signal your intention to intervene during the meeting. And for those who are joining virtually, you can use the hand raise function in the Zoom platform. For observers in the room, we kindly ask you that when the agenda item is open for observers to share their views, that you also raise your flag and wait the signal from the co-chairs before taking the floor. And similarly, for observers online, we kindly ask you to use the hand raise function and speak when we call upon you. Just some housekeeping rules for those joining virtually. Of course, we would kindly ask you that you keep your microphones muted and videos off unless you have the floor to speak. The use of your video is optional and may be used if your bandwidth allows it. Documents for the meeting are posted on the meeting page. You can visit santiago-network.org, and then you can go to the events tab and select the 4th advisory board meeting, where you will find all the documents for this meeting. We are also pleased to advise that this meeting is being live streamed and will be available on demand via the Santiago Network website. The 4th meeting of the Santiago Network Advisory Board is being attended by 14 members from parties, 3 representatives, 4 members participate virtually. As per decision 12 CMA 4 endorsed in decision 11 CP 27, meetings of the advisory board are open to parties and admitted non-party observers unless the advisory board decides to hold the meeting or part of it in a closed session. There were 134 registrations from observers for this meeting, with 40 registered for in-person participation. Of the registration received, 21 are from parties and 113 from non-state observers. We are grateful that we continue to receive very strong interest in the work of the Santiago Network, including outcomes of the advisory board meetings. Since the last meeting of the advisory board, which dates back to September last year, we also have new members. Before I invite them to introduce themselves, please allow me to extend sincere thanks to those members who served with us last year and were instrumental in the achievements of the Santiago Network. So let me thank, and I would like to ask my fellow members of the advisory board to thank the members, Mr. Kennel Deluska, Ms. Belen Reyes, and Ms. Sierra Woodruff. We thank you very much for your participation and your contributions last year. Also, our thanks go to Ms. Leona Holash, who is replaced at interim basis by Manuela Glass in this meeting. So our new members for this meeting are Ms. Aisha Humera from Pakistan, representing Asia Pacific region, Ms. Eneida Rabdishta from Albania, representing Eastern Europe, Ms. Valentina Grigorian from Armenia, also from Eastern Europe, Ms. Ide Sosa from Belize, the group of Latin American and Caribbean countries, Ms. Gladys Santis from Chile, also from the group of Latin American and Caribbean countries, Ms. Manuela Glass from Western Europe and other states, and Mr. Matthias Bachmann from Switzerland, also from Western Europe and other states. We extend our warm welcome to all the new members of the advisory board, and I now would like to invite the new members to introduce themselves, if that is possible, in the order that I have read out, and I trust the secretariat could also help with that. So starting with Ms. Aisha Humera, if she is online, and then going to Ms. Eneida Rabdishta.
Thank you so much. Just to help you, I think Aisha didn't attend the meeting, so we can move to the next one. Eneida Rabdishta. Apologies if the pronunciation is not correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Eneida, and I am head of climate unit at the Ministry of Tourism and Environment in Albania, part of the EEG group representing my country. And last COP, I was elected as an advisory board member for the Santiago Network. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eneida. And now Ms. Valentina.
Good day, everyone. I am Valentina Grigorian. I'm honorable to join the advisory board of Santiago Network. I joined starting from the March of this year. I'm representing Eastern Europe countries, working in the Ministry of Environment of Armenia as a principal advisor of the Director of Hydrometeorological and Environment Monitoring Center. I look forward to working with all of you, and it's a big opportunity. I will do my best to contribute to our mission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valentina, and welcome. I will now move to Ms. Ida Sosa, who is online.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Ida Sosa from Belize. I've been dealing with negotiations and being a negotiator on behalf of Belize for the past 3 years. I joined the board actually last week. It's going to be my pleasure, and I represent the GULAC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ida. And now we move to Ms. Gladys Santis, who is in the room.
Thank you, Stella. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me the floor. And first of all, congratulations to the new co-chairs. I hope to help you in your hard work. And thank you also to the co-chairs prior, Alpha and Akeo. My name is Gladys Santis. I come from Chile. I work as a negotiator for adaptation and loss and damage, and I'm representing the region of Latin America and the Caribbean, and it's an honor to be here as part of this advisory board. I will try to do my best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gladys, and welcome to the advisory board. Let me now move to Ms. Manuela Glass, who is online.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Manuela Glass. I'm a senior policy officer with the German Ministry of Development Cooperation and Economic Cooperation and Development. I'm also a primary advisor to the German seat of the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage, and representing Leona in this case here for the VIA group. And pleasure to be here. And thanks again to the new coaches for the work.
Thank you so much, Manuela, and welcome to the advisory board. And now we move back to the room with Mr. Matthias Bachmann.
Thank you, Stella. Good morning, co-chairs, colleagues. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here. Given the crucial task of the Santiago Network in averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage, it's really an honor to be part of that board. Switzerland, of course, is also a contributor and the proud host of the Santiago Network Secretariat. So, representing VIOG, it's a big pleasure to be part of that endeavor. Thank you.
You need to contribute more.
Thank you so much, Matthias, and that completes the list of new members. So welcome very warmly to all of you. And let me please allow me now to move to the schedule of work. So the schedule of work is contained in the document SNAB/2025/04/02. And members are now asked to agree on this proposed schedule of work with, of course, the suggestion that was made earlier to the change of the agenda, which will also be reflected in the schedule of work. So if you have any amendments to what is suggested what you can see on the screen right now, we would ask you to kindly do so right now. So let me open the floor if you have any suggestions to changes to the schedule of work. And I do not see any hands online. I would assume that if there were hands and flags in the room, the Secretariat would inform me. So I understand that we can move on. And of course, as I said, the agenda number 7 will be reflected as suggested earlier by Alpha, and that will also be reflected in the schedule of work. So at the end of each day, we will revisit the schedule of work for the next day. And this will allow us to adjust as required to ensure that we have sufficient time allocated for agenda items that are not concluded in the previous days. And the new schedule will be posted on the meeting webpage each evening. If members wish to raise any other organizational matter for this meeting, I invite you to do so right now. So let me open the floor for any other organizational matters. That doesn't seem to be the case. No flags in the room. Thank you for kind assistance from the room. The co-chairs, with the support of the Santiago Network Secretariat, will capture the main points and decisions of each of the agenda items. So that is an attempt that Angela and myself will take with the support of the Secretariat to make sure that we can move through the meeting smoothly and adopt the decisions as we go. So we will try to summarize the proposed points for the decision once the agenda item concludes, and we will reflect the agreed outcomes in the meeting report that will be adopted under the agenda item 14. We will provide these decision points to the advisory board at the end of each day for comments by 10 a.m. the next day. We would also like to encourage the advisory board to make use of the breaks and the lunch to discuss agenda items where there is no consensus. We would like to make every effort as the co-chairs to ensure that we reach consensus on all of the crucial matters that we have to decide on at this meeting. And we will also make every attempt to use the breaks in a hybrid format to have one-on-one discussions with you if those are necessary. I hope these arrangements and these proposals are agreeable to you all. And if there are no comments at this stage, I would like to move to the next agenda item, which is the agenda item number 5, report on the activities of the co-chair. So I am now turning to this agenda item 5, report on activities of the co-chairs. And once again, I would like to extend my gratitude to Akio and Alpha, who have served as the co-chairs over the past year. Let me thank you personally on behalf of the advisory board for your leadership and your guidance. And under this agenda item, I would like to invite both of you, Akio and Alpha, to present the report that is also contained in the document presented for this meeting. It's the document SNAB/2025/04/04, which covers the period between the 3rd and the 4th meeting of the advisory board. So let me hand it over to Alpha and Akio at this stage.
We have one speak. Thank you, co-chair, to you also, since it is the first time I'm addressing under your leadership an agenda item. I would like to congratulate you for your election. We have a report that is prepared, a succinct one. And I will kindly request my co-chair to read the report. And if you allow, Chair, I would like to make additional comment based on the report made by Akio. Akio, you can...
Thank you. Thank you, Alpha, for your introduction. So, yeah, first, by the way, I'd like to congratulate Stella and Angela for being selected as co-chairs, and look forward to your leadership for moving forward the missions of the Santiago Network, and also like to thank very much Alpha for your dedication and hard work for co-chairing the advisory board for successful achievements in the previous year. So, sorry, before reporting, I would like to introduce my personal motivation to join the advisory board, since I wanted to contribute to promoting technical assistance for the developing countries facing climate crisis as a representative from a country in Asia, which has experienced a great number of natural disasters and has been able to overcome them each time. So I was very happy to have the role of the co-chair of the advisory board in the previous year. But actually, I had lots of challenges chairing the session since I haven't participated in the COP negotiations, so there are lots of technical words not keen to me. So allow me to have made comments stepping on landmine for you sometimes. But however, thanks to everyone, particularly my former co-chair, Alpha, and advisory board members, and secretariat, we can make big achievements, as Alpha says, in the first year. So, now I'd like to extend our sincere appreciation to our excellent advisory board members. All right, so now go to the report. Wait a minute. Over the past year, we have worked to operationalize the Santiago network and lead advisory board, sharing formal and informal meetings, guiding intersessional work, and representing the advisory board in key intersessional processes. So in close collaboration with advisory board members and representatives, we help steer several milestones, approval of 4 guidelines and other key documents for operationalizing technical assistance through the Santiago network, the submission of the first joint annual report to parties, active participation in high-level events at COP29, and progress on critical issues, including regional presence and enhanced support to communities most affected by climate-induced loss and damage. So these collective efforts have laid a strong foundation for the Santiago network to grow as a responsive, demand-driven network that delivers timely and targeted technical assistance where it is needed most. So we extend our sincere appreciation to our fellow advisory board members and representatives, the Secretariat, and all partners for their collaboration and shared commitments. It has been an honor to serve, and we remain confident in the continued moment of the network in delivering urgent and responsive technical assistance in the face of exacerbating climate-induced loss and damage. Santiago Network has a critical role to play in the international response to climate change impacts, particularly within the loss and damage landscape. So we welcome the incoming co-chairs and remain confident in the continued, or not incoming, new co-chairs, and remain confident in the continued growth of effectiveness of the Santiago Network, as well as advisory board's leadership in guiding its strategic direction in support of those most affected by the climate crisis. This is all. So back to you, co-chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Akio. And I will now hand the floor to Alpha, who wanted to make additional comments.
Thank you, co-chair. I'd like to indicate that the network indeed has its role to play in the loss and damage architecture and landscape. And we are having the chance to be created or operationalized at the same time, like the Loss and Damage Fund. And in fact, the Santiago Network, with its mandate to catalyze technical assistance to vulnerable developing countries to address or to prepare for a range of approaches to avert, minimize loss and damage, is needed than before. And this vision has guided our work as a co-chair throughout the year to enable us to deliver the different points mentioned by my co-chair. I think in the past year, as I indicated this morning, we have made significant strides in the operationalization of the Santiago network, setting the stage of the successful delivery of its mandate. And I look forward to seeing this foundation leading to real impact for developing countries. Thank you, and back to you, co-chair.
Thank you very much to both Alpha and Akio. I would like to now open the floor to advisory board in case there are any comments on the report by the co-chairs. I do not see any flags raised or any hands on the online participation. So let me also check if any observers in the room or online would like to make any comments on this agenda item. Let me open the floor to observers. And there are no flags raised on this side of observers neither. So at this stage, I would like to propose that the advisory board takes note of the document SNAB/2025/04/03 that is titled Report on the Activities of the Co-Chairs. And with that, I would like to suggest that we note the report. And if there are no objections, I would like to ask my co-chair to gavel that point.
No objections, so we take note of the report. Thank you so much. Thank you to the co-chair also, previous co-chairs.
Thank you very much. And with that, let me turn to the next agenda item on our schedule of work for today. That is agenda item 4, report on the activities of the Secretariat. I would like to invite the Secretariat to provide an update on its activities covering the period between the 3rd and the 4th meeting of the Advisory Board, as contained in the document SNAB/2025/04/03. So let me now hand the floor over to Carolina on behalf of the Secretariat.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair, and congratulations to you, Estela, and to Angela for your election as co-chairs of the Advisory Board. Also, our gratefulness on behalf of the Secretariat to Akio and to Alpha for the work that they have done over the past year in co-chairing the board and also leading the board towards important decisions. Many thanks on behalf of the Secretariat. This is the first time that I address the board in a formal setting. I also would like to take the opportunity to express my appreciation and gratefulness for the trust that you have placed in me in appointing me as director of the Secretariat. This is a responsibility that I take with a great commitment and also with great honor and with the dedication as well to work closely with each one of you in making sure that we can implement the decisions that you take and that we can also support the Santiago network during this establishment phase and make sure that it delivers on the mission that has been placed on the Santiago network upon establishment. So it gives me great honor and great commitment, and many thanks for that. I'm pleased to report now on the progress that's been made by the Secretariat during the period of time between the 3rd meeting of the board and the 4th meeting of the advisory board. As mentioned, the document with the report on activities of the Secretariat was submitted ahead of the meeting. It was submitted 2 weeks ahead in line with the rules of procedure and is reporting on this progress. It is also important for us to mention that this document has been built against the program of work for the Santiago network that was approved by the board in the first meeting. And we're making sure also that we provide you with information and transparency on the activities that we undertake in implementing the program of work. This period, the period that we're reporting here, is very significant because it has represented a turning point in the Santiago network, transitioning from the initial setup phase to the operationalization of the network. This has been driven by different milestones that have been achieved. Some of those also noted by the co-chairs just at the beginning of this meeting. And some others also that have taken place since the end of last year and after the 3rd meeting of the advisory board. Next slide. Here we have some of the milestones that have been achieved. These include the start of the implementation of the operational guidelines that were approved by the board in the third meeting. So this period has been marked by that, the implementation of the guidelines that you approved in the last meeting, and we will be reporting also on the results that have been achieved in this respect. Also, the welcoming of the first members to the network, that's been also one of the important milestones that has been achieved. Just this morning, Co-Chair Angela was indicating that we have reached the mark of 15 members in the network. That is also very significant, considering the fact that the guidelines were just approved at the last meeting of the board. Another important milestone is the process in the matchmaking of technical assistance. We have moved ahead in the processing of a request coming from Vanuatu. That is our very first. And we have received an additional request of technical assistance from Iraq that we're also starting to process. That's at initial stages, but also is part of this technical assistance matchmaking that speaks to the progress that's been made and to the implementation of the guidelines. In terms of positioning of the Santiago network, this also has been an important aspect of our work, both when it comes to the COP29 positioning, but also with the interaction with other bodies. And that goes to another milestone, that was the signing of a letter of intent with the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage in February this year. And we have just also attended the meeting of the FRLD that took place last week. And we were also very pleased to listen also to the interest on collaboration between the fund and the Santiago network, and the final decision that was taken, acknowledging the collaboration between the two of us, and also signaling the need to present collaboration modalities at the next meeting of the FRLD. Another important milestone is the recruitment of the first Secretariat staff. As mentioned, there are two positions that have been recruited as part of the Secretariat. And we have also presented, we have Hannah Milde here, and the position of the director. Those are the two positions that have been recruited. Others are under recruitment, and also some others are under consideration of the board. In addition to this, I would also like to signal that the creation of the webpage of liaisons is also an important development in terms of operationalizing the network and having contacts also at the country level. And last but not least, the translation of the guidelines to Spanish and to French is also another important development. Next. Now, in terms of the progress, also we are reporting against the work plan that was adopted by the board. The work program is organized in 9 sections. For the purposes of reporting, this has been streamlined in 3 main pillars. The first pillar is institutional strengthening, the second, full operationalization, and the third of them, positioning and resourcing. Next. On institutional strengthening, one of the important priorities for us is the Secretariat recruitment and the transition arrangements. We see that the two go together, as we have an interim arrangement in place until the time that the Secretariat is already taking up the respective responsibilities. So progress on recruitment needs to be together with progress also in terms of the transition, but making sure that there is a handover, and also that we have a transition that is smooth and that responsibilities are duly handed over, so there is business continuity and there is no disruption in terms of work and coverage of important priorities. We have here the organogram at the moment, and we are signaling there the 2 positions that have been recruited. Those are with a green dot in the right-hand corner. We have those on the recruitment marked in orange, and those also subject to board consideration, which are here marked in red. Part also of the institutional strengthening work that we have undertaken is the support that we provide as a secretariat to the advisory board. And as part of this, I'm very pleased to say as well that we are trying to make sure that we assist the board in a manner that is significant for their decision making. The publication of documents was done in a timely manner. All documents for this meeting were published 2 weeks ahead of the start of the meeting. We hope that was helpful for your preparations, and that is a standard that we want to adopt on the way forward. We want that to become the standard for the board meetings of the Santiago Network, and we're very happy to support you in that respect. Also, with the appointment of the director in my position, the role as per relevant COP and CMA decisions is also to perform the functions of secretary to the board. So I will be assisting you in that respect in terms of the organization, support of meetings, making sure that you have the documentation ready, adherence with the rules of procedure, etc. Another important measure and development in consultation with the co-chairs that we brought to this meeting is having the Secretariat activity report and the co-chairs activity report. These are reports that bring also transparency to the delivery of the respective functions. Also, as you all know, intersessional work has been supported. 3 intersessionals have taken place in the form of informal meetings in December, February, and March. And also intersessional decisions have been taken. In terms of legal agreements, UNDRR and UNOPS, our co-hosts, have established also the collaboration agreement that identifies the terms of their collaboration. That's the progress that we have achieved on the institutional strengthening. And I also want to acknowledge the support that we have received from the Secretariat working on an interim basis, and also from our co-hosts, UNOPS and UNDRR. Next. Now we move to the second major pillar, that is full operationalization. And here we have 4 important components. The first of them, the membership. As mentioned, it is growing and it is diverse in capacity and also diverse in terms of the geographic scope. We trust also that this will help in supporting different types of technical assistance. Now, moving to the right, catalyzing technical assistance, we have been implementing the guidelines and the workflow in the guideline in response to the request from Vanuatu. We have been collaborating very closely with the proponent, and that is also informing the process as we move ahead. We are now also engaging with Iraq. That is a requester of technical assistance, and we are also planning to make sure of using those lessons to further improve the matchmaking process that is at the heart of our mission. When it comes to monitoring and reporting, the annual report to the COP was submitted jointly with the WIM EXCOM. We supported the co-chairs as well in having the report in place. We plan also to undertake the development of the monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework in tandem with the strategy of the Santiago Network, and we report also to the board to a bi-weekly update that we hope is useful for you. In terms of outreach, different events have taken place. A workshop for LDCs and seats in the Pacific that took place by the end of last year. And also we have events in Arab countries, and with many thanks also with board members that have been present in those events. Thank you, Rashid. And also on the Caribbean, we have organized with the support of UNDRR outreach events to make sure that the Santiago Network and the offer of technical assistance is known. Next. Now we move to resourcing and positioning, and here also we have a very important developments in terms of the contributions. There is a progress that's been made from the last meeting of the board, where we have a certain amount of resources. We had 7.5 million by the 3rd meeting of the advisory board, and now we have moved to a funding level of 40.6 million at present. So this is a significant development as well in terms of contributions. I'm grateful for the colleagues for following up on contribution agreements, and of course also to our contributors. We have also, in terms of positioning, covered the COP29. There were different events. The co-chairs were participating in many of those events, and we recognize also the time that they dedicated to it. And we have Santiago Network events that were also supported by our co-host, an appreciation also for the organization of those events. In terms of the engagement with the FRLD, as mentioned, a letter of intent that's been shared with the advisory board was signed in February. This further delineates the extent and the scope of our collaboration, and we participated in the meeting last week. This was an important development for us as well, given the fact that the decision that was adopted has explicit recognition of the need to come back at the next meeting of their advisory board with the collaboration modalities with the Santiago network. I have discussed with Ibrahim as well in terms of following up from the meeting that took place last week, of course, informed by our respective boards in terms of how to prepare in advance of the sixth meeting of the FRLD that is going to take place in July, and we'll be taking this further and we'll keep you also duly informed. We'll be guided by you also in terms of this engagement. On communications also, we have been very proactive. As you may have seen, we have a website with many thanks to the Secretariat colleague that is supporting us at present on communications. We have a website that has an increasing number also of visitors. We have a LinkedIn page, and we invite every one of you also to disseminate and to repost the posts of the Santiago network. And we have also made sure that we come up with articles and that we document all the engagements that are taking place. Next. And this is the last slide, just reporting based on the progress that's been made, some of the priorities that we identify on the way forward. The key priorities include advancing and completing the recruitment of Secretariat staff, including regional positions, and ensuring a smooth transition and business continuity. Tailored outreach to facilitate demand-driven technical assistance, including through regional workshops and engagement with liaisons and national focal points. Strengthening membership management to enhance collaboration and synergy now that we have a significant number of members. Implementing and processing technical assistance requests effectively and efficiently. Supporting the advisory board in the development of the Santiago network strategy, related strategic components, and the work program for the next biennium. Expanding collaboration with key stakeholders in the loss and damage and climate action landscape, including engagements in relevant dialogues and events. Codifying key processes and expanding functionalities of the Santiago network portal. This is key for technical assistance. And preparing the profile and position the Santiago network at the subsidiary bodies and the COP30 and CNA 7. Just to finalize by noting that this early phase of the Santiago network is offering also a window of opportunity to establish a strong foundation to effectively fulfill the mandate of the network, and also to do this in a way that is supportive of the mission of the network right from the very beginning. The Secretariat remains committed to making 2025 a landmark year for the Santiago network, the year of full operationalization. Many thanks, and we remain available for any comments, questions, and of course to receive your guidance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina, for this comprehensive presentation. And as you said, indeed, it is your first formal meeting with us in the advisory board, although we already had opportunities to exchange with you informally before. So also very warm congratulations from the co-chairs and the advisory board members on your nomination. And thank you so much for this presentation, as well as for assisting the advisory board in the functioning. I think I will speak for all of us when I say that we very much appreciate the timely publication of the documents on the website. This greatly facilitates the work when we can look at the documents before the meeting. Thank you very much for that, and also thank you for keeping that as a standard going forward. In addition, again, I hope I can speak for all of us when I say that keeping the advisory board informed on a regular basis via the emails that the Secretariat is sending to us on all the developments that are taking place is also greatly appreciated, as well as the intersessional engagement. We have seen that when we have the meetings of advisory board that are spread out, it is really helpful to have also intersessional meetings where we can have discussions and prepare for taking decisions, and also be regularly updated. So thank you very much for that, as well as for presenting the various milestones as well as the way forward. With that, I will open the floor for comments, questions to the advisory board members. Just noting in advance that we will be proposing to take note of the report by the Secretariat, and we will have also many other agenda items where some of the points that are presented in the slides and in the document will be discussed further. So please keep that in mind when you take the floor for comments. And at this stage, I am opening the floor first to the advisory board members for. And I do have the information that we have the flag of Camila. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair. As this is my first time officially taking the floor after co-chair elections, I'd like to congratulate Angela and Stella for their election as co-chairs. I am certain that we are in very capable hands for this year under the Santiago network, and I feel very pleased that you both are particularly well placed to ensure coordination and coherence within all the bodies of the WIM. So really looking forward to working with you throughout this year. As this is report on activities on the Secretariat, I'd also like to take a moment to officially welcome Carolina, our newly elected ED, who has been already involved in the work that it almost didn't feel like this was your first board. I think I speak on behalf of all board members to be extremely grateful for the time you've taken to meet with all of us individually and intersessionally, and made it feel seamless and as though you had always been here. And I think that is really appreciated. I think taking a look at the documents that were produced for this meeting and the work intersessionally, we can certainly acknowledge your mark and are very grateful for the amount of work you've put on and in helping us reach some of the remarkable milestones that you've presented in this work. I'm also very happy with the way forward proposed by the CCs. I absolutely feel comfortable taking note of this report, which highlights a lot of the important work that we've carried out. And also like to echo Stella's comment on appreciating not just the report, but the regular updates and the practice of regular updates that the Santiago network has adopted both through the emails and formal or informal intersessional meetings, which I think are particularly crucial for the period we are at now, which is a period of trust building and enhancing the ways of working between the board and the Secretariat. I know we will have time to delve into the substantive, and so I know that a lot of the substantive comments that I might have on some of the issues that you're reporting to, I'll take them up during each of the agenda items. But I am grateful to have some level of details on operationalization, funding, and outreach, and would like to make some more general comments now. I think to me, the document really highlighted opportunities for further exchanges and things that can be included in further communications. I was very happy to read about a Secretariat action plan and its priorities. And when I read the sort of the pillar phase, I thought it was quite well identified. I think the board would have appreciated as well to be shared some of those updates from that workshop and from those reflections on how to go. And it might be a good place to use that intersessional period as well to sort of build together the understanding of this network. I would also really appreciate some more detail on the phasing on the onboarding sort of between the interim secretariat and the detail on what the positions of the interim secretariat are and how they're working and how that onboarding and that phase towards a permanent secretariat is being planned. It would be particularly useful for us to reflect sort of on lessons learned from the positions that are currently on board and what are some of the gaps that we've identified on the positions that are on board and how that might affect the discussions that we're currently having on the positions that we need to design, because we want to make sure that we are providing a secretariat that is well equipped to cover the challenges that undoubtedly we'll face, and a lot of work that needs to happen, and we want to support in any way possible in making the recruitment process as fairly straightforward as possible. I would also really request some further detail on some of the activities. I really would have appreciated a bit more detail, particularly on the FRLD engagement as it happened after the reporting period. And I know that some of us do follow very closely the board and followed AB5, but that might not be the case for all of the board members or observers, and would really like to hear from you as to what are some of the milestones and what does that mean for our work. On the way forward presented here, I'm also really happy with that sort of organization, particularly that it acknowledges both also acknowledges the work and in collaboration with the members and OB&Es. I think one of the greatest milestones and distinguishing factor of this work is that we are a network, and having 50 members is no small feat. I really appreciated hearing from the OB&E engagement outreach event that was held. I would also like to hear how we are communicating with them to sort of identify other types of activities that we might be carrying out with the OB&Es. How are we thinking of us as a network? How are we engaging with them? What type of intersessional activities are we carrying out with them? And how are we building procedures to identify as well the needs and the interests for the OB&Es in their engagement with us. And finally, I'd like to end in restating that as a SIDS representative, which is my seat, our absolute priority for 2025 is to be the year that we actually start delivering on technical assistance at the same time that we fulfill our mandate to support SIDS and LDCs in preparing tier requests. We still have no real clarity on how this will be operationalized, and I'd like to emphasize that if we have not received technical assistance request, it is not because there is no interest. I am constantly approached by my SIDS representative and saying, how can I access this? What is the level of details? How can I prepare these technical assistance requests? And quoting, we were mandated in Dubai to prepare guidelines to support SIDS and LDCs in preparing technical assistance requests. So we are direly awaiting the support from the Secretariat to make sure that we can access that. And in that, also emphasize that we have pending SIDS and LDCs workshops. These are pending since 2023, when they could not take place. We've had a very successful one in the Pacific, but I still have not seen the calendarization for the remaining SIDS and LDCs workshops, which are an incredible opportunity to start seeing on the ground what are the questions from countries in accessing and how are we adapting these workshops to the new reality of where we're at the network, and highlight that this engagement and this support will help not just SIDS and LDCs, but understanding how all countries can more broadly access the network. So really look forward to having more clarity on those issues, and really happy to see so much progress in this period and to continuing the work in 2025.
Thank you so much, Camila, for those comments and questions. I now have a speakers list. I will read it out at first. So it's Alpha, then Matthias, then Gladys, then Tetet, and then Valentina. And then we will summarize, propose the way forward, and also go back to the Secretariat, of course, to address some of the questions and comments. So Alpha, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair. It's quite difficult to take the floor after Camila with the extensive and very comprehensive analysis of a document, and I truly subscribe to everything that you said. But I took the floor to actually express my sincere gratitude first to the interim secretariat with whom we work from scratch from the first board meeting, and then until Carolina came in, and it has been a very dedicated and tired support that they provided to us. It's amazing that how they organize ourselves. Very difficult to manage at the COP, but they managed to do that, and everything's well prepared and well written. We just need to show up, and I think that's very good. And looking now with a number of documents that were published prior to this meeting, we have the assurance that we are going more in depth to the work, and that is very assuring. So I would like sincerely to thank the interim secretariat, Carolina, and indicate that without you, the board is nothing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alpha. And now the floor over to Matthias.
Thank you, Stella. And let me at the outset also congratulate you and Angela for taking up this important task. Congratulate Carolina. Great to see you in your new function here. And thanks also the interim secretariat for all their valuable work. I think, as you have shown, Carolina, very important milestones have been reached. In only 3 board meetings, the basic processes operational processes have been established. I mean, I think that's a proud achievement, even compared to other bodies under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. This is very fast. You know, that some other have taken years to put, basic things in place. So, so this is very good news. On the way forward, we basically see 3 priorities now to really get down to business, as we say. First is to further advance with the recruitment, of course. This will of the secretariat staff. This will allow the capacity of the Santiago network to really advance, and this includes also the regional coordinators, of course. Secondly, is membership, and I think it's great to hear that we have 50 members now. So this is good news. Both for us important is the quantity and also the quality. So to have well prepared and diverse members of the network. Third, important this year and going forward now is the Santiago network ability to attract and handle the technical assistance requests. And I think one important dimension shown in the report, and as you have also mentioned, is the ability to do targeted outreach to facilitate the demand-driven technical assistance. And I think, the basics are now in place. I would encourage that those proponents that have need and ideas to come forward, even if they're not 100% sure, how it functions. I think it's important that to try, and I'm sure even if the requests are not perfectly crafted, they will still be duly assessed and considered by the secretariat. One important thing there, in our view, is this role of the liaisons. And frankly, I've just been on the website now and checked the number of liaisons, and there's only 15 developing countries that have appointed a liaison. And this is, is obviously a very low number, and I think those liaisons could play an important role to precisely help in facilitating this outreach to demand. Lastly, I have a question as well, and Camilla already raised that on your relations and cooperation with the fund. I have not been here. I haven't seen the letter you mentioned. I know that the Santiago network is to assist developing countries in accessing the fund, and there should be a focus on programmatic approaches, knowledge mentioned, and collaboration. But one question I have actually is very concretely, when the fund is seeking to support technical assistance, is the idea there that it channels those funds, these demands, through the Santiago network as well? That's I was wondering, because we have this network here of OBNEs, of members. So if the fund commissions technical assistance, will it do it directly or will it do it through the Santiago network? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthias. And now the floor is over to Gladys, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you to the Secretariat for the report and for publishing the documents on time and with the rules of procedure, and the newsletter also, because it's a good way to disseminate the progress made so far. So I would like to congratulate you for the hard work you have done during this first year. And thank you to the interim secretariat too for your dedication. We see we started from scratch and here we are now 1 year after, and there's good progress made. I would like to point out some things. We see the need to increase the number of technical assistance, of requests for technical assistance, right? To start expanding the available resources for the provision of technical assistance. And as was mentioned by others, we hope the Secretariat will move forward in that direction, into expand the budget that we have, and into spread the information and how countries can have access to the technical assistance through the Santiago network. And for that, is it of the most important to establish the network, to establish the regional presence. For us, is very important. We will go more into detail when we see this agenda item, but I think that is crucial to do during 2025. The other point that I wanted to talk about, we don't see so many requests so far, but we know that it's because the network is just starting, and it's good that we have already established there the institutional arrangements. But I wanted to ask if your opinion or perspective on the interest or momentum, what you have seen there. I mean, you show us the events you did in the Arab region and the Caribbean. And we see that there are two proposals, Vanuatu and Iraq. But if you have seen a momentum outside there, if countries have reached out to you to ask, how can I apply maybe some kind of sense, I would like to know what is going on around there. If just to have what can I say, I don't know, the sense if there's a lot of need in technical assistance out there, and countries are needing just more the guide, how can I apply to the network, etc., or not, I would like to say that it is like that because I've seen in my region, but I would like your perspective on that. And also, I would like to support the proposal of Camila to engage with the fund. We think it's a very good line of work that the network, the Secretariat could do in the coming years. And I think that's all. Well, I can come back later, but mainly is to congratulate you for the work so far. and hope to give you our support in the coming months. And just to agree with the proposal made by the co-chair to take note of the report of the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gladys. And I will now give the floor to Tetet. And let me just say before giving the floor to Tetet that next on the list will be Valentina, Rashid, Gideon, and then Akio. If you want to raise your flags, please do so now, because we would like to close the speakers list and also turn over to observers after that. So please, Tetet, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair Stella. I'll do a rapid fire. Congratulations to the new co-chairs. Thank you to the outgoing co-chairs. And thank you to the Secretariat for job well done. Okay. Now, going to the document itself. So, Carolina, you mentioned in your report that there are now 50 members in just a short span of time. And I think that's very positive. Now, I think the task ahead of us is to prioritize the inclusion of local and national level members, because the report also says that nearly half of the members operate at global level. So I think we could do better engaging those working at country and community level. So I think that is one challenge that I would like to bring to all of us, so that we can also encourage the Secretariat to discuss strategies for actively engaging these entities, as their involvement can really provide valuable insights and enhance the relevance of technical assistance in addressing localized challenges. Yeah, so that's one challenge that I have. The report also mentions that you held a number of outreach efforts, in the form of global webinars, etc. So I really appreciate that, and I think we should seek further opportunities to increase the frequency of webinars and similar events to ensure the engagement with the diverse range of local OBNEs. Now, getting to be more controversial now, you mentioned the request of Vanuatu, no? It's been a mantra for several meetings now. So I think there is a need to increase the number of technical assistance requests and start spending the available resources we have on the provision of technical assistance in developing countries. So I think that is top in terms of our priority for the work ahead. Now, would it be possible for us to have a case study on the Vanuatu request? Like, why did it take so long? What were the challenges? What were the barriers? What could have we done better? Because I think the case study could yield invaluable insights to enhance the network's responsiveness. We must learn from the Vanuatu TA request experience and ensure that we prioritize and respond urgently, because developing countries can't wait any longer to address loss and damage. Now, in terms of the lessons learned, challenges, we should explore ways to engage with developing countries at this initial stage to guarantee that they possess essential information needed to develop high quality requests, which will avoid, the tedious, time-consuming, work-enhancing back and forth sessions with the Secretariat. Because if I understood correctly, those were some of the challenges that we had with that one request that we are still processing at the moment. Yeah. So and again, lastly, on the status of contributions to the Santiago network, that part of the report, it's much appreciated. We would like to have more information on the timelines for the contribution, as well as plans for the renewal of these pledges, because we might have 40 million now, but who knows what lies, how many more millions and billions would lie in the future. So thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Tetet, and thanks also for some concrete suggestions. Let me just flag that we will also have the agenda item 6 on the operationalization of the Santiago network, and some of the proposals that you have made, but also comments that have been made by several other colleagues, could be taken up for discussions and potential decisions under this agenda item. But now let me hand the floor over to Valentina, please.
Thank you. I would like again also to use this opportunity and warmly congratulate to Angela and Stella on the appointment as a co-chair on the advisory board, and as well Carolina for the recently appointment. I'm sure that your leadership experience and dedication will be instrumental for guiding the Santiago network through the next phase of implementation. At the same time, I would like to use this opportunity and of course express my sincere appreciation for the previous co-chairs for the outstanding work during this critical formative period. Regarding the report, Carolina, thank you. It was demonstrate strong progress in implementation of the work program. The significant effort made to operationalize the secretariat, recruiting key staff, establish fundamental system, including the Santiago network portal, disseminate of information via LinkedIn and other mechanisms. I highly appreciate it. The Secretariat active engagement with members and support to advisory board have contributed to increased visibility and credibility of the network. I really value the Secretariat commitment to the transparency, including regular updates and acceptable documentation. Looking ahead, I encourage to continue focus on the further strengthening the network positioning in the global community to increase contribution, to facilitate demand-driven technical assistance, to increase number of requests, as everybody mentioned, and appreciate too much collaborative approach with advisory board, with relevant stakeholder and international organization, and look forward to continued progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valentina. And now I'll give the floor to Rashid.
Okay. As mentioned by Carolina, I had the pleasure to represent Santiago Network EB in the Arab workshop in Kuwait about climate risk and natural disaster. So achieving coherence between the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, the climate agenda, and the sustainable development goals is essential for advancing resilient and inclusive development. The Sendai framework emphasized the need to understand and reduce disaster risks, strengthen governance, and build resilience at all levels, principles that align closely with the climate agenda focus on adaptation, mitigation, and addressing loss and damage. The Santiago Network for Loss and Damage in particular play a pivotal role in operationalizing technical assistance to developing countries facing the irreversible impacts of climate change. By linking disaster risk reduction and climate action with development planning, countries can reduce vulnerabilities in a more integrated and cost-effective manner, accelerating progress across multiple SDGs. SDGs number 1, no poverty, SDG number 11, sustainable cities, and SDG 13, climate action. The synergies between these global frameworks offer powerful opportunities to build systemic resilience and equity. The Santiago Network can serve as a bridge between disaster risk reduction efforts under the Sendai framework and the broader climate and development agenda by supporting context-specific technical assistance that address both sudden onset disaster and slow onset events. Simultaneously, the SDGs provide holistic framework that ensure climate and disaster risk response are inclusive, rights-based, and aligned with long-term human development objectives. Institutional collaboration, data sharing, joint programming between actors engaged in these 3 domains can enhance impact, reduce duplication, and ensure that investments in the resilience and recovery not only respond to risk, but also contribute to sustainable development outcomes. Regarding the way forward, there is a huge need to ensure, strengthen demand-driven technical assistance delivery, expedite, enhance membership collaboration and synergy, and promoting partnership between international and local OBNs to ensure assistance is rooted in local context. Also, there is a huge need in terms of catalyze and coordinate technical assistance effectively, supporting our advisory board in strategic framework and program development. And also, there is a huge need, urgent need in terms of strengthen stakeholder engagement and complementarities, especially fostering institutional partnership, especially with fund for responding to loss and damage to align technical and financial support. Finally, preparing impactful messaging and policy positioning for SB 62, COP 30, and CMA 77, showing casing results. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rashid. I now have Gideon, Akio, and Manuela on the speakers list. With that, I think we can close the advisory board member speakers list, and I will then open the floor to observers. So you may already raise your flags and signal to the secretariat your interest in speaking. And for now, let me turn it over to Gideon, please.
Thank you, and good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much, Co-Chair Stella. And I wish also to congratulate Stella and Angela for the new leadership, being our co-chair. And also I wish also to congratulate for the first time Carolina for these positions. And I look really forward for your leadership and for this Santiago Network Secretariat. I also wish to thank the outgoing co-chairs, Akio and Alpha, for their really good leadership. You have really supported the board members for the couple of a year, and we have seen a lot of progress since we started this journey. For the report, I have seen a lot of progress, and I wish also to again congratulate the secretariat and the interim secretariats for really, package all the information from the supporting the most vulnerable countries to try to support them to do technical assistance delivery, and to reach out also to different stakeholders. I remember we had the online session on how to bring the wider stakeholders on board to become part of the OBNEs, but also to support communities, to those who are seeking for technical assistance. So I've seen a lot of progress, and I really look forward that the future is promising if we go into these directions. And I just wanted to emphasize that it is really good to continue to engage different stakeholders such as indigenous people, women, and children. We have heard that there are an increased number of the OBNEs members, and out of the 50 plus, we really wanted to know how many are from the children's, how many from the women group, youth, and indigenous people, so that we'll be able to exactly know the number of those who are becoming the OBNEs members. So it's up to us to make sure that we support the most developing, most vulnerable countries, to make sure that they really become active in terms of seeking technical assistance from the Santiago network, but also to increase the number of the OBNEs to support the communities and developing countries to seek technical assistance from the Santiago network. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gideon. I give the floor to Akio now.
Thank you, Co-Chair. First, I'd like to echo the comments made by previous speakers on our big achievement in the previous year. Thanks to the contribution all advisory board members and secretariat headed by Carolina since this year. Thank you very much. Then having looked at last slide on the way forward, and I think this is related to the discussion in the agenda item 6, but this is quite related to the strategy. Particularly, I would like to touch upon how we could outreach the various types of stakeholders for accelerating our actions. Then that comes to my mind that Santiago network is a network. So we need to make our open mind to expand the scope of the network, not limited to the members as openings, but also other relevant stakeholders who have a potential who could contribute to the promotion of the technical assistance through the wide range of technologies and experience and knowledge, not only in developing countries or international organizations, but in developed countries. So like bilateral development organization or even local governments in some developed countries have a knowledge for international cooperation in the matter of loss and damage. And also, I'd like to echo the comment by Matthias on the important role of liaison, not limited to the liaison in developing countries, but also the liaison in all countries. So they which have capacity to communicate and reach out the important stakeholders who might be able to collaborate with our members in the future. So that I hope that this kind of that will be discussed in the following agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Akio, and thanks also for pointing out that there will be a discussion under the next agenda items on many of the points that have been raised by you and others. So last on my speakers list from the advisory board members is Manuela. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Stella, and also thanks again for Alpha and Akio for doing this very important groundwork of the last year. And now we're very happy to have Stella and Angela in the seat. And since I guess now it's a big momentum for the Santiago network and just relating to many points that have already been made, I think now in particular with regard to the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage, it's a big step and a big momentum to take these important decisions we have to take at this board meeting now, including the regional presence and all those other important topics to clarify and outline and outreach actually to other stakeholders, including the fund, about the added value of the Santiago network, our niche that we would like to bring to the table, and in the end to receive more requests. And related to that, I would also to point to an observation we received several times that some countries and groups are not very clear about the relationship actually between Santiago and fund. So does it mean if you apply to one of those two institutions, does it rule out that you can get support from the other? So I guess that's a very important point to take up very soon. And I'm also grateful for Carolina, who went to Barbados last week to join us at the fund and to also build these relationships already at this early stage. And so I think this is a movement we have to take up very rapidly and very soon to also better position ourselves in the future. So thanks to all for the support on the development of the network.
Thank you very much, Manuela. And I am informed that there are no flags from observers, but let me just double check if any observers would like to come in on this agenda item. And that is not the case. So in that, let me thank all the advisory board members that have spoken on this agenda item. Maybe just to say that there were a lot of points that were made, in particular on on the issue of the further operationalization of the Santiago network. And these points will be taken up for further discussion and potential way forward under the agenda item 6. But let me just list that we have very well noted the points on the need to increase the number of technical assistance requests for building the network at all levels, building the partnerships, a concrete proposal for case studies that can be further discussed, as well as the point on the liaisons to the Santiago network. So those will be taken up further under the next agenda item after the break. But in the meantime, I think there were also some very concrete questions to the Secretariat, in particular from Camila on sharing some of the outcomes of the workshops that have been organized, including the engagement with citizen LDCs, on some more detail on the interim secretariat and how that is working. Then several members asked for clarity and updates on the partnership that is being built between the Santiago network and the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. There was a question on liaisons by Matthias, perhaps some more information from the Secretariat on those appointments and how this is ongoing would be also helpful as answer on this stage. There was a question from Gladys on the interest from countries that the Secretariat could report on based on the outreach that it has taken up. What is the momentum and what is the interest? And I think these were the kind of the main questions to the Secretariat. But of course, Carolina, over to you if you wish to address any other comments and questions that were raised.
Excellent. Many thanks, Co-Chair, and many thanks also for the summary of some of the questions that have been made. Very happy also to address the comments and feedback. And first of all, to thank everyone also for your warm welcoming to the Santiago network and to the Santiago Network Secretariat. I'm very honored and pleased to be supporting you and assisting your work. Also, a recognition to the work of the interim secretariat and also our co-hosts. Many or a big portion of the achievements reporting during this period are thanks to them and to their hard work. I arrived towards the end of last year, and there was already plenty of things in place and also in operation and moving ahead. So I'm deeply grateful also for all that work and that commitment. I will be taking some of the comments the comments that you have mentioned, Estela, and also the comments coming from the floor. I will group them just in the interest of time. Some of them, as you mentioned, were related to technical assistance, some others related to the relationship with the FRLD, and some others more in terms of OBNEs and membership and secretariat also recruitment. So I'll take them in those groups, and also I will be taking some others that may fall outside those areas. When it comes to technical assistance, yes, this is one of the key areas in which we're moving ahead now with the requests that we're processing, namely from Vanuatu and Iraq. These are already yielding important lessons, and just in the matchmaking process and in the implementation of the workflow as per the guidelines, we have been collecting those lessons, and also I'm grateful for the colleagues who are supporting that. We are making sure that we incorporate those for the improvement of our processes, and also in case there is anything that we need to bring back to the board in terms of the review of the guidelines, that they also contemplate that review every 2 years, so we can make an informed review if that is needed. For now, we're collecting those lessons. So to the point of TETET, we will be, of course, it will be helpful to have a case study, so that lessons inform also how we implement the workflow for technical assistance, and we can progressively improve also in terms of time and efficiency. Now, when it comes to the sense of interest, we have there is interest, and we have received indications in many different settings, in the sidelines of different events, COP29, also during the meetings of the FRLD. In different places, we have received indications from a good number of countries on their interest to submit a request. we encourage and invite also all those potential proponents that are interested, as mentioned also by Matthias, to submit the request, even if initial. There is already a dedicated web page as per the guidelines on technical assistance. We have a checklist in that web page as well, indicating the elements that need to be part of the request, and the request can be submitted both through the portal that is already active and also by email, in case that is easier for some of the proponents. So that already exists. Now we also identify that there is a need for us in the upcoming months to focus also more the work of the Secretariat in the stages that precede the submission of technical assistance requests, in line with the functions of the Santiago network, and which constitute the earliest stage of the technical assistance cycle. Just in terms of these identified functions, these are catalyzing demand-driven technical assistance by assisting in identifying needs and technical assistance types. We will be focusing more efforts along these lines, facilitating the consideration of a wide range of topics, and facilitating the development, dissemination, and access to knowledge and information. Those are functions of Santiago Network that are part of the earliest stage before the submission, and we will focus our work also in this respect. Some of the important activities also that we will be taking forward to incentivize and make sure that we can follow up on those early indications of interest, as mentioned by Gladys. We will put together a tracker of indications of submissions of technical assistance requests for focused engagement and tailored support. So even before the point of submission, we engage with those that have indicated an interest, and we can assist them in taking that interest forward. The translation of the guidelines is also another important development, and we plan to translate them to all UN languages. We have started with Spanish and French, but we will proceed with other languages. We will also be updating our frequently asked questions regularly in the Santiago Network Technical Assistance webpage. So that is another way to communicate clearly to potential proponents. Also, the interaction with UNFCCC focal point, my apologies, with liaisons that has been mentioned will continue and will increase as well now that we have some of them in place. We're planning to have dedicated sessions for liaisons, and in the next sessions we will provide more information, but we're scheduling those. An invitation is going out, if no doubt already, to the liaisons for the first session with them in the coming month. And we will be also in the absence, and we're noted on the number of liaisons. We have 20 at the moment from both developing countries. We will be also communicating with the UNFCCC focal points. In the absence of a nominated liaison, it is the UNFCCC focal point, the one that we will be communicating with. Also, the LDCs and SEEDS regional workshops, we will be informing more during the outreach section as well on the workshop on the Pacific and also on plans ahead. We will also put together a package of tailored information for potential proponents. So this can be already information that can be made available more broadly. And we're also planning to, as part, and that goes to Camila's point about the workshops and how the workshops need to be adapted to respond to the current phase of the Santiago network. We're planning also now to incorporate write shops or writing clinics that also are respectful of the demand-drivenness of the requests, but that can assist potential proponents with questions as to how to fill the template, the checklist that they need to consider in submitting a request. So those are some of the measures that we have in place also to make sure that technical assistance can be effectively incentivized. Now I move to the OVNEs and the comments also about the inclusiveness. Those are well noted, and that's also part of the work that we are planning to undertake much more on the way forward. Now that we have a number of members. Also make sure that we can enhance the diversity of the membership. In the next session as well, there will be more information in terms of the coverage of expertise and geographies of the current membership. But we want also to work now on the inclusiveness and also to come up with numbers, as mentioned by Gideon, having specific numbers and metrics as to the organizations, where are they based, and which are the at which level they operate, including at the local and community level. So that is in the plans as well. On the FRLD engagement, we have had a very productive and close collaboration with the Secretariat. I have met several times by now with Ibrahima bilaterally. There is a lot of openness and receptiveness. Also, they were looking toward having more clarity on their operational modalities. Now, with the Barbados implementation modalities in place, that is a critical point for us to make sure that we articulate with them right from the very beginning. We see that now that both are in an early stage, it's an important window to get our processes connected and articulated right from the beginning. Just in terms of the letter of intent, and that also in relation to Matthias' point as to whether technical assistance of the Santiago network can be used to access the FRLD. That is the intent that we deliver in one of the functions for access to finance in terms of collaborating with the FRLD. In the letter of intent that has been signed, and I'm happy to share also with new members, the key area, or one of the key areas of collaboration, includes cooperation to assist developing countries in accessing the FRLD via the provision of technical assistance from the Santiago network, as well as focusing on programmatic approaches. Yes, there is already an avenue and an intent to do that. Now we need to identify the modalities for that to happen. And just to refer to the decision that was taken in Barbados, on that one there is one of the paragraphs asks to present by the next meeting of the FRLD collaboration modalities with the Santiago network. So we will be also working closely with the FRLD Secretariat, guided by our respective boards in terms of the preparations towards the next meeting of their advisory board that is taking place in July, and will be also we will be guided by you in terms of how to shape that collaboration. That's an important opportunity also because, if I may say, in Barbados, also many of the comments, both at the formal table, but also on the sidelines, were about the recognition of the relationship with the Santiago network, but also a sense of doubt about how that collaboration would take place. So there is a need for us to be more concrete in terms of the entry points for that collaboration, and also be clear in terms of the proposition. And one of the questions is whether technical assistance will be provided only through the Santiago network, or if the Santiago network will be one of the channels of technical assistance, and the FRLD will also provide some other type of technical assistance. So those are questions that need to be resolved, and the opportunities in the lead to B6 where these collaboration modalities are to be presented. That goes to the FRLD. There were some comments in relation to the Secretariat and the phasing in recruitment. We'll put some information together, Camila, also in terms of how we see that phasing of the recruitment and the interim Secretariat arrangements as well, how those that come together. We will also come up with some of the gaps that we identify at present, and the learning. So that can be also captured in the terms of reference of the positions that will be advertised. Many thanks for those points. And it seems that I have covered those points that were falling within these categories. happy to come back and on some of the points from Valentina and Rashid also about collaboration and advancing coherence. Those are well noted, and we will make sure that this inform our work on the way forward. Many thanks for the feedback that is providing us guidance also as we move ahead, and we will provide more information in the coming sessions. Thank you. Back to you, Estela.
Thank you very much, Carolina, for addressing the questions and comments. Let me just note on one of the last points you were mentioning the collaboration with the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage and the very kind of concrete ways forward for this collaboration. We should spend some time at this meeting to discuss the guidance from the advisory board on this engagement as well. We have the agenda item on the Santiago network strategy. I believe that would be the best place to address this discussion. And with that, I think the replies that you have made can be reflected in the meeting report. And since I have heard a lot of the members speak that they support the way forward of taking note of the report of the Secretariat activities under this agenda item, I would now like to thank you all for engagement on this point and propose that the advisory board takes note of the report. And please let me now check if there is any objection to that proposal. And if that is not the case, I would kindly ask my co-chair Angela to gavel that the advisory board takes note of the report. That is done. Thank you so much. And with that, we are slightly behind our schedule, but nevertheless, I would like to propose that we take a 15-minute break. So we would be back in the room and online at 11:30, if that is agreeable to all.
Colleagues, could you please take your seats? So we are gonna start. I hope you rest a little bit. Thank you, colleagues. Before we move to the next agenda item, and thank you, Stella, for leading us the previous agenda items, I would like to give the floor to Aisha to introduce themselves, and because she didn't have the opportunity to be at the beginning of the session. Aisha, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead and welcome.
Okay, yeah. So as a new member, I would just like to introduce myself. My name is Aisha Humaira Moriani, and I'm Secretary, Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination in Pakistan, based in the capital. And we coordinate very closely with the provinces for the implementation of environment policies, but mainly climate change is a federal subject. So we work with the line ministries this is a cross-cutting theme. So we work with the federal government, we work on the NDCs, and also represent Pakistan in the UNFCCC. And our minister was one of those who really led the negotiations on loss and damage fund. She very actively made sure that fund is made, and then ministry is trying to ensure that it's operationalized. So and recently we have faced a lot of climate change related disasters, and we are very actively working on our policies and strategies, such as glacier protection, conservation, water policy, clean air policy. So I hope that this network would also create linkages among ourselves, and we would be able to learn from each other as well, while we are making sure that as board members, knowledge tools are enabled, and we have to ensure that network is operationalized. But at the same time, I also see this as an opportunity to interact with all of you, as you are experts from your respective countries, and learn from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aisha, and it's a pleasure to have you here as a new advisory board member. So, colleagues, let's move to agenda item 6, which is related to the operationalization of the Santiago network. We have different kinds of sub-agenda items. Just trying to be conscious of the time, and also because we need to have enough time to discuss. I would like to kindly ask you to be brief, concise, and direct to the point, so we can take notes of your views on each of the sub-items. So let's move to sub-item 6A, designation of all Viennese as members of the Santiago network. And I would like to start with this sub-item, which is related on the designation of the Viennese in accordance with Decision 12 CMA4, endorsed by Decision 11 CP27. The advisory board at its second meeting approved the guidelines for the designations of the organizations, bodies, networks, and experts of Viennese as members of the Santiago network. And the information about this is contained in the document SAMB 2024/2/6 Ref 2. At our third meeting, the advisory board decided to keep Santiago Network membership matters as an agenda item for the fourth meeting and requested the Santiago Network Secretariat to update the board on progress made. I would like to invite the Secretariat to provide an update on progress made since the last meeting of the advisory board on the operationalization of the guidelines. Please, Secretary, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and many thanks, board members. Very pleased to address you again. I will present together with my colleague Tim Schmidt the operationalization of the Santiago network. I will just provide a very brief introduction and then hand over to Timo. Just to note that this is a prime example of how a decision-making process is brought down to implementation. These are guidelines that you have adopted by the end of last year in the last advisory board meeting. And now the process flow that was part of those guidelines has been implemented by the Secretariat, and it has also led to results in terms of going through the process successfully and having the first members joining the network. By the time of the last meeting of the advisory board, there were only 8 expressions of interest in place. Now, those are not only AOIs, those are members that are already part of the network, and we have 50 now, as has been mentioned. So along those lines, Timo will present also the membership that we have, the composition, the engagement that is expected also to take place, and some of the lessons that we have learned in this process, and the steps that have been taken or are in the plans. Many thanks, Timo. Over to you.
Thank you, Carolina, and good morning, everyone in the room. Thank you, co-chairs and advisory board members. I hope you can hear me well. I will guide you through this agenda item 6A now. So next slide, please. Thank you. Emerging out of the last advisory board meeting, we had 2 actions. The first one being the co-chairs will invite the secretary to provide an update on the designation of OBNEs as members of the Santiago network, which was mentioned earlier, and progress related to requests made at its third meeting. And the second being that the advisory board will be invited to provide feedback and additional guidance on the operationalization of the guidelines. So we will move on with that. Thank you. Next slide. There are 4 areas of progress since the last advisory board meeting that I will briefly go through. The first one is being related to the membership composition, which was already mentioned by Carolina. We're currently at 50 members. The second at Santiago Network membership portal and the functions related to that. I will also briefly talk through the process for reviewing expressions of interest, or in short, EOIs, as well as our member engagement to date, and then finally the translation of the guidelines. Thank you. Next slide. All right, so this is a brief snapshot of where we stand currently with the membership composition in terms of numbers. We have 50 members. Amongst those, we see 31 organizations. We have 1 body that joined, 6 networks, and 12 experts. So this is the milestone that we reached just ahead of this advisory board meeting, actually. Below you see a map. It's a non-exhaustive map, I should note. So some of the pins represent multiple members, but it nevertheless shows you the geographic spread of our membership to date. This is also broken down a bit further on the next slide, where you can see the members operating globally or regionally. In fact, currently we have exactly half of our members indicating that they are operating at the global level. Followed by Asia, where we see 18% of members operating there, Oceania with 15%, Africa with 8%, and then we have Latin America and the Caribbean, Europe and North America, each with 3%. This also shows that there's ultimately a linked relationship, I would say, between the technical assistance side and the membership side, seeing relatively more members operating currently in the regions of Asia and Oceania. And this gives you a snapshot of where things stand right now. Of course, this is evolving. Next slide, please. Here we have a snapshot of the key areas of expertise amongst our members at the moment. I should note this is from a survey that was done ahead of the first members meeting. I will talk about the meeting in a moment as well. Those took place between 19th and 20th of March. It shows you a little bit where the composition stands at the moment. So we have a wide range of expertise in areas related to capacity building, resilience and adaptation planning. It goes all the way through to human mobility and displacement, as well as financing and innovative insurance solutions. This is also broadly aligned with the indicative types of technical assistance that were highlighted in the technical assistance guidelines. Of course, again, this will change as we evolve, but this is the snapshot as it currently stands. Next slide, please. In terms of the progress as well, we have seen one big milestone, which is the portal being operational. So we started from October last year receiving expressions of interest through the portal, which has significantly helped also the Secretariat in streamlining and standardizing the review process and making things work more efficiently. Many members are now also expressing the interest to join through the portal. We still see almost roughly a quarter still being of expressions of interest still being submitted via the PDF form through email, but more and more submissions coming through the portal. The portal will be the home for members in the future as well. There will be added functionalities there. This is also currently being planned, exactly how that would look like. One function, for instance, that was just recently added was the resources page, where knowledge products may be added. We also added a few resources there based on the last members meeting we had. So the portal is continuously in development, and we'll make greater use of this, of course, going forward. Next slide, please. Here is a snapshot of the process for reviewing expressions of interest at this moment. It looks a bit dense, but I'll briefly guide you through it. Basically, it starts on the right, on the one, and goes clockwise. So once an expression of interest is being received by the Santiago network, there are two independent reviewers who conduct the administrative and due diligence review. There's also an eligibility and technical review, of course, within in line with the guidelines that were approved. Often we see that there is a request for additional information necessary. There may be some information missing. I'll also talk about that in a moment, because sometimes it requires tailored support, especially for community-based organizations and others who are interested. So the Secretariat also assists in that regard, of course. Once the review is complete, there's a recommended action by those two independent reviewers provided in a high-level summary and shared in a memo. So this is the second step. And then the third step is that this memo is being shared in a no objection email with the interim secretariat for them to take no objections on this. Finally, once that period has passed, there's a meeting with the director to make a decision, where the independent reviewers present the recommendations and the summary based off of the memo. And then, of course, once that decision is taken, that is also being communicated to the members, and the approval has taken place effectively. Then you will also see that the information is being uploaded, of course, on the website of the Santiago network. That's in a nutshell the process. Thank you. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, we already had our first members meetings of the Santiago network, which was another exciting milestone. Finally seeing also many of you who are observing today in the room face to face mainly, but virtually, I will say. We had two sessions, one focused on Africa and Latin America, Caribbean, that took place on 20th of March, and one focused on the Asia Pacific region on 19th of March. I also recall from the discussions earlier around member engagement, there were some questions on how we communicate with members. So that is one of the ways in which we interact, and also one of the ways in which we can identify the interests, the needs, and the priorities that our members see as particularly important. We shared some key reflections from that meeting as well. Mainly what we discussed in those meetings was the technical assistance process, how members can engage in that, the need to also share lessons learned from that process, of course. We also explored ways to strengthen outreach and engagement to key constituents, particularly around indigenous peoples, youth, and children, as well as women. And we also discussed knowledge sharing opportunities, potential of having thematic and regional discussions as platforms for learning, for example, as well as engagement around key events throughout the year, including the SBs and COPs, the need to develop a calendar of events, for example, and finally also the tailored support that I mentioned earlier around that expression of interest process. We also are capturing this currently in the 2025 member engagement plan that's being developed. So those lessons learned and the views expressed during the members meeting will be covered in that. Thank you. Next slide, please. We have also engaged in consultations with key constituencies. This is an ongoing process. The respective advisory board members will remember the different calls we had with them. So this also includes, again, the indigenous peoples constituency and the call with Gideon. We're planning further consultations there as well with regional networks and thanks at this stage again also for all the input there. Also with Samuel on youth and children, we also had a follow-up call already with the Yango focal points and discussed different ways to create child-friendly materials, for example, for further outreach. And again, planning further consultations with regional networks, as well as with Women and Gender. And thanks again also here for Tetit and all the input you have provided. We also had a follow-up call already with the UNFCCC Women Gender constituency focal points, and are again also planning further consultations with regional networks. The outcomes of those conversations are mainly the need or discussions around how to develop accessible and tailored outreach materials for these constituencies, as I mentioned earlier, for instance, in the form of child-friendly materials and other channels, as well as the possibility of co-hosting webinars and info sessions tailored specifically around the constituencies, including ahead of key events. And then also different channels through which we could better reach those constituencies, including mail outs or social media. So this is an ongoing process. We'll also keep you updated on the progress there, of course. Thank you. Next slide. Finally, the translation of the guidelines, of course, have also taken place. So both in Spanish and in English, they will be updated shortly on the website as well. So this should also help again with the further outreach around OB&E engagement. Thank you. Next slide. So this final slide, it captures a bit the lessons learned along the way to date, since the past few months have seen a lot of action and in this regard around OB&E engagement. I will briefly guide you through it in the interest of time. So the first one is that EOI, the process around expressions of interest, can be quite heavy and complex, especially for smaller CBOs. One of the ways in which we have supported this is to have one-on-one meetings with those respective OB&Es. So the Secretariat has also engaged in specific calls to really guide those OB&Es through the process. And the message here again is really the first step is to submit an expression of interest, and from then on the Secretariat can provide very tailored support. Second point is that EOIs received often require requests for additional information, which does delay processing. We are looking into ways to further simplify the process, of course, but also just capture lessons learned on where those issues may occur more often, so that we can provide more tailored guidance and try to avoid further requests for information, of course. There's also a need to distinguish clearly between becoming members and proponents. This was also clarified again through the members meeting, the different tracks of what it means to become a member, what it means to be a proponent, and how those kind of match, of course, at the stage of delivering technical assistance. We have also noted that the use of the PDF form over the portal requires complex manual data transfer. So this is why we're really encouraging the use of the portal when it comes to expressions of interest, and you'll see a continued promotion of the Santiago Network portal to that end. And then members are not always clear about the benefits and commitments, including their identity and what they can speak on behalf. So to that end, we have created a welcome document that captures the different benefits, commitments, and the stipulations around membership. We also had, of course, the first members meeting where this was explained further, and will continue to provide ongoing orientation and onboarding. And then finally, engagement opportunities are needed beyond technical assistance. This came through clearly also during the members meeting. So the questions around how to operationalize the network, how to activate it. Not everyone will necessarily engage in TA. So what are the different opportunities and added values of engaging in the network? for example, through regional and thematic working groups or knowledge sharing. These are the different lessons learned and the steps taken so far, and of course, more progress being planned to that end. And yeah, this is the final slide, and happy to answer any questions, of course. Back to you, Carolina, and the co-chairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretariat, for this presentation. I think it's very clear for us what is the panorama and the work done, and that I fully recognize the work done by the Secretariat on this specific area. And particularly in having 50 organizations, I think is a really good progress. Now I would like to give the floor for views, recommendations, comments that you want to raise on this specific sub-agenda item. So I give the floor to Akio, followed by Alpha, followed by Camila. Akio.
Thank you, Co-Chair. As introduced by Angela, I think the presentation by Secretariat Timo is very informative and very helpful for our understanding on the progress of needs engagement. It is a good start to gathered as many as 50 openings so far. I hope that the number will much increase. So in order for that, I have a couple of questions and one comment. First one is, you say that the procedures for selection of designation openings seems to be complex, but I'd like to know if there are any or number of proposal that has been rejected, if it is. I want to know the number. And the other one is having looked at the types of needs or on the scale, about 50% of needs on global scale organization and of needs. So on the other hand, Santiago Network is promoting local action, community action. So I would like to know more detail about the information or breakdown on such global organizations of needs, if there are any or regional and national, local presence. So, however, when I check the list of needs from the portal, there are quite limited information. So I hope that this website will be much more improved, so that everyone can understand how these global organizations have been acting for local needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Akio. Camila, Alpha, followed by Camila. Sorry.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank to the Secretariat for the presentation. And also thank Akio for actually capturing the different points that I wanted to make. It is definitely a good milestone to having 50 OBMEs now endorsed by the Santiago Network. However, I'd like to make following proposals. First, I think in the future, in terms of presentation, we would like to get a breakdown of the OBMEs that are coming. It's very important to see how much are local, how much are public, how much are organizations, non-state actors, and particularly this is very important to strike the balance, because at the core of capacity building, at the core of country-drivenness, it is the empowerment, it is the conversion into the reality of a nation of capacity building by empowering national institutions. And I would like even to know the type of the institutions that are coming at national level are always be taught that universities will be one of the key entry point for us, because university have a very flexible way to develop the issue of loss and damage. They can have curricula. They can have easily students that can work further, and that is also part of the technical assistance, to have first-hand information owned by countries. That's the first point. The second point is, I think we also need to we need to support the secretariat and help the secretariat by helping the secretariat in the outreach activities. For instance, the welcome document that you produce is one of the ways to demystify this process of OBMEs, because in a snapshot, you have a summary in a very succinct and I guess easy to understand points that can be disseminated and can be a tool to further motivate, particularly at national level, institutions to apply for OBMEs. Last but not the least, I think the issue of website is very important. We are here to make matchmaking, and in light of transparency, it is very important that countries that are submitting technical requests have an idea of the different OBMEs that are there, so that they have an idea of potential OBMEs they want to work with. Okay, and then the matchmaking will be subject of a process that we decided. But if a country that is submitting can see which type of organization, which field of expertise, which area they covers, they can make recommendation, and that is also part of the country drivenness. So the matchmaking should not be not only based on economic value. It is the interest. So capacity building require a context understanding. You can send someone from the north, it will take perhaps 2-3 weeks to understand the context, while someone from the context can actually move on. So it is very important that the website display has a dedicated page for each OBMEs, if possible, with a short summary about the location, short summary of the field of expertise, short summary of field of interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alpha. We have Camila, followed by Tetet.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Co-Chair. And thank you so much to Timo for this presentation. I think it was really, really insightful. I found myself learning a lot of the work that was done intersessionally on this, and really revising what I thought in preparation. And looking through some of the updates that we'd received in weekly updates, because I felt like a lot of this felt extremely brand new, and like I had no previous information on this, because I really had, as I was preparing for this meeting, one of the things was I was really struggling to think from the information we have on what to expect. So I am very pleasantly surprised. I think I see a lot of work, and a lot of really thought out work, and really well done. I just really wish we'd been slightly more informed than we were on the process, because this is really one of the key value added and distincting factors of the existence of the Santiago network, and particularly as we think of ourselves within the WIM and with the EXCOM and within the FRLD, and this is what we can bring to the table, and we are currently in this process of thinking the network with the members as a board, with a new secretariat. So I really feel like there's a lot of discussions that that we can take part in. I think this is key actions to really fulfill the functions of the Santiago network. We are not just delivering technical assistance, but also engaging with the network, but also making sure we're engaging the network as the way we can fully catalyze the delivery of technical assistance. Our hope is not just to catalyze technical assistance with the funds that we can raise us on the funding part of the network, but actually which one can we leverage the networks that we have on OB&Es that are working on loss and damage or on approaches adjacent to loss and damage that can then fully take on the loss and damage approach. And then we can really augment and capitalize and leverage that and mobilize a lot more technical assistance than just the one we directly fund. And those are some of the reasons why it's really important to keep this network alive. I think I'm really grateful for the website and the information on the website, and I'll align with some of the comments that Alpha said regarding to that. I was taking a look at the page where we can see the OB&Es, and I think there's opportunity to also filter them by further refinements, for instance, on whether they are local or are working with local communities or following constituencies with youth and with women, and on expertise, what is their particular, if I'm looking for OB&Es on a certain expertise, to have that one be one of the ways in which we can filter them might be really helpful. And I had some guides, some ideas on reflecting on how we want to grow as a network. And first is exactly on that idea of keeping the network active and alive, not just responding TA. And I think this is very linked to some of the lessons learned that you've seen from that OB&E outreach and survey. I had proposed we would have surveys, and really happy to see that that they are happening. Would like to see how we actually leverage them to identify types of outreach members where members can represent and interact as a Santiago network, right? Not just as their own brand. So what is our value added? And that goes aligned with a lot of the lessons learned that you, Timo, mentioned, and how we are identifying how are we generating awareness and identifying knowledge gaps, and how can the network come in and fill in some of those knowledge gaps? I think I'll also take some of what Tetet said in the previous agenda item. One of the priorities is how are we making sure we are outreaching to local OB&Es? Maybe a lot of these, we see a more globalized now membership. But it's really important that we are making sure, and this is also linked to community and outreach, communications and outreach, which is a separate agenda item, but it's important to raise it here. How are we making sure that we are reaching as well local OB&Es that are at the front lines of climate change? And in this, really happy to see as well that we are already thinking of how to tailor EOIs with lessons learned to make sure that we are leaving no one behind. I think now the work should really focus on building our identity. What is our Santiago network identity within the loss and damage world and as a network of OB&Es? And I was thinking that perhaps to continue guiding and supporting in this works as we are working with the interim secretariat, and as we move toward having a more permanent secretariat and we are designing some of this work, this might be one of the areas where, in order to be more active as advisory board, we might consider having sort of a champions group or a working group from the advisory work that can work more closely with the team from the secretariat that's leading this job, and making sure that when we're thinking of these priorities on these actions, we are also keeping the board informed, and that might be a way of working. I'd also encourage us to think of how we are leveraging the experience of ExCom and its expert groups. I think it might also be an interesting exercise to see of those members that are members of the Santiago network, which ones are members of the expert groups, to engage in those consultations that you're doing with constituencies and with groups. It might be interesting as well to consult with ExCom's expert groups and see how they've seen seen what are some of the lessons learned in trying to be engaged within and with the WIM that they might bring to these networks, and what are the type of things that they feel might be a distinctive factors, as we know that these are already OBNEs that are working within the loss and damage landscape and that are already engaging with the WIM, so they might have a lot of interesting input that can also feed on this. I'd be really happy to see much more engagement from the board in how we design and how we think about this, because this is truly the distinctive factor of us as a network, and hope we can find working ways that allow for much more interaction between the Secretariat and the board as we carry this work forward in 2025.
Thank you very much, Camila. Tete?
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Just a few comments that would hopefully enrich our discussions. But first, a request. The presentation that you made, it's super helpful. It would have been nice if it was shared with the advisory board members so we could also try to unpack where we are now in terms of the membership. Second point would be to reiterate the point I made earlier about, dedicated specific outreach to country level, local OBNEs, because the profile now is that we have 50% global OBNEs, which brings me to our discussions yesterday at the informal meeting, technical assistance for and by communities. So it would be very important that we also encourage, local groups, because we have localized loss and damage challenges. Third would be a question: how long does this whole membership application process take? Full disclosure, while we were meeting, I just registered to the Santiago Network portal. I immediately got a response, but that it's going to be processed. So now I'm waiting. Now, if I can proceed to the next phase. Although, this is an experiment. No, as I was looking at the portal, if I were a community-based organization, I would be intimidated already. It's not super friendly for, women's organizations, small community groups, because there's already that distinction that probably only us can understand, but even I cannot understand. No, the portal says OBNEs can submit expressions of interest for Santiago membership. Proponents can submit requests for technical assistance. But what if I do not see myself in any of these two categories? I will not continue to the portal anymore. Yeah, so maybe we can think of ways on how we can make it more friendly, accessible, so that even those who are not from our universe can find that they can identify with the network and want to be part of the network. So I think that is part of the simple membership process that we agreed on early in our meetings. The presentation also noted outreach to key constituencies, but maybe I would like us to explore going beyond those key constituencies of the UNFCCC. Of course, it would be good we have women, IPs, and the youngos, but there are also others within the UNFCCC constellation, like the NGOs, the trade unions, the farmers, who could also be potentially interested in the work of the Santiago Network. And beyond those key constituencies, we have some other, informal platforms that engage on loss and damage, like the Loss and Damage Collaboration, Loss and Damage Youth Coalition, the Human Rights and Climate Change Working Group. So there are many others. So I would be happy to have additional conversations with Timo and the Secretariat on, who to talk to in terms of beyond the usual constituencies. So maybe just to finally, it's about the request also to make it more friendly, make it more accessible, because still looking at it now, I would be discouraged if I were a small organization from continuing to the portal. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Tete. Now we have Gladys, followed by Aisha.
Thank you, co-chair, and thank you for this presentation to the Secretariat. I would like to acknowledge the great progress made so far in the selection of the OBNEs. Reaching 50 in such a short time is indeed quite impressive. So we are very happy with this result. But we would like to encourage to increase the efforts in regions where there are not so many registered OBNEs. In particular, I can see in the American and Latin American and Caribbean region, to identify and recruit additional members. Strengthening this regional representation is key. Because if I enter to the portal online, then I can filter for Latin America and the Caribbean. There are 5 OBNEs. There was only one in the map, and I assume because I think it's Ruta del Clima, that one that appeared in the map that was shown on screen. And this gets me to the point that was made both by Alpha and Camila before. And is that we need more information about the type of OBNEs that we're looking at in the web site. Because as I see here, I imagine these members are maybe global or from other parts of the world, but also can work in the Latin American region. And the only OBNE from the Latin American region is Ruta del Clima. I imagine that. I don't have that information, but it would be very beneficial to have more detail on that, whether they are local community or representing a specific group, etc. So countries have more information on the portal there to reach out and make decisions, etc. See what is there already available and can fit can fill their needs regarding technical assistance. And in line with this, it would be very beneficial to work with the liaisons from countries, as was indicated prior by Matthias in the previous agenda item, and other colleagues to encourage countries to nominate them and to disseminate information through the liaisons, and in particular, all the national focal points from the UNFCCC, to disseminate information to their national and local OBNEs on how to become a member of the Santiago network. So if you can find some I don't have the word, but if you can find some ways, to reach out to the liaisons in this event, like the COP of the SBs, etc., and to give this information, so to increase the network of members. Also, I would like to suggest we keep this agenda item in future sessions. As was proposed, is clearly an area where continued discussions and updates would be very valuable at this point. So that will be by now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gladys. Now I give the floor to Aisha, who's online. Aisha, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And it's good to see that, Secretariat on its own independently is also doing a lot of work. But it would have been nice also to keep the advisory board apprised, that maybe board was apprised and I was not there at that time. But I don't remember, any information coming from the Secretariat to the advisory board about, the number of applications received or processed. And, I think it is also important to have some categories that, which type of organizations have to be there. So when this processing is done, which category is more important, and, maybe some sort of guidance from the advisory board, so that even if organizations are applying, those who should be registered, earlier and needs to be facilitated more. Is there a fast track line? or I mean, those kind of things would be helpful if the process is shared more with the advisory group. And on the communication tools also, I would like to know that, has that outreach started, or it was not clear to me that has it started or it is planned to be started in various parts. So if it has already started, it would be useful to know that where was this outreach done, in which parts of the world, with which organizations, and a little bit more detail, because the information which is shared with the advisory board is not for guidance. It's shared that just to inform that this has been done. Whereas the role of advisory board is to kind of provide guidance on these things, that so that the ultimate objectives of doing these activities are met. And please share the link where all of this data is available, as other board members have identified. I would also like to see that, which type of organizations are already registered. And for the communication tools, I think it would be really helpful to know that what progress has been made. And I really want to encourage Secretariat to keep on doing innovative work, but I think it's also important that we not just keep the advisory board informed, but use them for guidance. And for the web portal that we have, I think it would be useful that I'm sure there must be linkages useful linkages of various knowledge tools available. If we have not done that, I think making sure that those links are made available. We can do certain things through online activity, which cost nothing actually, and can also enable many countries to improve the work, or learn from each other. So those kind of activities which can be immediately done online by optimizing our online presence, I would really encourage the Secretariat to take lead in that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aisha. We have Edie followed by Matthias.
Oh, thank you, co-chairs. So for taking the floor for the first time. So I just want maybe to congratulate the newly elected co-chairs. And I know that the work that and the challenge is big. So you have our full support. I know Akio and Alpha already showed the way. It was not very easy to initiate something because every beginning is too difficult, but with the help of the interim secretariat and our support, we have made maybe considerable progress towards the goal of operationalizing the Santiago network. And I encourage also the secretariat to persevere in providing support, guidance before, during, and after the work of the Santiago Advisory Board. So having said that, I will not be long. I will be very brief in terms of the because I think the portal need maybe to be more precise on the profile of the OB needs we have and we are looking for. So if we go through the 5 years rolling work plan of the executive committee, we have 5 work streams. So maybe we will need to identify OBNEs who have expertise on maybe non-academic losses etc. This is very important. If we can specify on the portal the profile of OMBNs with regard to these 5 work streams that can allow parties when they want support for technical assistance that they can know where they are going to see to look for in the portal, which OMBNs they can target for some action. That can help us to reduce time in terms of looking of what I want to do at the national level. So I know, for example, in migration and displacement, in our context, in Senegal, that will be very important and very interesting if I need to have maybe openness where I'm going to look and to who I can identify and what are the profile of the OBNs and who is working with. This is very important for me. This is first. Secondly, I have some colleagues from Arabic countries who say that the website is only in 3 languages, maybe, and the decision said UN languages. Maybe it will be very important and interesting if when we work for 4 languages that can be in Arabic. That can help a lot, maybe to other countries, if they want to get in the portal and to know what is going on. Also the dissemination of information. So I only have maybe to send information to my colleagues or OBNs who already asked in Senegal to be registered. They would need more information. What is the deadline for submission? And Tete, you said that the portal is a bit short for you, but they say that it's too long and complicated to register. So that need to be more simplified for the step to do this, and I support maybe one of them in terms of getting in the portal. So, and it's a bit difficult from my side. I'm initiating or some languages, but I need to be familiar with the portal. If they want, and I think if you can work on that to make it easy and more simple, that will be more and precise on the demand that what we want. I think it will be useful for OBNs to submit in a very short time. So that are the few points I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irim. Matthias?
Thank you, Angela. I have just 2 brief points. First, as I've already mentioned, the importance of growing the network at this stage. And of course, we're also going to discuss the network outreach strategy where this is also part of the equation. Just to say there, I think one thing is to do events, to have a good crafted website. But I think there's also collective responsibility of the Secretariat, the Advisory Board, the national liaisons to support in this outreach, and not only open outreach like events or communication, but I think we should also not hesitate to approach specific potential members, OBNEs, if we think they could add critical value to the Santiago network, so through more like bilateral direct outreach to such possible members. My second point, and there I was just wondering, I'm convinced that the members of the network, they can also play a useful role in the topic we discussed in our previous session, which is to do tailored outreach to facilitate demand-driven technical assistance. Of course, so engage with proponents, encourage them to come forward, perhaps also support them to bring requests. Of course, this has to be transparent then, because otherwise there could be a conflict of interest, as they are also in the pool of those members that can then respond to requests. But I think, this is just an appeal to those members also be part of that effort. And I wonder how the Secretariat brings that up in their conversations with the membership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthias. I think we do not have any other flag raised from board members. Before to go back to the Secretariat, I want to give the floor to the observers if they have any views. I cannot see, but FAO. Okay, FAO.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Okay. My name is Makie from FAO. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide some of the comments, and then also congratulations for the board members, Santiago Secretary and Director Carolina. I just wanted to provide some of the comments. We have noted that the Santiago Network would like to engage with more with the local communities. We have the presence in more than 130 countries, also working with the government, but also like affected communities, farmers. And we are just wondering like, how Santiago Network has been engaging with the farmers communities, because they are also climate dependent and they have been also affected. And then FAO can also support to communicate and collaborate with the farmers organizations. And also with regard to the technical assistance, we have noted, for example, when the call for proposal is open, what is your expectation to engage with the local communities? For example, some of the climate funds, they indicate certain like percentage of the budget should go to the local communities or engagement with national entities, organization. Just we also wanted to hear your expectations as the technical assistance provision will go forward, how to engage OBNA are expected to engage with those local communities at the country levels. And the second point we also would like to raise the point is the knowledge generations. We also have been working with the local communities or regional organizations to develop some of the assessment methodologies to quantify the economic losses and non-economic losses in agri-food systems. We were wondering if there will be any mechanism that we can share some of the thoughts, or we can engage with Santiago Network to some of the results. For example, the WIM, they have the expert group, or 5 expert group working on the different thematic topics. So we were just wondering if there will be any mechanism that the OBNA can share some of those results, or invite OBNA or Santiago Network members to our workshop or webinar to disseminate or co-generate those the evidence that we are coming from the local communities and organizations that we are developing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, FAO. I think it's very useful that you share that information and the work that you have been doing. I think it's very important for all of us. Any other views from observers? Okay, if there are no more views, I would like to give the floor to the Secretariat to answer some of the questions raised, and then I will propose a way forward on this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela, and I will be supported also by my colleague Timo in addressing some of the questions, but I taking some of them also in relation to how important it is to engage and to keep the board abreast and informed about the developments when it comes to OBNEs, and also some of the comments in relation to the engagement with OBNEs. For us, it is important also mindful of the fact that the very structure of the Santiago Network is composed by the Secretariat, the Advisory Board, and the network of members. It is important that when it comes to OBNEs and membership, also we facilitate as a Secretariat those 3 components of the Santiago Network structure coming together in a coordinated manner. So we take a note of your views about keeping the board informed and engaged, and also relying on your advice as we move ahead. We have been providing information in terms of the members that have been part of the network through the biweekly updates, but I also recognize that this might be not the best format as well to provide more comprehensive information on the details of the process and also the composition of the AOIs which are coming to the Santiago network, we may need to look into alternative modalities that are more fit for purpose to provide you with the information that you need. And we hear also the suggestion of the advisory board coming up with specific modalities in this respect. One of the offers also that you may wish to consider is for us, the Secretariat, to provide technical sessions. Those could provide also a space for us to inform in more detail about the composition of the AOIs that we receive, those that we have in the pipeline. I hear also the comment in terms of the need for advisory board members to understand the portal, so we can also walk you through the portal in one of the technical sessions. So that is an option, and that could be also a more appropriate setting for us to communicate in greater detail how the OBNE and membership process is working and receive your feedback as we move along. But very interested also in looking at the best ways, ones that are suitable to your needs to communicate this information. This is also something that we want to promote on the way forward. When it comes to the members, also we identify the need to come up with ways of promoting engagement and also make use of the dynamic membership that we have. So not only engaging with members on a one-on-one basis, but promoting collaboration across them, across the network. That is one of the values that we can bring, and also making sure that those members can collaborate with one another and also create capacities as they interact as a network. That is something where we are going to focus efforts. We take note of your suggestions also to make sure that the website is more informative in terms of the profiles of the members, and we can also inform the coverage, their areas of expertise, and we can come up with more information in the website that can already facilitate the matchmaking process. So we're taking this as feedback for us. This is our homework, and we will be also pleased to report on the progress in the next advisory board meeting or intersessionally, and to schedule any sessions that may facilitate keeping the board informed and also receiving your guidance so we can move ahead. I stop here and over to Timo. Thanks, Timo.
Thank you, Carolina, and thank you again to everyone for the questions and the input and the good suggestions. Perhaps a couple of points to add in addition to what Carolina just mentioned. First, on Akio's point also, no one was outright rejected among the EOIs. It was mostly issues of not having sufficient information to the state. However, some were asked to resubmit. So in cases where, for instance, an expression of interest is not complete and we followed up and done requests for additional information and it's not yet completed, but there may be eligibility there, we asked to resubmit. There were also some that were not responsive following our request for additional information, so those cases were frozen for that time being. In terms of just the local community action engagement, one thing to add there is also that this is ultimately linked with the TA request that we see. For instance, in the lines of the Vanuatu request, we've also seen one of the CSOs that represents indigenous peoples joining the network. So this is definitely a relationship that also is worth noting between TA and membership. Also just as Carolina mentioned, very well noted on the need to provide further breakdown on the type of OBNEs. We do have a range of civil society organizations and networks. I think the latest update was 19 CSOs and 2 CSO networks. We've also done targeted outreach, and that goes back to a comment made also in regards to if we do direct outreach to specific networks. So we had one engagement with GNDR, for example, earlier to reach the different CSOs as part of their membership base. So this is also one of the outreach channels that we're exploring. Well noted on the members page to also try to find different ways to filter the OBNEs as we have them right now. One point I would highlight is that this is, of course, linked to what we're also asking for in the expressions of interest templates, as we need to also find a way to systematize and standardize the information that we can present. Then in terms of the matchmaking process that was already mentioned, indeed, this is very much, of course, in line with the TA guidelines being open and transparent. So once a request for TA is received and processed, the call for proposals or terms of reference will be made publicly available, and then OBNEs as members can apply, or OBNEs that are interested and have submitted an application for membership by the deadline for the call. So these are the eligibility criteria for the matchmaking. Then in terms of the tailored support, this is an area that I think we also now see where this is most needed. So both in terms of the geographical representation, very much also taken here into account the comments made by Angela and others on representation also in the Latin America region. Also La Ruta de Clima being one of our members from that region, and of course our intention to increase that membership there as well. Again, I would note that this is also linked to where we see technical assistance requests coming from. But understanding this and having that snapshot of where our members are located and where they operate really helps us to understand where we need to prioritize our outreach going forward. Also, there were some comments around the identity of the network, and thank you very much for those comments as well, particularly from Camilla, on how to activate the network beyond technical assistance. That's precisely what we're also trying to brainstorm more around how the OBNE member engagement plan will look like this year. This is, of course, also linked to the strategy and other elements that we're discussing today. We need to work within those parameters, but the members meeting was hugely helpful in understanding what are the areas of interest here, whether this is regional or thematic working groups, knowledge exchange, and peer learning, and other ways in which we could engage members beyond TA. Then on the portal, just a brief note there that this is just one option for submitting an expression of interest. There's also the template in Word and PDF formats that can be shared. And it is also noted in different spaces for submission that the Secretariat is very much there to assist through that process, but is very much acknowledged that this information can be made more readily available or more accessible. But just to note that there are different options for submission, and the Secretariat will assist regardless of which option is the more interesting one. And then just noting here, that the engagement between proponents and OBNEs or member OBNEs that was also noted earlier will be guided, of course, by the conflict of interest guidelines, as well as the TA guidelines. So we're operating basically within those parameters. In the event that an OBNE is involved with supporting a proponent in preparing a request, for example, this must be disclosed in the proposal responding to the technical assistance. So those are being duly acknowledged as well. And then just the last point on the local communities and where resources go, that this will be further discussed under item 8 with the minimum percentage. So we may continue that conversation under that item as well. I hope I managed to cover most of the or all of the points. Thank you very much, and back to the room.
Thank you very much, Secretariat, for answering the comments and the questions made. I just want, before going to the how to proceed with this agenda, I just want to kindly ask to continue until 1. And let's try to cover at least this agenda and perhaps the presentation for the next agenda item that is related to the provision of technical assistance. And after lunch, we will engage in the discussion. But let's allow the Secretariat to introduce that agenda item so we try to move forward in that agenda. So going back to the elements, I think there is a lot of convergence in the comments that you made here. And I would like to propose, as was mentioned by Estela, the idea of the co-chairs is to provide you at the end of the day some decision points in line with the discussions that we are having here. But we need to see your guidance if those elements that we want to have as a decision point are aligned with the things that you want to have as a final as part of the final decision. So I think one of the key areas that was raised by all of you is that we do recognize the progress made with respect to the membership of the Santiago network, and we acknowledge the milestones of having or reaching 50 members. I think that could be one of the main decision points because we do recognize that there is a lot of progress. This is the first decision point that we would like to propose. Of course, the language will be framed, in a decision way, but just to let you know what are the areas. The second decision point could be in line of that we noted the ongoing and planned efforts related to the OBNE's outreach. member engagement, including the webinars, the further development of the Santiago Network membership proposal, the engagement with indigenous people and local communities, etc., etc. That could be the second decision point. The third one will be the translation. I have to say that I'm really happy for that, because I always push for the translation. I think it's something that we need to recognize, but also to encourage to have, the translation into the other UN languages. I think that could be the third decision point. The fourth one will be in relation to recognize the need to strengthen the network. I think most of you highlight that we need to work at all levels and, build the partnership and the outreach, although we have the opportunity to discuss the outreach strategy. But also you mentioned, for instance, the relationship and synergies with the WIM, EXCOM, and the expert groups. So that could be the fourth decision point, which is related to, recognize the need to strengthen the network at all levels and the synergies with the EXCOM and the expert group. That could be the fourth one. The fifth one will be in terms of how to engage with the liaisons and focal points, UNFCCC focal points. So I'm bringing some of the elements that you raised in the previous agenda item, which is related to how to, with the report of the Secretariat. So we are bringing some of the elements that you raised there that fits, for instance, in this agenda item. That could be the fifth one. The sixth one will be to update the portal. We can fix it where it plays, but I think most of you raised the importance to have some understanding in terms of the expertise. I think it was raised by Camila, the importance to, Edie mentioned the importance to have information on the type of OVNEs. So we request the Secretariat to update the portal in accordance with the comments made. That could be the sixth decision point. The last point, it will be in relation to keep this agenda item for the next session. That could be the seventh, because of course it's important to continue discussing and provide guidance to the Secretary in terms of how to work with the OBNEs and how to, get information in terms of the new membership and everything. That could be the 7 points. So those points, I think no one has any concern with that. I think all of you raised, and we will draft, if I get the mandate, we will draft a proposal for you tonight, and you will receive it, and you will get time to digest the drafting. And we hope that you give us information, comments if that is needed. If not, if we do not receive any comment at 10 a.m., we understand that the decisions will be adopted as it is, just to clarify the mode of work. The last point, those are the 7 points that I think we have commonalities, but I want to bring to your attention an additional one, and it was the proposal made by Camila, and I think others, in relation to have a working group or committee, or we can call it in different ways, but I would like to hear from you if you support the idea of having a champion group or technical sessions with more detailed feedback on the OVNE's work, or how to handle that, so we can provide some kind of decision point on that regard. Just to raise that is important for us and for you to understand that if we establish a group, it means that we have to nominate some advisory board members to work intersessionally on that. So it's important to have, the willingness and the nomination of people to join this working group, or if we want to have additional, sessions with the Secretariat to get update information on that. So I would like to open the floor with this specific point, but if you want to raise something additional on the 7 elements that I raised before, of course we are open, but I think that we are in the same page on that. Camila, followed by Alpha.
Thank you, Angela, and thank you for pointing out the way forward on deciding on decisions. I think I'm very happy to work in that way. maybe just propose that if they are sent tonight, we give to end of day tomorrow instead of 10 a.m. because maybe we won't look at them in the evening, but during the breaks tomorrow is when we look at the ones for the day before, and then we've sort of given sufficient time to actually consider them approved if we then want to be going over them one by one. On the point of the decision, just because I knew it sort of came as we got a lot of new information, and to give further detail on how I see it, I think a lot of work has happened, but this is a crucial moment for the Santiago network, and where we are designing and going over the communications. What do we see our members? What is the role that they're playing? How are we communicating with them? What kind of information we're having? And I feel that there's space for involvement from the board and the guidance and building this together. And an intersessional group will allow for maybe even a lot of the points that you mentioned as before creating that, right? So accompany the update of the the website, the development of the different surveys or outreach activities that are going to be happening, and the message that's going to be communicated in them. So perhaps have a decision if there is agreement and colleagues see the interest in this group to work intersessionally. We can task that group with supporting the actions that are mandated throughout this decision item and report back at the next advisory board meeting. And if it's so agreeable by members, and noting my personal interest in the work here, I would also be happy to nominate myself to be a part of that group to work intersessionally.
Thank you very much, Camila. Just noting that we are, behind the schedule. I have a question, and because of those who raised the flag, someone is against to establish the group? Oh, Akio, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. But no, at this time, I cannot say yes or no, since this is deeply related to the strategy for the outreach and others that will be discussed in the agenda item.
Okay,
So sorry.
So Alpha, just if I may propose, so let's keep this as an option. We are gonna have the agenda item 6C, which is related with the outreach strategy, and we will come back to this discussion in that agenda item. And I think, Manuela, Manuela, allow me to give the floor to Alpha, followed by Manuela.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I wanted to fully support the proposal made by Camila for different reasons. We should take advantage of the board members that are here. The board members are connected to constituencies. They have a big convening power, and they can help also diversify the type of OBMEs that will be engaging with the Santiago network. Noting that the decision that we took with regard to OBMEs, we kept it flexible to allow everyone to become. And then it becomes, the application of criteria will depend on the role that the OBME will be playing. So, having said that, on the other hand, I think as a board members, we are well advised to have a look on that. We fully trust the secretariat, but I guess having board members tied with a great work done by the secretariat will help ensure that the diverse views that are being presented here are captured. So I fully support that the setup of champions or something like that will help and accompany the secretariat. We are not going to do the job of the secretariat, but we accompany them and ensure that the secretariat gets the support that it needs in order to actually reach out to the different OBMEs. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alpha. Manuela, and then we cut this session and go to the presentation of the next agenda item. Manuela.
Thanks, Angela, for giving the floor briefly. I would also see the role of outreach and engagement with OBME as a very strong bonus and added value of the Secretariat as an institution. So I would like to see them in the leadership and driving seat on this, to also propose to the outside world what the institution, what the Secretariat actually does, and where the value is to engage with the Secretariat and the network as a whole. And I would also see this type of engagement as a role for the whole advisory board and not only a small group. So I think we can find some middle ground on that, but definitely have the Secretariat to also be the visible player in that field to the outside world. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Manuela. So with that, we will keep the 7 elements that are raised before, at least 4 decision points for this agenda item. And we will go back when we discuss agenda item 6C on the need to establish this. As you remember, we have in the rules of procedure the possibility to establish panels, working groups, subcommittees, task force, so we can discuss that if there is a need, or we can find a way to deal with it. So with that, I close this agenda. I thank you for your active participation, and I think we already reached an agreement on the key areas of the decision points. Let's move to agenda item 6B, which is related to provision of technical assistance. So let us now to this agenda item, and just to remind us that in accordance with Decision 12 CMA4 endorsed by Decision 11 CP27, the Advisory Board at its third meeting approved the guidelines and procedures for responding to requests for technical assistance containing a document in the document SNAB 2024/3/6 Rev 2. And at our third meeting, the Advisory Board requests the Secretariat to initiate the process for receiving technical assistance requests consistent with the approved guidelines and work on establishing criteria for the selection of members to respond to the requests for technical assistance. So the board further encouraged the Secretariat to continue engaging with Vanuatu to facilitate response to their technical assistance request, and also to continue to develop guidelines and procedures for enabling access to and assisting in preparing requests for technical assistance that recognize the significant capacity constraints for least developing countries and small island developing states. So I would like to invite the Secretariat to provide an update on progress made since the last meeting of the Advisory Board on the operationalization of the guidelines, as well as the engagement with Vanuatu, LDCs, and SIDS. And after that, after the presentation, we will break for lunch. And please be conscious of the time. I know we are rushing, but let's try to do our best to go back to our schedule. Secretary, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. And we're pleased also to present now the agenda item 6B, provision of technical assistance. I will be supported by my colleague, Christine, who will be providing the presentation. Just a very short introduction to that this is an area that goes to the heart of the mission of the Santiago network, and it is one where we're breaking new ground in terms of, for the very first time, going through the workflow of technical assistance that is part of the guidelines that you approved by the end of last year in the last meeting of the Advisory Board. So for us, it's also a testing period. We are going for the first time with the technical assistance request from Vanuatu through the whole process, and that is delivering already very good lessons, very good engagement also with the proponent, and my colleague Christine will be walking you through that specific experience, but more broadly, also in relation to the progress that has been made on catalyzing technical assistance since the last meeting of the board. Many thanks, Christine.
Thank you, Carolina. Thank you, co-chairs. I'm taking the floor for the first time, so I just would like to introduce myself. I'm Kristen Meyer. I work with UNDRR and supporting the interim secretariat full-time since May last year. I would like to present today on the provision of technical assistance and where we stand since the last meeting of the board. As you will remember, the last meeting was quite a groundbreaking meeting because it was when we actually approved the guidelines for technical assistance. So we have been busy operationalizing those. If you could please go to the next slide. Just on the agenda for today, Angela has already mentioned it. We will provide an update on where we stand, also with regards to the request that we received from Vanuatu in particular and the learnings that come from that. Related to LDCs and SIDS, we will actually cover this in more detail under the next agenda item on item 6D when we speak about outreach and knowledge management. And then, yes, we would very much like to hear your feedback and guidance on how we can take this work forward. Next slide, please. So since the last advisory board meeting, we would like to highlight 5 areas where we have made some progress, which relates to the resources that are available on the website and some of that outreach, the process on receiving requests and the procedures that we have set up for that, the engagement with Vanuatu, the outreach that we're already doing also with liaisons and where liaisons are not in place with UNFCCC focal points. And then, and this was already mentioned, also the interest and potential additional requests that might be submitted. Next slide, thank you. Okay, this is actually not very visible, but these are some of the resources that we have on the webpage. First of all, just to explain what technical assistance is, we have a dedicated webpage that takes those interested through the process. It was also already mentioned that there is a checklist that provides guidance on what is the information that the Secretariat would like to see in a request. And then, of course, also the modalities of how such requests can be submitted. So again, there are 2 ways. One is through the portal, and I think here also the feedback that has already been provided in the previous session is very much relevant in terms of how can we make it more user-friendly. Also to countries to use it and potential proponents to use the portal. But there's also always the option to submit a request via email, or to just indicate to the Secretariat we would like to make a request, and then we can follow up accordingly. We have also tried to break down a little bit more the criteria for technical assistance that have been agreed in the relevant guidelines, just to make it a little bit more digestible. But we also understand that there's more work needed to break it down more and simplify even more to reach different types of proponents. And then, of course, we have mentioned it several times already, the guidelines are also available now in French and Spanish. So that's also a big step for us because it will help us engage with different regions more easily and in a more accessible way. Next slide, please. When it comes to the process of receiving requests, we are following the workflow that was agreed in the guidelines, and I already mentioned that there are 2 ways to do it, either through the portal or but via email using the PDF fillable form or a Word form. As I mentioned, we're here to support. So if proponents struggle, we can provide additional information. And our approach also with Vanuatu, and I will go into this a little bit more, is to have this constant exchange also to really understand what type of technical assistance they're seeking, so that we can really cater to that in the best way possible. But again, here, I think there's still some clarification that needs to be done to really make this process as simple or as accessible as possible for different types of potential requesters of technical assistance. Next slide, thank you. When it comes to Vanuatu, I recognize the comment that was made earlier that maybe the timeline was quite long for this particular request. This was mainly due because we didn't have the technical guidelines in place when the request was received. So it was a little bit of a testing ground for us, but then also in terms of putting the processes in place with an interim secretariat took us a little bit of time, but in the collaboration also with Vanuatu, we kept an open communication channel, and they were very happy also to share this experience with us. And I think it was a very enriching experience to work with them, also to being so open for us to learn collectively. and also to help us really spread the word. So you see here, for instance, an op-ed that was written by our focal point in a local newspaper to also encourage local OBNEs to respond to the call for proposals and to really have the regional presence and support the technical assistant needs. The way that we worked with Vanuatu and also the way we would like to move forward is to really work very closely to really understand what are the particular needs, get involved also with local knowledge and so on. That was something that was also very much highlighted by Vanuatu colleagues, that they would like to see local presence of those responding as well. And that was then something that was included in the criteria also for the call for proposals. Maybe just also to say, and this is something that was alluded to also by Timo in his previous presentation, that in this context here, since we didn't have a lot of members at the time, we did open it up for prospective members. So those responding to the call for proposals could also submit their expression of interest for membership at the same time. And then we would process that in parallel. But at the time of sort of the end of the process, the requirement is that those who are actually providing the technical assistance have to be members. So this is always an opportunity if we see we're getting a request and we don't currently have a certain expertise in the membership, to open it up to a wider sort of OBNE network, and then they can respond also or send their expression of interest at the same time as they're responding to a request as well. Exactly. Okay, if we go to the next slide, please. A little bit more on sort of how we worked through the process with Vanuatu in terms of the stepwise approach that we took. So they requested the development of a long-term nationally determined program to address loss and damage in the Republic of Vanuatu. One very interesting point to mention here is also, and there was a comment earlier today, that this request also very much shows maybe some of the potential links that could be made with the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, because they designed their request in a way that this country program could be turned into a funding proposal that would then also be submitted to the FRLD. So maybe that's something also that we could explore as a model in the future. And Vanuatu has indicated already that they're very much interested also to share their experiences on like working with us and how this works as the technical assistance is delivered. But in terms of how we work together, we received the technical assistance request. It took us a little bit of time to process that because we were waiting for the guidelines to come in. We clarified with them what the different parameters are in terms of what is the key result and outcome that they really want to see, what are sort of the modalities and on how they would like to receive the technical assistance, what are the timelines, are there any key issues in terms of national policy development, or also the discussions with the fund and so on in terms of the developments there that are relevant that should be included in the timelines, and what should be the budget for the different types of activities. So we worked very closely with them to define those, and from that we developed the criteria for the selection and the matchmaking with the respective providers or potential providers of technical assistance. And from that, actually, we also got a lot of learning for ourselves of what could be some of the sort of criteria that could cut across all types of technical assistance requests. So we'll go into that a little bit more, because there was also a request from the board to have standard criteria. So there's some learning that we're already gaining from this. And then, as you know, the call for proposals was launched at COP30. And from that, there was a period of time where we would receive the proposals. And then we established an evaluation committee that went through the proposals and then made recommendations accordingly in terms of the scoring of the proposals. And the matching is now in the process of being completed. So we're hoping that we can wrap up the whole process later this month. Before we go to the next slide, can we? Thank you. What we have started developing, and this is an internal document right now, and maybe, oh no, it's not an internal, sorry. In one of the agenda items later on, we will look at the process flow also for how the managing of the funds is managed, and that's very much tied to also providing technical assistance. So you will see a little bit more in detail how this process has sort of worked and each of the stages in terms of the evaluation committee and the different steps of how we now designed, how we go from receiving the request all the way down to signing the agreement and delivering the technical assistance. There's also other items that will speak a little bit more in terms of how the processes of the host have been adapted to the needs of the Santiago network and the relevant templates and so on, how they have been adapted. This was quite also for us a big learning experience. And again, it took us some time to really think through what are the elements that we need to tailor and where do we have the flexibility to make it maybe a bit simpler and not such a heavy process. And I think over time we will adapt those processes even more and learn, but it would be really great to hear your guidance on this. So that will be discussed in item 6C, I think tomorrow. And then, as I mentioned, we kept, of course, Vanuatu appraised throughout the process and worked very closely with them. Next slide, please. So then in terms of some of the key figures, so to give you a little bit more context, so the call for proposals, as I mentioned, was launched during COP30. And it was really interesting to see that we received quite a few requests for clarification about the proposal. These were posted online, so there were 18 requests. So we already saw quite a good engagement from those who were thinking of responding to the proposal. And then in the end, we received 7 proposals from respective OBNEs. And they then went through a preliminary screening, the technical evaluation, and a financial evaluation. So in the preliminary screening phase, there was a basic due diligence assessment just to check also for document completeness and eligibility. And then those proposals that passed that would go to the technical evaluation. We took on, of course, also what we discussed in the guidelines for technical assistance, that the main focus should be on the technical aspects. So this was weighted at 70%. And those who were compliant with that then moved on to the financial evaluation, which then led to a recommendation of a proposal. Other highlights of this process is that it was really interesting to see that there was a good mix of different types of OBNEs that engaged with the proposal, from global to local, regional, national. And it really shows that I think the criteria and how the criteria are crafted really can steer also what types of OBNEs respond to such requests. Next slide, please. Also, since the last advisory board meeting, we started, and it was mentioned already several times, the outreach with liaisons in particular, or actually with UNFCCC focal points to facilitate the process of nominating liaisons. And we have already mentioned that there's a dedicated webpage now where the nominated liaisons can, the contact details of the nominated liaisons can be found. I don't know if the email has already gone out, but we were just finalizing an email to liaisons and UNFCCC focal points about an information session that will happen in Q2. To inform them or guide them through what the Santiago network is, how the TA request process works, and to provide more like hands-on and practical information on their role as well as how such requests can be made. And we see this also as a first sort of stepping stone to, first of all, also encourage more liaisons to be nominated, but also, as we have already discussed, to build the understanding of what is it that the Santiago network does and how can the resources be accessed. And we're really glad also to share in that process the translations of the documents as well that we really hope can facilitate the engagement process more. The idea is that in this first phase, we would hold information sessions in English language, but later on in the future also for specific regions in other languages as well, to really facilitate the process and engagement and accessibility more. So would also like to hear your reflections if there's other means that we can use to engage those national focal points as well. Next slide, please. Yes, and just to reiterate again what Carolina had already mentioned earlier today, that we had received the request from Iraq, so we are working with them and we're in touch with them to process that, and that there are some early indications also from other countries that we're tracking and following up on. And we're already taking your comments on board that we really would like to focus now much more on the outreach aspect, because in the last few months we were much more focusing on setting up the process, working our way through the Vanuatu experience and really learning on the go in terms of how we adapt the processes to the needs of the Santiago network. But now it's really the right time to be more clear on the outreach and clarify the questions that have come up. Next slide, please. And I think we're getting to the end. One of the requests from the last advisory board meeting was related to the establishment of standard selection criteria. So from the early experience that we now had with Vanuatu, we put together a set of sort of considerations and indicative selection criteria that could become part of the standard selection criteria. And we grouped them in sort of 4 categories, also based on what was proposed in the guidelines. One is on the eligibility and due diligence. So of course, only members can provide technical assistance. They have to be compliant with the conflict of interest rules and guidelines and procedures, and also pass some basic due diligence. So this is mainly looking at sanction lists and whether they have been listed in any of those. And then there's 2 sort of on the technical capacity and the technical approach to the technical assistance. So we already have, when a member joins, this 3-year minimum proven experience. So most of or almost all of the members will have passed that one already. But when it comes to a specific technical assistance request, then it would have to be relevant experience in connection to what is required, and also in terms of experience implementing similar initiatives, preferably in the region or country or similar contexts where it's supposed to be implemented. We also have really good experiences with having a criterion on the regional presence or country presence or the involvement of local organizations, because that can also help us to get members to engage that have that local expertise. And then, of course, the overall capability for effective TA delivery. And then on the approach, this is more in terms of how they're crafting their proposal and whether it's coherent and using the resources effectively and efficiently, whether they're compliant with social and environmental safeguards, and also protection from sexual and sexual exploitation and so on, and just whether the proposal is coherent in itself. And then some of the financial criteria, again, about using the resources of the Santiago network in an effective and cost-effective manner, being compliant with the budget that was allocated for the technical assistance, and then also being balanced in terms of how the budget is used between different budget lines.
In addition to that, and this is also from the guidelines, there would be tailored criteria, of course, for each of the technical assistance requests discussed with the proponent in terms of what is really required for the specific request. And I think the next slide is the last slide on some of the challenges that we have identified. And it's interesting to see that actually the challenges that we have come across are also those that are mentioned by the board. So there is still a little bit of a misunderstanding what the technical assistance process is like. The translation of the guidelines, I think, is going to help us quite a lot, but there's still a need to simplify the information a little bit more and to make it available in different formats. We're also going to do an in-depth review of Vanuatu, and I think that goes back to also what Tetet was saying. Can we have some sort of case study on this? Vanuatu is very open to sharing their experience, so we could think about how do we also involve them to have sort of the experience sharing also from a country that is receiving technical assistance. We also are not quite certain about the readiness of countries and how easy it is for them to set up this country-driven process. So this is why we would like to engage more now with the liaisons and also UNFCCC focal points and really understand the capacity needs and how we can best support. In the next agenda item, we go a little bit more into detail on what is already the process for LDCs and SIDS to understand this better. But this is really a key area for us to move forward. The other area is also to build the capacities of the Secretariat and to continuously learn and adapt and put in place processes. So we are in the process of developing some standard operating procedures from the lessons learned that will help us process also the requests more expediently. And also it will be critical to have all the Secretariat staff on board so that the roles and responsibilities are also very clearly defined and that the processes can be streamlined a little bit more. And also we are already having technical level exchanges with the NDC partnership, CTCN, and other similar bodies to learn from them because we realize there are so many questions for us that are coming up that they have already gone through. So there are some additional meetings also with such bodies planned where we can learn from their experiences. And then lastly, we have already heard we need to increase our outreach a little bit more. We will talk about this also in item 6D. But what we're already planning now is this information session for the liaisons. We have some more LDC and SIDS workshops coming up. Carolina already referred to writing clinics to really work and support the proponents or the requesters a little bit more in terms of what are the specific needs and capacities that we can support. And then we already heard it also as a suggestion from the board. How can we leverage the membership to help with outreach as well and to support the development of requests? And I will stop here and hand back to the coaches.
Thank you very much, Secretariat, and I think it's very useful. So now, as promised, we are gonna break for lunch. So we are quite late in the agenda, but if it is agreeable to all of you, we will come back at quarter past two. So I hope you enjoy your lunch, and we will engage in the discussion later. Thank you.
Un, deux, 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 un, deux.
Yeah, now it's working. Okay, colleagues, could you please take your seats? Sorry for rushing. I know that you want to rest and discuss a little bit with your friends, but if we finalize the agenda items soon, you will have enough time to enjoy Switzerland also. I know that some people have been here for the first time. It's the first time for them, so perhaps they want to visit the city, which is very beautiful. Okay, so going back to the agenda item 6B, and considering that the Secretariat already presented or introduced the agenda item, I would like to open the floor for questions or comments. I would like also to kindly ask, inputs in terms of what could be the recommendations that we can have as part of the final decision points or way forward in terms of this agenda item. I already took note in terms of some of the recommendations that you made in the first session in the report of the Secretariat, but of course I want to hear from you if there are any additional ideas for this agenda item. So I open the floor for comments. Any views from board members, advisory board members? Camila, thank you for being the icebreaker.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, co-chair. I'm trying to get back in the heat of this and this sort of this after lunch. I just wanted maybe to be short, as I know we're short on time and a bit informal. I wanted to thank the Secretariat for this presentation. I'm very happy to hear how we are getting on with sort of a more structured approach to responding to TA requests. And I'm very happy that we are getting our sort of ducks in a row there and setting up for scaling up as more TA requests come. I don't have any comments that for decision item or other than taking note, and I'm happy with that. But just on some of the reflections from the presentation as well. Like in the other items, these are all very interesting topics, and we'd of course really love to have the presentations shared with us and information shared ahead as well on some of these items coming up. But I was just I'm slightly wondering how we are going to take on how we are going to be able to increase the this work as we have more TA requests. The example of Vanuatu seems very hands-on and going through every process. And I know that we are starting out and we need to go and make sure how this is going. But I think there's an opportunity for reflection, particularly on where are the areas or the moments where we really need to be hands-on and reviewing, and the amount of time it takes us to review, and where can we maybe be quicker or more flexible, or how are we preparing to make sure that they will not be bottlenecks when we have hopefully 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 requests coming in at the same time. And this is just a call for, it will be an ongoing reflection, but it's one of the things that I started seeing when I had that detailed presentation. So not sure if we have like a specific recommendation now, rather that we really need to start thinking of how we are going to make sure that these processes do not render us too slow and bureaucratic, while we keep the level of due diligence and reasoning with each of the proposals that come. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Camila. Now we have Gladys, followed by Alpha.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you to the Secretariat for the presentation. I would like to highlight, I have like 2 points, but the most important for me is to highlight the importance of having a decision point from this meeting that clearly addresses the urgent need to increase the number of technical assistance requests. So the Santiago network starts delivering, and request to the Secretariat to undertake additional efforts to support countries in the earliest stages of developing their technical assistance requests. And this is in line with my previous interventions in the previous agenda item, because we see the limited number of requests, and clearly this is not due to disinterest from the countries, of course. This is rather due to the lack of understanding of the processes, of their possibilities, or the lack of capacity to present a proper request. Notwithstanding the issue of the recruiting of regional coordinators and the decisions the board must make on this matter, many countries, especially those with limited capacities, face these challenges in identifying their needs, shaping their proposals, or understanding the process. So this kind of support could help increase the number and quality of requests for the network. On the other hand, regarding the experience with Vanuatu, I also take the words from Camila. I was going to suggest in the same line that we also take this opportunity to reflect on the time required for the matchmaking process, as well as the workflow and level of effort that involve in working closely with each country, and draw lessons from that for the future, when we hope the network may be handling this huge significant number of requests, in particular regarding the staff required for those tasks. And finally, I would like to welcome the translation efforts and emphasize the importance to have all these materials in all UN languages for the requests of the rest of the world. And also, I like to support the idea of keeping this topic on the agenda for future board meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gladys. Alpha, followed by Tetet.
Thank you, co-facilitator, co-chair. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. I have I first would like to acknowledge the great effort made by the Secretariat, seeing what is happening in the box that we are not seeing is tremendous, and I think we need to acknowledge this effort, and also appreciate the presentation made, and also in line with what colleagues said, I also appreciate the translation of a document, and I think the first point is we need to have the two presentations under this agenda item as a standing agenda item. as a standing agenda item under the advisory board because they are speaking to the heart of our business. When the two agenda items are not working, we are not delivering. The second point is I would very much appreciate and I would like to kindly request the Secretariat to for the next meetings to prepare, even if it's one pages, if a pages is not there, but to share in advance the presentation so that we can react and be prepared and collectively we seek options how we can improve our joint venture. It is very important that what is happening in this technical assistance process is communicated transparently. We have seen a remark made by different colleagues that the level of the appetite to engage, international institutions, international setting are perceived as very burdensome. And with this perception, we need to find a way to demystify and encourage countries to fully engage with a SN. And that can happen, and I think the presentation rightly alluded to is to provide a summary. We need to decrypt or decipher these guidelines. It's 32 pages. If you're not from this world, it's quite difficult to digest. I think we need to have a master presentation and the different steps we need to have in-depth presentation so that they are self-explanatory to help country engage and to give the secretary also the freedom not to get called or reached out by for information that are available. The second point is the timeline, and I'm missing that in this process. I will very much appreciate to see the timeline. And by the way, there was in the slide COP30. We are preparing for the COP30, but COP30 is not yet arrived. So what I'm saying is it will be very important to get a sense of the timeline. The call of proposal was made in December, and we are now in April. We are still in the process. And that's very important because in the strategy, what is missing is the rapid response, how we can, what is the role of the Santiago network by urgent climate extreme event, and the speed and the speed of the process matters a lot. And having said that, I also think I very much appreciate the plan to reach out. I guess the presentation, it will be very helpful to have regional presentations. So not to reach out this side of the time zone and the other side of the time zone, but to contextualize, because we are going to expect context-oriented, country-driven proposal, and the narrative needs to be accommodated to the reality of the different beneficiary or recipient countries. The last point that I wanted to say is that, of course, it is the duty of the Secretariat to do this exercise. And we are here as part of the institutional arrangement, the supreme body of the Santiago network as a board. And I think we will fail as a board if we end up arriving at COP, we have 5 proposals. We are all having interest to do that. And me personally, if you ask me how that process works, I've been in the decision-making process, I cannot tell you exactly because there are gray zones. And I think if we make the survey now, how you apply for technical assistance up to your disbursement, many of us will fail, me including. So the question is, how can we do that? First time, speed, and lastly, to have a self-explanatory, a very easy to understand, user-friendly interpretation of those guidelines, and to be made available also in the different languages for moving the world, moving down the road. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alpha. Tetet?
Thank you very much, co-chair. Okay. um, I'm just trying to recall the discussions at the fifth board meeting of the fund. I get the sense that there is insufficient clarity on the capability of the Santiago network to deliver on the full spectrum of technical assistance needs of developing countries. The FRLD board remains undecided on whether the Santiago network will deliver this role comprehensively or whether the fund needs to provide some support in this regard. So I think, the challenge is on us. We need to prove that we can deliver on our mandate. So until the provision of technical assistance under the Santiago network is scaled up and tested across a range of developing countries in every region to develop good practices for a range of contexts, the fund may continue to lack clarity on what, its complementary role with the Santiago network could be. So I think that would be some food for thought for us as we prepare also for the high-level dialogue, no? The Santiago network must proactively support developing countries to enable them to develop and submit requests, including identifying capacity gaps for accessing technical assistance and preparing requests, recognizing in particular the significant capacity constraints of LDCs and SIDS. Now, given the urgent and immediate needs across the world, all developing countries should be encouraged to reach out to the Secretariat in the initial stage for any specific clarifications regarding application for TA requests. So we're also expecting the Secretariat to facilitate communication and support, helping to prioritize needs and connect countries with relevant OBNEs. Furthermore, the Secretariat is expected to add more members to the team as soon as possible, enhance a streamlined process for inquiries, potentially focusing first on urgent needs, and engage actively with OBNEs. Now, I know I proposed earlier that there be a case study on the Vanuatu experience. I understand it could be, it should be case studies. We only have one and it's still in the pipeline. So perhaps some slight modification that you presented earlier that, we can have some collective reflection involving Vanuatu, the Vanuatu government itself on what could be improved in terms of enhancing the responsiveness to responding to TA requests. So colleagues have also mentioned about how we appreciate the translation to French and Spanish, but of course, we want to be ambitious and we aspire to have the documents translated into all UN languages. So maybe that could be a continuing challenge for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tetet. I don't see any other advisory board members asking for the floor. So now I would like to open the floor for observers. If someone would like to raise comments, questions, or add other views. Okay, no more views. Thank you very much for your inputs. So trying to keep the same modes of work like in the previous session, I just want to summarize perhaps some of the commonalities that I heard from you in this section and to raise some perhaps decision points or elements. So we just want to confirm that you are aligned with us as co-chairs and we will provide you textual proposals with those elements. So I think one of the first elements, sorry, I'm not organized because I think everybody was jumping in different kind of ideas, but one of the things that was raised from your side is the need that the Secretariat take additional efforts to assist proponents of technical assistance requests. I think that's one of the things. It's not only that countries and organizations and local communities approach the Secretariat to ask for requests, but the Secretariat can also provide some kind of support. So I think that could be one of the decision points for this agenda item, is to allow the Secretariat to undertake additional efforts to assist proponents in the preparation of technical requests, and also understanding that, of course, that SIDS and LDCs, they have already a decision that the Secretariat will provide them a specific support considering their capacity constraints. That's the first one. The second point that you raised during the session and since the beginning of this meeting is that the advisory, we recognize that there is an urgent need to increase the number of technical assistance requests. So we just have until now 2 requests. And the objective for this year, at least from our side as co-chairs and from your side as board members, advisory board members, is to increase the number of requests so we can start delivering. I think it's something that we need to raise as part of the decision point in order to use the resources that are available, and also to use the obvious, that we already have 50 members. So that could be the second decision point. The third one, which is quite repetitive, but we can figure out how to handle, is the liaison role again, because the liaison is not only for the obvious, it's also for the focal points in the countries, and to engage with them in order to have requests of technical assistance. That could be the third one. The fourth one is something that was suggested since the beginning when the Secretariat made the presentation in terms of the work done. It was an ante-TED complemented, but I think the idea of the case studies could work. I think the TED framed it once again, this proposal, in the sense that perhaps it's important to wait until we get different requests of technical assistance. I understand that the proposal made by, the request made by Vanuatu, it was an early stage. We were just starting to operationalize, and we can build on that experience, so we can engage Vanuatu, for instance, in the outreach activities, but at least to consider in the future to have case studies and build on the experience of those who already request technical assistance. Those are the main 4 decision points that I suggest for this section. And also, we can also take note of the support provided to Vanuatu. I think the Secretariat shared with us what is the status of that. And also, I think it could be useful to welcome the request of for technical assistance received from Iraq. I think that's important. So those are the main points that I want to raise for now. And I would like to open the floor again. I see Aisha, I will give you the floor. I just want to confirm with you that you can support these areas, and those are the elements that we will keep in our pocket for drafting the decision points. Aisha, followed by Matthias.
Thank you very much. Those who are online, sometimes it's we raise the flag, but it's not obvious, or the voice is sometimes not clear. So I'm sorry that I'm taking the floor now and not when you asked everybody to comment. So we really appreciate the comments made by all the advisory board members, and the work which the Secretariat has done, and the initiatives that Vanuatu has taken, and that's kind of a test case. And I hope that this will also provide us a roadmap that how do we facilitate this. And the network outreach strategy is also extremely important, and the Zero Draft and 2025 plan will help address capacity gaps and support efforts on loss and damage. However, with reference to para 7B, it is suggested that the Santiago network outreach strategy should also focus on the unique vulnerabilities faced by Asia-Pacific developing countries, which often include exposure to frequent and severe climate-related disasters and are among the countries most vulnerable to climate change, just like SIDS, and they have limited infrastructure and economic constraints. These vulnerabilities exacerbate their capacity gaps, necessitating similar assistance in preparation of technical assistance requests. So their needs also need to be considered. So I would like this to be added in the decision, which was referring only specific to SIDS.
Thank you very much, Aisha. And just to respond to you on the comment made, we will keep it broad, the decision point, in the sense that we need to expedite technical assistance. We are not targeting one specific region, but just to raise that we already took a decision, and it was not us; it was the conference of the parties that mentioned that they will SIDS and LDCs will get some support through the Santiago Network Secretariat in the development of the request of technical assistance, but it doesn't prevent the Secretariat to provide us support. So that's why I'm suggesting to have a specific decision point that requests the Secretariat to undertake additional efforts to assist proponents in the technical assistance request. So it's general, it's broad, it's not targeting just one specific region. And I hope you feel comfortable with that kind of language that we are going to provide. And we also took note that the comments that you made.
And okay, so maybe then the reference could be made that developing countries facing similar, challenges.
Of course, we can use Greek language, just highlighting to expedite the technical assistance for developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, some kind of language, and you will have the opportunity to react when we submit the decision point. Is that agreeable to you, Aisha?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate. Now I give the floor to Matthias.
Yes, and thank you, Angela, for this useful summary of points. And just on the last discussion on the countries, I think I agree with you, Chair, to focus on the Greek language and on the CMA and COP language on, including on SIDS and LDCs. You have agreed on that particularly. So on that point of the additional efforts, the first point, I also would like to mention the linkage to the other agenda item, which is the recruitment. Because the Secretariat now really works on a shoestring. And if we expect them to do additional work, assisting countries with coming up with TA requests, that's a lot of work. So I think that's an important point to emphasize. Then just on the case studies, I think in principle, yes, it's a good idea, but I would also concur with the view we first need a critical mass of experience. I mean, let's the Secretariat now work, get this experience, see what works, what doesn't work, where it can improve, and then, analyze after the appropriate time what can be done to even be more efficient and effective. And happy to look at the specific language of the decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Now I give the floor UNDP as an observer. Please, UNDP.
Thank you. Just some question or maybe also suggestion as regards to the first decision, and considering that there is a lot of work probably helping countries develop proposals, whether in addition to the Secretariat also network members could help in that process, so that the Secretariat could also reach out to some members to work with countries and communities to develop requests. Thank you.
Thank you very much, UNDP. I think it's a useful suggestion. We are going to have this outreach discussion, which is another agenda item. And also there is the proposal to have a committee or something like that that we need to consider if everybody agrees to have this. So we will keep that suggestion in mind when we go into that agenda item. So with that, I just want to summarize once again. So the idea is to have, I mentioned 4 decision points, 4 main areas, but I want to add an additional one that I forget to mention. But just to summarize, the first one, it will be related to undertake additional efforts to assist proponents for developing countries that are vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. The second one, the urgent need to increase the number of requests of technical assistance. The third one will be, the liaison and the relation to that between the liaison and the UNFCCC focal points in all this process. The fourth one will be the case studies. I think we already solved that. I think it's important to have this in mind, but perhaps it's so early to say that we are going to have one case study. So we need to build on the experience, but we can at least to mention that we can have future case studies and when we get more experience in terms of the request of technical assistance. And the last one, as was mentioned by Alpha and others, to have a standalone agenda. I think this is something that we need to continue discussing in each session, because we need to see how many requests we get, if we can provide additional guidelines, et cetera. It was a suggestion also made by, I think, but some of you and the Secretariat, that it's important to simplify the language of the guidelines to approach more parties and more local communities, et cetera. So I think we can add something along those lines. I think there is no any red line in that kind of suggestion. The idea is to, reach orders in this process. So with that, because I don't see any other request, we will draft these 6 main areas in the decision points that we will share with you tonight for your consideration. Just keep in your mind that the idea is not to add additional elements. So that's why I'm asking to you if you agree with them and if there is something missed. If there is no anything that you raise additionally at this point, those are the elements for the decision. Of course, you can come back with improving the language, but not new ideas. So that's why I'm raising that, just to ensure that we are all in the same page. And of course, amendments to the proposals are very welcome by co-chairs. So with that, I would like to give the floor to Estela, who will be leading the next agenda. Okay, yeah. So the Secretary would like to add some answers to your comments and questions. Apologies for that.
Many thanks, Co-Chair, and we'll try to be brief as well in responding to the comments. My colleague Christine will also support me in that respect. We hear several requests for having the presentations in advance, so we'll make every effort also to be able to submit those in advance. Some days in advance of the board meeting, we're endeavoring to have the documents 2 weeks in advance. In the case of the presentations, it will be closer to the board meeting, but we'll make sure to make them available in advance. Now, when it comes to the timeline, we take note of all those requests to make sure that we have a standard time frame when it comes to the processing of technical assistance requests, informed by the experience from Vanuatu, also to note that this is our first experience. So also that has an impact in the time that it has taken. We have tried to move ahead as expeditiously as possible, but at the same time taking due care of the due diligence. But the objective and the expectation that we have is to come up with a standard delivery timeframe that we can also ensure as we move ahead. We note also that on the guidelines for technical assistance requests, there is the provision as well to develop procedures for urgent requests, and these are going to be developed based on the experience gained during the implementation phase of the guidelines. So this is something that will be informed by this initial experience as well. Also to note, and also this relates to the timeframes, that the process for technical assistance is resource intensive. That's one of the major lessons also that we're learning now with the Vanuatu experience. A good number of us in the interim secretariat, supported by our co-hosts, were engaged in the process, and it takes a lot of time. This will multiply when we reach volume, and that is the expectation that we reach volume promptly. But also that has an implication in terms of the resources that we need to have to be able to manage that demand and also to manage what hopefully becomes a very dynamic and active pipeline. That is the expectation. As mentioned by Matthias, this is something that is to be considered also in terms of the resources. I will mention this also during the recruitment agenda item, because this is one of the areas that may need better resourcing as well as we move ahead to be able to accommodate your decisions. We will take ahead, and we hear you as well in terms of the decision point, the translation of the guidelines into more self-explanatory, user-friendly interpretations, and mindful also that we need to respect the content of the guideline, but making the language more accessible. So that is something that will help with communications efforts. Also, just to mention in terms of facilitating the request of technical assistance, that we have tools available in the webpage. We have under the section Our Work, that is in the Santiago Network website, detailed information on technical assistance and membership processes. And we have links to the guidelines, to the portal, and to the support mechanisms for those interested. So please visit our webpage. We will be very keen also if there is an appetite for us to host a session during lunchtime, so we can walk you, for those board members available or interested, or observers as well. If there is interest during lunchtime, we can organize a session to walk you through our webpage and show you also the respective places and links on membership and on technical assistance. Many thanks, and my colleague Christine will complement with some points very briefly. Thank you.
Yes, just very briefly to add, Carolina has already alluded to the streamlining of the process, and I mentioned it also in the presentation that we are having conversations with similar bodies, so that will also help us in the streamlining process. Other comments are very well noted, maybe just on also the reflections from one of our members, UNDP. The members definitely have a critical role also to play in terms of leveraging their experience and expertise and helping us also identify the needs and gaps. But we would also like to just remind everyone of the conflict of interest guidelines, where it's very clearly laid out in terms of the disclosures that have to happen in case there is support for a request, but also then the wish to deliver on that technical assistance as well, just to highlight also for everyone on that, but definitely the members should also support with their expertise.
Thank you very much, Secretary, for the clarification, and apologies for not going back to you. I forget to mention, and sorry for that, an additional point, which is the translation. We mentioned before in the Obianis, I think we should add a decision point here, welcoming the translation, which is key for all of us. So with that, I would like to close this agenda item and move to the next one, which is not the budget, apologies, is the agenda item. We're still in the same agenda item, but we go to the sub-item D, which is related to outreach and knowledge products. So continuing with this agenda, just let me highlight, as you already know, that Decision 12 CMA 4 Annex 1, endorsed by Decision 11 CP 27, sets out the functions of the Santiago Network Secretariat, which includes contributing to the effective implementation of the functions of the Warsaw International Mechanism, catalyzing technical assistance by assisting in identifying, prioritizing, and communicating technical assistance needs and priorities, and facilitating the development, provision, and dissemination of and access to knowledge and information on averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. Under this agenda item, we invited members to review and provide guidance on the Santiago Network outreach strategy. We have a zero draft and 2025 plan as containing document SNAB/2025/4/8. And in addition, the advisory board is also invited to take note of the concept note for the development of Santiago Network knowledge products as approved in the 2025 budget and containing document SAMB/2025/4/9. So in this regard, I would like to invite the Secretariat to introduce the Santiago Network strategy and the concept note for the development of the Santiago Network knowledge product. So Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Angela, and thank you once again. The advisory board members will be pleased to present the outreach and knowledge products. I will be supported by my colleague Animesh from Geneva as part of the support from our co-hosts, which is always very much appreciated. Just to note that outreach is a strategic enabler in the fulfillment of the Santiago Network mission, and we see this as a critical piece for operations, both when it comes to technical assistance and also when it comes to membership. We're presenting now a zero draft of the outreach strategy of the Santiago Network, precisely with this operational outlook. We hear also from Animesh how this is intended to address some of the points that you have raised during previous conversations in order for us to be able to inject that demand drivenness and facilitate technical assistance requests coming in, and also having a membership and network that is more inclusive. The zero draft connects and intersects also with other strategic pieces presented at this board, mainly the Santiago Network strategy, and also the Santiago Network Communications Strategy. We're also putting forward a knowledge piece, the knowledge products, and your feedback on this will be also very much appreciated. That note, many thanks, Animesh.
Thanks, Carolina. And as this is the first time I'm taking the floor on behalf of the co-hosts of the Santiago Network Secretariat, wanted to put forward our words of greetings from the co-hosts, here represented by Catherine Lichtenberg, the head of UNOP's Water, Environment and Climate Portfolio, my colleague Leanne Roper, Program Manager for Adaptation to Loss and Damage in Bonn, and I'm Animesh, as introduced, as the head of the Bonn office of UNDRR. In this presentation, we will cover two key topics. One is the outreach strategy and the knowledge products, both the zero drafts for your consideration. Next slide. So one of the key things that, next slide, please. One of the key things that we have been discussing here is in the context of both technical assistance on the one side provided, catalyzed by the Santiago Network, on the one side, and designation of the organizations, bodies, networks, and experts as members of the Santiago Network, both of which require an element of outreach. And recognizing this, the advisory board last year had approved, as part of the work program of the Santiago Network, the development of an outreach strategy, which aims to provide orientation on different sorts of modalities of access to technical assistance on the one side, but also building the network of members on the other, and overall positioning the Santiago Network on the track of its operationalization in the larger landscape of loss and damage. Next slide. Now, in terms of the strategy, what we have done is to identify different elements of target audience. So we done a kind of a stakeholder analysis and who are the target audience that we need to reach out to, and what are the different outreach channels through which the outreach needs to be made and strengthened. The first and most important on the side is the governments, the national liaisons on the one side, as well as the NFCCC focal points. The idea here is to reach out to the national liaisons and the NFCCC focal points to ensure that the requests for technical assistance are aligned at the national, regional, local levels with the national priorities of the country, and also ensuring that they receive proper information and how to communicate with the Santiago network. So to this extent, the Secretariat would propose to hold and continues to do so information session for the Santiago network liaisons. It's expected that such outreach will help countries identify, prioritize, and communicate technical assistance needs and priorities, as well as different types of technical assistance as appropriate to their needs and gaps. And also this will ensure a better understanding of the national governments on the different guidelines that enable these procedures, and while offering them practical information on development of demand-driven technical assistance requests. A key focus area would continue to be within these setup of national liaisons and focal points would also be the LDCs and SIDS. As part of the decision which was referenced a bit earlier, the Secretariat is required to enable access to and assist in preparing requests for TA from LDCs and SIDS. The Secretariat in that context will follow a very consultative process, including through the workshops for LDCs and SIDS, something which I'll come to in a short while, to identify and integrate the evolving work on this in relation to the topics on technical assistance. The third element on the government side are the regional organizations who do offer a window for multiple governments in a given setup. So regional intergovernmental organizations help Santiago network access and have an outreach to a set of countries or multiple countries through using regional organizations as a common platform. The second category of target audience are the non-party stakeholders, the non-governmental organizations and other civil society organizations. And this both again is in terms of a potential requester of technical assistance, because anybody can access technical assistance, but also importantly for them becoming members of the network. This facilitates a strong and diverse network of members with a diverse series of expertise that cover the full range of topics on loss and damage. It is expected that the Secretariat will continue to hold events and webinars to provide potential members or current OBNEs with an overview of the network, through networking events, so that the outreach activities could also be aligned with other initiatives of the network relating to OBNE and membership engagement. The third category of target audience would be a series of other intergovernmental mechanisms. For example, we already have very specific mandate through the COP decisions in terms of how Santiago network under the larger umbrella of the Warsaw International Mechanism will liaise with EXCOM, including through our communication and outreach strategy. The EXCOM is envisioned as part of the further development of the Santiago network outreach strategy as well. It also would be important to mention other mechanisms, of course, the FRLD, where it was mentioned earlier about the liaisons being established. The presence of the EXCOM members on the advisory board of the Santiago network, and participation of both EXCOM members and the Santiago network on the high-level dialogues on complementarity, coherence, and coordination do provide further avenues and opportunities to enhance the outreach of the network on the one side, but also speaking with one voice and ensuring coherence across different mechanisms. Also, we would be important to map. This is something which is ongoing in terms of the different constituted bodies of UNFCCC and Paris Agreement as relevant to the activities of the network. We have listed a few, but more to be done and as part of the zero draft. Beyond those falling under the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement processes, there could be other relevant global agendas and mechanisms under the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Sendai framework that was mentioned earlier, and also other relevant intergovernmental processes like those governing the LDCs, for example, the Doha Program of Action, those governing SIDS, like the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, the ABAS, as well as the landlocked developing countries through the Vienna Program of Action. So there are a series of different intergovernmental mechanisms which are core constituencies which might benefit from the outreach, and this mapping exercise will help target them further. The idea is that this outreach is not done in a standalone manner. There would be, of course, LDCs and SITS workshops that would be done. But the idea is to do it more through leveraging existing mechanisms of different processes, existing events, forums, and channels, rather than holding standalone events, except in circumstances like the LDC and SITS workshops. This is also done to ensure higher outreach to the target audience, but also ensuring that we minimize on the cost implications of doing so. So apart from these regular meetings with the governments, leveraging the meetings of the governing body or bodies like the COPs and the subsidiary body meetings, other events like the regional platforms, climate weeks, and so on would also be important in terms of enhancing the outreach of the Santiago network. Thanks. Next slide, please. So the idea here is basically to enhance the awareness, not only the awareness on the Santiago network through these outreach events, but also ensuring that in the process, the capacities of the counterparts are also enhanced. For example, the LDC and SITS workshops, which are being planned, one already been conducted, which I'll present in the subsequent slide, would also be an opportunity to conduct kind of a right shop so that the participating countries can start working on proposals from their respective countries. So the modality of the workshop would be such that they first identify the capacity gaps, look at the larger context, and start working towards developing some concept notes in a right shop model so that the technical assistance can further be catalyzed. So that's one thing which is something which we can harness the workshops for. So beyond outreach, also for capacity building. Needless to say that once as we move forward on the strategy on outreach, it will be fully aligned with the communication strategy, the membership engagement plan, and the knowledge products, which will be soon be developed. The regional presence of the Secretariat is very key to ensure the outreach of the Secretariat. As I already mentioned, the resource efficiency is key, and while doing so, we'll assess the effectiveness of outreach. So the learnings coming out from these outreach events are used to further refine the strategy on an iterative manner. You might have seen in the document that an outreach plan for this year has already been developed. It's meant to be a live evergreen document, which will be continuously updated so that you have a sense on which are the events and mechanisms that the Secretariat would continue to reach out to. Next slide. Now, just a very quick glimpse on engagement on the LDCs and SIDS. The first workshop was held last year in September as part of a week-long Pacific Resilience Week. And this was done back-to-back with other workshops, including on comprehensive risk management and climate mobility on demand from the regional organizations. And that was a good context-setting process for the Santiago network to be better informed. We had 14 small island developing states in the region represented. A few of them are also LDCs. And the operative guidelines of the Santiago network were shared with them and further details provided. Next slide. So just to give a glimpse of what came out of this workshop, were several areas that the countries identified as potential for technical assistance, including access to finance, better data, policy strategies and frameworks, which is something you also see as part of the Vanuatu proposal, more guidelines on loss and damage, assessments on slow onset event and non-economic losses in particular, and so on, early warning systems and displacement. So those are just indicative topics that the audience participating in the workshop identified, and the idea is to follow it up further to ensure that the countries do receive more guidance and outreach in terms of ensuring that these turn into requests for technical assistance. Next slide. The idea is now we follow it up with the next two workshops. One is being planned in a discussion with the government of Senegal for Africa. most likely right after the subsidiary body meetings, and the other one being planned in the Caribbean cluster, which is further to be discussed. We would continue to liaise and consult very closely with the LDC and SITS representatives on the advisory board to take this discussion forward and plan ahead. So with this, I would also wanted to point out to a series of other outreach events that were done, for example, at the regional platforms, which was referenced earlier. Many of the advisory board members have participated in these regional platforms. Rashid was there in the Kuwait one, Tetet was in Philippines, and those regional platforms and other such events will continue to be the case to enhance the outreach and visibility of the Santiago network. Next slide. So with that, I will move to the second segment of the presentation, which focuses on knowledge products. It was very interesting in the previous segment of the discussion that some ideas that were being moved forward are already part of the discussion on knowledge products. So it's good to see that the thinking that we have are very much shared in the room. In terms of the functions, just to recall them in terms of what Santiago Network was mandated to do, a couple of them are very much related to building of knowledge. For example, the Santiago Network, among its functions, is required to facilitate the development, provision, and dissemination on access to knowledge and information for a wide range of topics relevant to averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. And these functions are not meant to be done in standalone manner, but meant to further strengthen the operationalization of the Santiago network, both in terms of technical assistance delivery and its catalyzing, but also enhancing membership through better implementing partners. So these knowledge products, which again are part of the approved knowledge work program and the budget, aim to provide better learning, knowledge sharing, and capacity and policy interfaces on some identified topics, at the same time offering more information and analysis that support the network operations. Next slide. So again, we have identified different sets of target audience on of these knowledge products. The knowledge products can be further shared with them more in terms of an open manner, but also targeted. We have identified a set of different types of knowledge products, and each knowledge product could be one or a combination of these indicative categories. For example, we have the thematic reports that provide information on the network, including regional findings, recommendations on the identified themes based on the activities and outreach of the Santiago network. There could be policy and issue briefs that can provide more concise summary of information that can help our target audience understand and likely make better decisions about capacity gaps and measures to address them. There could be potential technical and working papers to cover very specific topics relevant to capacity development. We also mentioned about the case studies and good practices, which provided documented evidence of the activities and also the impact of the network, and also practical guides like the how-to guides, which simplify the existing guidelines in simple, understandable, practical way. So to assist Santiago network stakeholders and also potential proponents in terms of facilitating technical assistance. So the dissemination can be done both in terms of the open manner, but also targeted to different audience which have been identified. The proposal is also to make it as collaborative as possible, including harnessing the expert groups of the ExCom, also working closely with different specialized bodies and networks, many of who are also members of the Santiago network. So the idea is to go for a whole of community of practice approach for different identified topics. Next slide, please. So we also have proposed and thought of some potential themes of the first range of knowledge products. One is to building upon the outreach activities, regular liaison with different stakeholders and countries to map the different levels of capacity gaps that the countries face. in different developing countries, including LDCs and SIDS, in terms of averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. And this document or this publication could inform the general understanding in terms of what are the kind of capacity gaps that exist in the domain of loss and damage to be able to replicate existing good practices in terms of addressing them. A second potential product could be a how-to practical guide, which was just discussed in the previous session on simplifying existing guidelines to provide a toolkit for the countries to better use, to members to, or OBNEs to become members, for example. So that's another option that we could think of. A third one is potentially to unpack the catalytic impact of technical assistance in terms of better access to finance and technology. And the idea is that perhaps this could be done as a joint product with FRLD on finance and with CTCN on technology. So those are some initial ideas, and the guidance would be very much appreciated on this. I think that's the last slide. Yep, thanks a lot. Back to you, Caroline. Back to Chair.
Thank you very much, Animesh. So thank you for that presentation. I think it was useful to share how the Secretariat is thinking to provide additional support. So with that, I would like to open the floor for this agenda item. Please feel free to ask the Secretariat additional information if it is necessary on the Santiago Network outreach strategy, because we have a draft. Of course, just to raise that this draft is not going to be adopted at this session. So you will have the opportunity to engage during the intersessional period. Just to clarify that, because perhaps, some of you are just looking this document at first, and it will be important to digest that. And I just want to bring this to your attention, and don't feel that we are, rushing in terms of the adoption of this document. And also, I would like to invite you to react on the proposal that was made since the beginning by Camila, supported by others, in terms of having a champions group or a task force related to outreach. This proposal was made in the agenda item related to the OBNEs. But considering that this agenda item is broad, it's not only the OBNEs, is dealing with the outreach in general terms. So I would like to hear your views on that proposal, or how we can handle with that, particularly because we want to reach an agreement in terms of how to frame the decision point if it is needed, of course. So with that, I would like to open the floor to Camila, who was first, followed by Akio, followed by Matias. Camila.
Hi, thank you. I'm not sure if I was actually first, but I am happy to be the icebreaker for these sessions, but and to point out that I think there are hands as well online. Okay, perfect. But happy to go if you still. Perfect. So first of all, thank you so much for this document and for this presentation. I was very happy to see so much progress on outreach, on knowledge product, and on communications. I think these are key issues of the network as we're growing. I will acknowledge that I was a bit reviewing the document and not having had that much sort of access to the preparation work behind it. I think we have the outreach strategy, the communication strategy, and the knowledge product concept note, and they speak to similar things, and sometimes they're not entirely aligned. I have some comments specifically on this. I think there can be some streamlining between these three documents, particularly the outreach and the communications ones, of which I think, aside from the identity line, and that we can go on communication, all of the rest of the communication strategy is actually an outreach strategy, and all of the issues here on outreach depend absolutely on communication strategy. So I think maybe we can have like just a visual identity, which is the first part of the communication strategy, and then maybe the second part of the communication strategy and the outreach be one, because I think there's a lot of overlap. That can be sort of streamlined there. I had sort of prepared some notes in different sites, but because the presentation was slightly different, I apologize if I'm going a little bit back and forth. But I'm really happy to see that strengthening in here on the things. And I think some of the clarities that I'd like to have is on next steps, both on your approach, co-chair, you're saying we're not approving these now, but these, unlike other ones where the documents present an approach for reaching an agreement, I'm not seeing this here, but also on the documents themselves. I had a lot of questions that were raised when I was reading, particularly the knowledge products concept note, which is an important reflection on how we deliver on this crucial function. But I had concerns in terms of target audience. I think particularly in the knowledge product one, it's really not granular. It's a bit more granular in the outreach one, but I think amongst the three, my pick is on the communication strategy one, where I think they've done, or you've done, Secretariat, a really good job at defining all of the different types of audience, because I think developing countries, as it is in knowledge products, is not a monolith. And there are various actors involved in the networks towards delivering TAs, both government authorities, both local authorities that are not necessarily government, and local communities, as well as local OBNEs, developing countries, and the private sector, which I think I didn't see in many of those, but presumably we're also working in private sectors, and that's a slightly different approach. And clearly identifying these will help us not just identify the messages that we're doing, but also the types of knowledge products that we want to see. So of those, I think I'd go with the communication strategy one. I think I'd want to see more insistence on dissemination. This has been consistently one of the challenges pointed out for knowledge products developed under the XCOM. They are not being clearly disseminated. So I would like, and as well, this is why links between the communication strategy was identified, innovative uses of how we're using our members, and I think for dissemination, some of that should be either combined or be put here, but I think a lot of the emphasis should be put in dissemination. We already have, and on link towards the XCOM, the XCOM has produced a lot of knowledge products. I think it's a lot for the Santiago network to choose which ones to disseminate, but we could think of a decision where we ask our XCOM liaisons to the advisory board to task the XCOM to ask them to do a selection of the knowledge products that they've produced over the past 10 years to tell us which ones are the ones that are still up to date and which ones are the ones that are relevant to the work of the Santiago network that we might want to disseminate, because I think that they might be best placed to do that work, but there's a lot that already exists there. So that could be one of the decisions we see here as well. I think on the types of knowledge products that we saw there, I really appreciated the diversity, but I think there's an issue sort of linked with the process of how we're doing this, which isn't clear to me in this thing, which is who is doing the drafting? Are we going to be doing it ourselves? Are we going to be hired? Like, what are we envisioning as a process for this? How are the topics being selected? And I had this question written down before we had this presentation where we had some sort of reflection for topics. And I think it would have been really useful for you to flag, we want your help in this, which I think it is, but also how are we involving the network in selecting these, and how are these reviewed and validated? And this is really important because the Santiago network is a constituted body of the UNFCCC and is a part of the WIM. So any knowledge product that go out with an SN logo must be aligned with the Paris Agreement and the Convention. And as we have seen in lessons learned in XCOM, we have different types of documents. In XCOM particularly, they differentiate between type ABC, which is a document that's fully XCOM and means this is an XCOM endorsed document and it is our wording, and when we publish this is the WIM talking, or documents that are more flexible, that from some organizations that are members of expert groups, but had some sort of approval from ExCom or documents that we just sort of share. And that is a really important distinction that the ExCom has had to do precisely because of what it means to have the Santiago Network logo and that seal of approval. It means this is a document under the Convention and the Paris Agreement because we are a constituted body. So I don't see in these documents any reflections as to how we are going to be doing that process. And how we're going to be selecting these topics. I also like to react to some of the comments that were asked around the engagement on SIDS and LDCs, both during the last agenda item, but linked here and then in the chat. And I'm very happy to see on engagement the workshops on SIDS and LDCs, and as this seat, that is a priority for us, and I would like a decision that speaks as to when we are planning them. But I also agree that the mandate that we had is for supporting SIDS and LDCs in preparing TA requests, whereas here on this outreach document is speaking of SIDS and LDCs in language that is slightly different to that and more broadly. And I think the SIDS and LDCs as such is not I think it's on target audience, and then all other developing countries are not. I think there can be some streamlining because the SN is for all developing countries. What is specific for SIDS and LDCs is how we are supporting them to prepare TA requests. And I'm keeping, I believe, my interventions on that for the Santiago Network strategy, which is where it sort of more exactly fits in. But here I definitely want to see that reference to those workshops. And in response to some of the question, these are pending workshops since 2023, so it's past decisions that were already made as parties. And finally, sort of on ways forward, I've asked about how we are adopting this, and happy to fall back. I think at least when I proposed it in the other agenda item on Champions Group, it was more specific, maybe a working moment for a period of time just on OB&Es. I'm happy for the board to reflect more generally on what are the Champions Groups or the task forces that it needs to set up. I definitely see the linkages between the work on OB&Es and here, and definitely happy to explore a more broad outreach and communications Champions Group. But I do think that maybe we can have some time to discuss exactly what might go there. I do believe that there is a need for intercessional work, but I've heard some of the concerns from some colleagues as to what that might look like. So in your hands, co-chairs, if you want us to maybe react on this immediately, or if you want us to think of ways in the corridor, so through the night, to see how we look at these more holistically, so we reach a decision that actually empowers both the Secretariat and the board to work intercessionally and advance on these crucial issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camila. Now I would like to give the floor to Akio, followed by Matthias.
Thank you, co-chair. First, as mentioned by Camila, so at this time, Secretariat has provided a lot of documents related to strategies. And so this is a kind of specific strategy focused on outreach. There are other strategy document on resource mobilizations. It's a core strategy document. So in this sense, it is important to, it's a minor thing, but coherence of the language is very important, as mentioned by Camila. For example, I find that their language on developing countries vulnerable to impacts by climate change or something, and or OpenEase members or OpenEase or Santiago Net members. So there are some, they need a coherence, I think. Now let me talk about outreach and knowledge products. This is a link to the previous session. It is very important tool to catalyze technical assistance. But I think it's very important to broaden the scope of the network or an ecosystem of Santiago network related to loss and damage. Not just focus on the Openese members, but look for various wider range of stakeholders, including private sector and local governments, both in developing and developed countries, as I mentioned. Then about knowledge products. So from this context, it is very important to strengthening a partnership with our partners, or UN, including XCOM or other types of organizations, our networks, and also non-UN bodies. Since, for example, these types of knowledge products, for example, case studies, they're owned by a lot of organizations who are engaged in climate change adaptation or disaster risk reduction. Then this is, it is my finding when participated in the workshop on XCOM last year. And there are a lot of eminent, brilliant experts talking about the loss and damage related matters. Which exists in the climate change adaptation disaster risk reduction policies. So these kind of communication with XCOM will expertise, incentivize the interest of these stakeholders for collaboration with us. So I think it's better to promote this collaboration. And also, and the annual report of 2024 clearly encouraged themselves, our Santiago Network Advisory Board and XCOM, for collaboration with each other on outreach and communication. So this is very, very important. Then go to the outreach strategy. As I repeated, it's very important as a target audience to wider the scope, in what I mentioned, to various stakeholders. Then also about, I'd like to touch upon the paragraph 25, the Secretariat to ensure resource efficiency in implementing the activity, leveraging existing events, forums, and channels, rather than holding standalone events. I fully support this. Then I think it is important that the result of the event would be shared, feedback to Openese members on focal points. That will have produce potential tangible outcomes for the next action. Then sorry, wait a minute. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Akio. I would like to give the floor to Matthias, followed by Gladys.
Thank you. Thank you, Angela. I'll start with the outreach strategy. For us, for me, this is really a key, one of the key documents of this session, of this meeting. As we know at this stage, I think I won't come back on the importance of growing the network and on handling TA requests, which and at this specific moment where the Santiago network is in a growth phase. So outreach for that purpose is critical, and it would be good that we can provide as a board with the clarity of our expectations in terms of outreach by adopting this strategy in this meeting. Then I just some more specific comments on the intergovernmental mechanisms. I think these are key, but there are many. And as we all know, some are more dynamic than others, and some are more relevant than others. And I think here, I mean, obviously some of them, like the WIM XCOM or the FRLD or the Sendai process, is obviously central for the Santiago network to engage and to outreach, but others are perhaps a bit less. So their meetings are bountiful, as we know in our space, in the climate space. So really, just my call, please prioritize because time goes by quickly by attending meetings. Good suggestion, of course, of making use of existing events. Then particularly with regard to the fund and XCOM, I think also important to think about the common communication, to seek synergies on the communication channels, also during events, perhaps have common presentations, and with the fund specifically, I think also important in communication, in outreach, to clarify the complementarities between the Santiago network and the fund, that there is no competition, but they have different respective roles. And I think perhaps some stakeholders are still not really clear what these respective mandates and functions are. Then I was there again in for the intergovernmental government process. I was wondering the co-hosts, and specifically UNDRR, as UNDRR is also attending a lot of events, how UNDRR as a co-host will support in that outreach work. And then coming back to the point, Angela, that you've asked us to react on this champions group task force. I think it's really important for members to be supportive in outreach, both for in terms of OP&Es and the technical assistance piece. So that principle is clear in principle to me, but yeah. I think we have to think through also as we heard all the suggestions about possible sub-entities or committees or whatever they call of this board, to have a good view on what is proposed in a comprehensive fashion, and also we have to be very cognizant that sub-entities of the board, they might also have to be serviced by the secretariat. So it's also that's resource intensive, work intensive. So if it's if such like this champions group, for instance, is really on a strategic high level level, but not getting into operational business of the secretariat, then perhaps it's something we can contemplate. But otherwise, I would be hesitant. Okay, so now on the knowledge. Knowledge is a key mandate, of course, of the Santiago network. And I think it's important to advance these products. At the same time, for me, frankly, if I have to think through about sequencing as well, and about where we put more emphasis for the time being and versus others, I think the technical assistance piece for me is really where the Santiago network is the only kid in town, is the only clearinghouse, if I can call it like that, for technical assistance. Nobody else is doing that. And they're also linked. When once the Santiago network does more technical assistance, it will gain knowledge. It will have really have access to experience in countries on the ground, and this can inform knowledge generation. So I'm not saying Santiago network should not engage in knowledge generation. It has to. It has the mandate. But I think technical assistance for me is really now the key priority. And then within the knowledge mandate, I think it's key also to prioritize, to leverage what others are doing, the members, the OB&Es, the WIM expert groups, as Akio also mentioned. They do a lot of work, and And this has to be coordinated, I think, through the co-chairs as well, that you have this role to liaise with the ExCom. Also, the fund for responding to loss and damage, of course, will have a knowledge product. So they're in the interest of making the most efficient and good use of resources, really prioritize and leveraging also the work of members. And yeah, I had a similar question to Camilla, who is actually, who is at the end of the day doing the legwork for those knowledge products, who is elaborating those. And as far as the selection of topics and on publishing and so on, I think we should also leave a certain healthy discretion to the Secretariat. I know, like, for instance, in the Adaptation Fund, the Secretariat sometimes also by its own initiative, because it knows it's important to members. It knows there is demand by countries, also decides to do a knowledge piece and then publishes and presents it. So I think this kind of flexibility should also be there. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthias. We have Gladys, followed by Samuel.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you, Secretariat, for the presentation of this agenda item. I think communication and knowledge products are very important. So I'm happy that we are advancing in that matter. But for me, the main thing here is to avoid duplication with the work already being done, in particular by the ExCom. I think it's essential that we build on what already exists. We must keep in mind that all the resources of the network, both human resources, financial resources, should be primarily focused on delivering technical assistance on the ground, with real and tangible benefits for developing countries and the communities, of course. So any knowledge product should serve this purpose directly and should be specific and add value. And we should prioritize the specific work of the network. And for example, I'll give you some examples that I can think now. It's like support the presentation of adequate proposals, access to assistance, and the implementation. So, for instance, what I saw there, the policy briefs on many matters relating to avoid, minimize, and address loss and damage. We can already find this in the ExCom. So we can see there prioritize with kind of products we want to release, for the benefit of the core function of this network that, as Matthias has said, is very specific and we don't find anywhere else. So we should focus on the knowledge products that will effectively help us to catalyze technical assistance from my point of view. So in line with the comments made by Camilla too, also I would like more clarity on how these products will be produced, by whom, and how they will be validated. That's a key point. But I think these are questions we need to answer. And finally, I will be happy to discuss later on the matter of how to advance intersessionally. I think we have many areas we can plan work ahead of us, but we need to address this as a board. I think some issues, this is crucial and urgent, but to have committees or champions, etc., but also attending the concerns of some colleagues that have expressed their views here. We should see the whole scope of work we have to do and how we can plan the intersessional work so we can attend the most crucial issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gladys. Samuel, you have the floor. Samuel, can you hear me?
Thank you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Greetings from the United States. My apologies, I couldn't make it. Before I could round up with the logistics plan, and my visa just came in a day to the meeting, and traveling was not even silent for me as I did, because I was hoping I'm going to have probably a week notice before joining, but that wasn't the case. And this is the first time I'm taking the floor here since we started this meeting, and I'm so happy and extending my warm regards to everyone there. The contributions has really been very, very important, and I would just want to speak on few major things when when Animesh was making the presentation. So first is the target audience. Like Camila rightly said, the target audience are very important. Most importantly, I'll be grateful if we can revisit the target audience again, but this time around to be more specific on the target audience instead of being, let me use the word verbose, instead of being very, very objective. Let's be very, very subjective in the areas of our target audience. I know we may not be able to handpick everything, but I think during the document for the Obianese, guidelines for the Obianese, we are very as specific as possible. So we could be contextual in our target audience. And just like every other person rightly mentioned, LDCs and seeds are not the only target audience. We have other countries that are target audience. And beyond just countries, we have communities. Beyond just communities, we have groups, we have persons. So if our target audience will be very, very streamlined to this area, it will help us to be able to design our outreach strategy. And why our target audience are also important, that we include all these elements with specific language on them. We should also remember that the Santiago network is a network, and as such, we are not only prioritizing the need of government, but also prioritizing the need of communities, of youth, of children. We are prioritizing the need of every person who is a human, and also we are prioritizing as well the rights of our environment in the areas of conservation and preserving human dignity. Secondly is communications. The outreach, the communications and outreach strategy, Pamela rightly mentioned that they both work in pari passu, which is true, and also could be differentiated in some elements. Because when we look at comms, we look at language. So I'm hoping that in communications, we'll start looking more into how we can be able to disseminate our content. Who this target audience we are talking about, do they have language? Is there any language barrier? Is there any transcription whereby we can be able to provide language-specific context to our outreach strategy? That's why I said we need to be very specific with our target audience, because language is very important. We can't, the language, while we can be unified in the content, but the language we project is different. So I feel we should look into the communication aspects in the language specifically. And the outreach strategy, when we look at outreach, we look at the strategy, we look at community, we look at engagement. So in the outreach strategy, which also, looks into the preaching or the dissemination of those language, how are we doing it? Are we doing it based on our own strategy, or we have to do it based on consultation with the target audience? Because part of this outreach strategies that is being developed, when pushed out there without inclusive participation of the people it is meant for, we are only just doing it just to say, okay, let's fulfill our righteousness. But we should also have in mind that when we are pushing it out, there should be an element of inclusivity whereby the target audience also participates, also have rights of ownership in the area of active participation in that particular outreach process, because they are the ones that you are going to use to reach out to even those who are at the local level, who are at the very, very local level, grassroots. And we can always do this, looking at people who are leading frontline communities, who are the voice of frontline communities. I'll have a lot of, I have also stated this on several occasions. Youth voices cannot be silenced, but in as much as it cannot be silenced, but then they have a mass reach. They have a wide scope whereby their voices even extends to local communities, and they can also bring in local context to this strategy. So while talking about this, I will say that it is also important that we also consider liaising and collaborating with some of these organizations, some of these local organizations in designing the outreach strategy, because it is very, very important. So there should be a co-creation of this strategy. Why I understand that the consortium want to take ownership of this, which is very important, it is also very important that we also consider the people that this is going to. Is there any co-creation effort? And I feel that is very important. And lastly, I would like to talk about the knowledge products. This also reflects even on the first part I mentioned about co-creation. Why I recognize that there has been knowledge product from the WIMP, which is very, very important, that looks into supporting local communities, looks into case studies and scenarios, and even best practices. It is also very important that we recognize that culture is unique to culture bearers. This was made by Margaret Mead. Culture is unique to culture bearers. So also knowledge product is unique to those people. It reflects their needs too. So why we recognize that WIM has a knowledge product, it is also very, very important that we are able to scrutinize this knowledge product to know if it reflects the need of the people that this knowledge product is meant for. And if this knowledge product, if there is a way that we can also review this knowledge products and even invite those people for co-creation to know what they actually want and also how they have been coping, to understand some best practices they have been taking, to also understand the capacity building mechanisms they have received so far. So I believe co-creation of knowledge products is important. And why that is important is also important that we include our target audience in the co-creation of these knowledge products. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samuel. I would like to give the floor to Asia, followed by Alpha. Please try to keep your interventions short, direct, so we can get your main ideas for the decision points as well as the final outcome of this agenda. We are behind the schedule, so I would like to kindly ask you to be as fast as possible. So Aisha, followed by Alpha.
So thank you very much for giving me the floor. I also agree with the members who have raised the importance of having good outreach tools and knowledge platforms available for guiding the members to develop their TA proposals. I also agree with one of the suggestions that I think it's important that we discuss these things in more detail in intersessionals. And compliance and with the Paris Agreement is again extremely important. And an oversight is required that the tools which are developed are approved from certain forums. And although we really want to add synergies, but I think a lot of work is also happening in different countries by their development partners. So we also have to ensure that this is an additional work. It's neither old wine in the new bottle, nor a repetition of what is already happening. I think to ensure that we have to kind of set certain parameters that the knowledge tools which are developed are in addition to what is already happening. And I would also like a clarification that when we talk about OBNEs, what is their role in creating outreach opportunities or knowledge tools? And would it be helpful for a country to access TA if their own country has civil society organization registered as OBNEs? So we have to simplify things, and in the outreach, we have to tell members exactly that what will help them to access TA or loss and damage resources, because things are still not absolutely clear. For example, to access GCF, there was a process of accreditation. And at the initial stages, one or two organizations were accredited. I'm just giving you an example of my country. One or two organizations were accredited who were not even the most important. And now the most important 6 are in the pipeline, I don't know, for the last 5 years at least, and nothing is happening. So we end up creating organizations and then processes which are very, very cumbersome. So I think we have to be very clear that what is going to be the role of OBNEs in our processes. If someone can clarify this and, bring more clarity, that how can registration of OBNEs could help countries to access TA. That would be a very useful information.
Thank you very much, Aisha. We took note of the comments made. We have Alpha, then Gideon.
Thank you, Co-Chair. First, to support of the statement just made by Aisha on clarity and simplification, I also fully support the notion of co-creation of knowledge product by the beneficiary. So I will try to be very succinct to the point. So I think first I will appreciate the information that regional event will be used to work on concrete proposals, and I think that is very important. And perhaps we need to have a structured dialogue to invite the OBMEs in the region to stimulate matchmaking, that people knows what matchmaking means, and then also, stimulate the interest of certain OBMEs on the proposal that are coming forward. So in the outreach, I think while there are paragraphs talking about accessing to technical assistance, they just mention capacity building for countries with limited technical resources to develop quality requests. So what I'm trying to say that I'm a bit loose on that. So in target audiences, I think the document acknowledge significant capacity constraint, but doesn't detail specific mechanism to overcome language barrier, technical barrier, and connectivity barriers, as well as access barrier. The regional organization section doesn't adequately address regional bodies in vulnerable developing countries. We have initiatives like Africa Adaptation Initiative. Those are very catalytic instruments set up by the regions. There's no mention of how to address the power imbalance between northern or global OBMEs and southern OBMEs, and I think that needs also to be in mind. And in terms of knowledge product, I think the first point that I will say that the Santiago network, based on its mandate, should try to understand and have a clear overview about the different knowledge product produced by the EXCOM to avoid duplication, but to use the EXCOM if it's deemed as necessary because of the type of expert in the different task group or expert group to leverage their work. And in terms of knowledge product, I think the knowledge co-creation versus knowledge access, I think the document can be revised to acknowledge what Samuel indicated, the importance of co-creation, not only to have access, but also to actively participate in the creation of knowledge and information through a consultative process. I think the point of the practical application of a knowledge product is also important. So, and that's in the document, they said that access to knowledge and information need to be strengthened, but not only to develop requests, but also to implement practical solutions. So the knowledge product should be for the different range of approaches of loss and damage, try to pick good case studies and show best practices. In terms of format, the format needs also to be context-oriented. The vision does not acknowledge the diverse format of knowledge needed by different developing countries, while the knowledge product document mention audiovisual and interactive materials. So I think those are tools that are very helpful to disseminate information, but the context of knowledge products. So a knowledge product for Asia Pacific should not be the same like for Latin America, for instance. And I spoke about the relationship to the EXCOM. It will be important that we align with the EXCOM work with the bearing in mind the complementarity of a knowledge product developed under the Warsaw International Mechanism, while ensuring that ensuring coherence and reduction of duplication. And when it's come to knowledge direct implementation, I think the vision focus on the request process rather than the implementation guidance. And this is very important because the knowledge is a tool and the end is accessing to technical assistance. So the process is very important, but the end impact needs to be also fleshed out. And in terms of case studies and lessons learned, I think, again, the document mentioned learning from existing experience. No, the document does not mention the learning from existing experience, and but at the same time talking about case studies. And I think case studies and good practices are interlinked with existing experiences. And in terms of technical papers and analytic depth, I think the knowledge information in terms of technical and analytic depth is, from my perspective, a bit missing. And I think it will be important to include in-depth technical analysis and working paper that addresses specific knowledge gaps related to technical assistance and complex loss and damage challenges in different developing countries. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Asa. Gideon?
Thank you, Co-Chair, and I'll be very brief. I thank you, Animesh, for your excellent presentations. And this draft document is really very important, such a pivotal documents to increase visibility of the work of the Santiago network to wider stakeholders, OBNEs, and different developing countries. I think the document should really speak for itself to communicate specific themes, topic, and messages around the knowledge products. And I have some couple of questions like what type and kind of the knowledge products would be produced from this end, and how many themes or topics per year are you intending to produce, and how often are they produced as well? And is it produced because we would like to see a simplified, products, documents that can be, easily understandable by the different stakeholders, including those vulnerable communities, local communities, indigenous people, children, and women's. So the document should be simple as much as possible, so that those kind of products that will be, produced to be well understood by even a common citizen. In terms of dissemination, would like also to know what the process for dissemination of this information, what are the medium of, communicating these informations. We also would like to explicitly be more specific on the target audience. We have seen a number of the target audience, but we would like to see more groups being targeted, like indigenous people organizations, but also the children's and women as well. There's another issue around the engaging the right holders to harvest, like engaging the stakeholders to seek very specific knowledge. What kind of knowledge do they have? When you're engaging on children's, for example, like UNESCO, as maybe an OBNE member, what kind of information from the children, for example, what kind of information from local communities, what kind of information, specific information from the indigenous groups. So I think these are kind of information that or knowledge product that we would like to hear from you. In terms of the outreach strategies, you have mentioned about engaging wider stakeholders through the online. Be reminded that sometimes engaging local communities, indigenous people, sometimes internet is really a question, a challenge. So you really need to develop a sort of engages them from their respective area, like national level. You have mentioned like outreach for the regional level, but you might not find really those specific groups at the regional level. They are at the national level. So to what extent we would, strengthen the focal points, the UNFCCC focal points, and the responsible groups that are found in those specific countries. So that is another issue that you really need to address. And my proposal again is that since we are having the SBs and COP, UNFCCC have 9 constituencies. So you might think of engaging the constituencies during the SBs. We have so many caucuses where you will be able to meet different groups, and you'll be able also to get the right information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gideon. So I'm going to close the list of speakers. We have Tetet as the last one, and I will open the floor for observers. Very brief. Tetet, you have.
Thanks very much, Co-Chair. Thanks for the presentation of the Zero Draft. Really appreciate it. We do know that it's crucial to foster a responsive network that addresses local realities and national circumstances. So you mentioned in the Zero Draft that the outreach to UNFCCC focal points to invite nominations for liaison to the Santiago network has only yielded around 20 countries nominating their national liaisons. Now, my question is, it's not very successful so far. So what do we want to do about it? Because the national liaisons are very crucial because they will be the ones to align technical assistance with national priorities. So, all our ambitions about scaling up, expanding, etc., I think it will be greatly dependent if we do have an active and, energized pool of national liaisons. So what do we want to do about that? Secondly, on the knowledge products, while there are some knowledge products in the concept note that may be appropriate for the Santiago network to develop, there are some also useful elements that we can tease out. particularly the thematic reports containing information on the Santiago network, which can capture the rich details from the regional workshops. The advisory board must ensure that the priority of the network is implementation and should take the time necessary to develop this work stream to avoid duplication with the WIM-EXCOM. The Santiago network should prioritize coordination and complementarity with the WIM-EXCOM by identifying how the work of the Santiago network can inform the work of the thematic expert groups as they develop knowledge products and technical guides, particularly the EXCOM's expert group on action and support. Now, whether or not the advisory board agrees that knowledge products are to permanently remain under the purview of the WIM-EXCOM, we must also consider the financial implications of this work. Now, given the limited financial resources and the uncertain prospects for additional funding to support the operations of the Santiago network, including an expected rise in the technical assistance request and the necessity for financial resources for secretariat and regional staff and related expenses, the advisory board, we must assess timing and overall demand for this work and whether or not it makes the most sense for the Santiago network to deliver it. So, some sobering programmatic wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tetet. Now we have FAO or Emma Ram. Yeah, FAO.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So just building on Aisha and Samuel's points, we were wondering how OBNEs can support with the dissemination of the knowledge products. Because, for example, at FAO, we have a dedicated webinar series on SIDS. We're also facilitating national youth policy dialogues in different countries and regions. So we see an entry point there. And also just to say that we'd be very interested in co-creating knowledge products, particularly for responding to loss and damage in the agri-food systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, FAO. ILO is asking for the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair Mustafa Kamal. I'm Director of the Action Program on Just Transition at the ILO. I just wanted to make a quick comment on the 2 points the Secretariat has presented on. First of all, in terms of the knowledge product, just to express ILO's interest to be of any kind of support in areas that may be relevant to loss and damage. For example, there's a reflection we're having on social protection and how social security could be deployed as a policy instrument in the context of loss and damage. In the same vein, in terms of labor and human mobility. And in terms of the outreach, as you know, the ILO has this feature that we are a tripartite organization. Our constituents include workers and employees organizations. So I think that reach out might be also very useful with the unions, the trade unions, the employees organizations and their members. So we will be very happy to be of any support on that outreach with the advisory board and the secretariat. So thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, ILO. Are you asking for the floor? No. Okay. Thank you so much. So Nadia, as an observer, if you can introduce UNICEF, I think so. Introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I'm Nadia from UNICEF. As you already know that UNICEF was recently confirmed member of Santiago Network. We appreciate the quick turnaround on confirmation and highlight the disproportionate impacts on children which are often overlooked, must be critically considered. UNICEF stands ready to support giving the robust data through the Children's Climate Risk Index and on-ground network through its country offices. Our query relates to the first potential knowledge product theme, specifically mapping and understanding capacity gaps and needs at the national and subnational levels. In this context, we would appreciate further information on how OBNEs and key stakeholders will be meaningfully engaged in the development of this knowledge products, particularly as some such as UNICEF we have ongoing reach to the country programs, initiatives, and projects from which relevant data and insights can be withdrawn. So we'd be happy to support you in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have to say that I'm very happy to hear that organizations want to support, this process. And I think it's really useful to hear from you that you want to engage. And of course, we as AD, we need to provide you the guidance that you need in terms of how you can be part of this process. So with that, I just want to to invite the Secretariat to provide us some answers, but particularly if I can raise, it would be useful to hear from you responses or reflects on the Aisha comment, Samuel Alpha, in terms of how the OBNEs can be engaged in the process. Also, for instance, if you have some ideas in terms of the process, as well as the prioritization and the approval for the outreach strategy and the zero draft and as well as the knowledge products, so we can, get additional information that could help us to decide how to proceed with this agenda. Thank you.
Many thanks, Co-Chair. I'll provide some general answers, and my colleague Animesh from UNDRR will complement also, and we'll come back with more of the specifics. Just would like to start by acknowledging the great support that we have received from our co-hosts, both UNDRR and UNOPS, here represented by Animesh and Catherine and Lian. I truly appreciate that. There is a lot of things that we need to do, but the Santiago network wouldn't be that far advanced if it wasn't because of the support that they have kindly provided. So many thanks for that. Just in terms of the process, Angela, and also responding to those comments that alluded to the process, we are presenting this outreach strategy as a zero draft that is to be further developed. And also the suggestion would be for this to take place in tandem as the Santiago Network strategy is also consulted. You may have seen that in the context of the Santiago Network strategy paper, we are suggesting a roadmap. And we included a footnote also indicating that that roadmap can also be beneficial for other strategic components, such as the outreach strategy, communications strategy, and resource mobilization, to use that avenue to consult with different stakeholders, OBNEs being part of them. Thanks for the specific suggestion of using the SBs for that purpose. That is already part of the roadmap, making sure that in the context of the SBs, we have a dedicated session for stakeholders, and we can engage there with constituents of the UNFCCC. So that would be also the suggestion for the board to consider for these pieces to move ahead together. The feedback that we're receiving now will be helpful in further advancing the draft, but also a period for written comments is something that we could also accommodate your feedback after the session takes place. So we further develop the strategy and we consult as per the roadmap if the board wishes to move in that direction. That in terms of the process, some other general questions as well, in terms of how the knowledge products were identified. Many thanks for that question, because I think that's of utmost importance. These were informed at this stage by the functions of the Santiago network and also by the initial experience that we are gaining in this early phase of the Santiago network operationalization. When it comes to the functions, we need also to implement our catalytic role in technical assistance, including by identifying capacity gaps. By identifying those gaps. That is why the first topic that was presented by Animesh is precisely addressing the identification of needs. So we fulfill this function that is very much needed. The second point, the practical guide to the development of demand-driven technical assistance, that speaks to the issue that you have identified also here during the advisory board, that there is a need to create and incentivize and facilitate the demand. So we have more technical, demand-driven technical assistance. That is why we are coming up with that practical guide, the know how to technical assistance with Santiago Network, so we can effectively incentivize that demand that you are seeking as well for technical assistance to pick up. And finally, the access to finance and technology, that is one of the suggested topics, also is informed by our function of enabling access, and this to be informed also by collaboration with other relevant bodies, including the FRLD and the tech. At this point in time, to the points about who will take forward these knowledge products, what we would appreciate to receive is feedback and guidance from the board on the topics. So based on that, we can also come up with a plan with the support of UNDRR as well, in terms of who is best placed to take forward the development of those products. There is budget for that you have approved as part of the 2025 budget, and we can come up with a detailed plan on how those knowledge products are to be further developed. There were questions also about the support that UNDRR is providing. Of course, Animesh will further elaborate on that, but it is basically coming up when it comes to outreach on the three main areas. The first of them, the workshops for LDCs and seeds, with two of them planned for this year in Africa and the Caribbean, as mentioned in the presentation. Also, the development of knowledge products, and for that, we're seeking your feedback to identify the topics, and promoting and disseminating information about the Santiago network. And on this last point, we're benefiting also from UNDRR role and mandate as a focal point for disaster risk reduction in the UN system, and as the custodian of the Sendai framework. All that outreach that UNDRR has in place is beneficial, and has been so far also for the purposes of disseminating information about the Santiago network. And this is also something that we will continue moving forward in a collaborative manner. I stop here, and Animesh will address more specific comments. Thanks.
Thanks, Carolina, and thanks all members and representatives and observers for very constructive comments. I think we will incorporate all of them and take the discussion forward, because this is just meant to be the first zero draft. So the idea was to establish the what first before we go into the how. Just to respond to a few of the points in addition to what Carolina has already mentioned. One suggestion was, of course, the result of these outreach events which have been conducted will be systematically shared with advisory board members. And we have also been posting, if you look at the website of Santiago Network, the event outcomes are often posted, including the Pacific Workshop report and so on. But that also would be shared should be shared in a more targeted way. On the LDCs and SIDS, the outreach strategy is not designed specifically for LDCs and SIDS, but it is in line with the COP-CMA decision in terms of the specific support that is required for LDCs and SIDS. But the overall outreach strategy is for all the developing countries. On the Santiago Network liaisons, thanks to Ted for bringing that point. So far, there have been regular communications, events, webinars, and so on, and perhaps the forthcoming subsidiary body meetings where all the NFCCC focal points will be present. The global platform here in Geneva in June, where all the DRR focal points will be present, would be good opportunities to further enhance outreach to the liaisons, to nominate more liaisons from the countries. But I wanted to bring to the attention of the members of also a slight challenge from the Sharm el-Sheikh COP, which is almost 2.5 years old, and this liaisons. So it is a bit of a cognitive bias. If something doesn't come up in the latest COP decision, the follow-up is not so straightforward. This could be a recommendation that if it is somehow reflected in subsequent COP, because even the language of the Sharm el-Sheikh COP was only an invitation to the parties to nominate their liaisons. If the language can be further strengthened, perhaps that could be a very strong approach that we can build upon as a formal text as well, which could help taking this forward. In terms of this, Carolina already mentioned in terms of support from UNDRR, we will continue to leverage our existing convening role on a related topic, continuing to use existing events like the global platform forthcoming, the regional platforms where many of you participated. We are also there, apart from Santiago Network's presence, but UNDRR will also be there at the high-level dialogue on 25th April. So we'll complement our messages. Last year at the COP, we supported securing 3 official events on the COP agenda. We will continue to do the same this year as well. And we also would work closely with the stakeholder representatives on the board to further enhance the outreach to the different stakeholder mechanisms. There were a few questions about communication strategy, and multiple other documents as well, attribute to the whole being the Santiago Network Strategy, which will be subsequently discussed tomorrow as well. So all of this will then coherently be pieced together. The idea is not to make the strategy an overwhelming big strategy, but more of a communication piece, but the details of it would be found in different other documents. Again, the different documents will be made as coherent as possible. The focus of, for example, of the communication strategy is to provide more clear and consistent messaging for broad dissemination, while the outreach strategy focuses more on building relationships with identified actors and stakeholders. But the two complement each other. In terms of, as Samuel pointed out on the knowledge products, there are different categories of target audience, but as when they start coming together, perhaps we can look into the target audience in a more concrete way. And point very well taken that perhaps the way the target audience have been identified in the communication strategy could be used as the basis to do so. But the communication strategy focuses more on the dissemination of the knowledge product, while the knowledge products process has been identified in the concept note shared. It's very important that the knowledge products will build on the work that exists already. The focus is on how knowledge enhances and works as enabler of operationalization of the Santiago network. So the knowledge doesn't work in isolation, and that is where the topics, if you see proposed, are also following that line, that how do we, if you want to position Santiago network and fully operationalize it, how does knowledge contribute to that process? Our effort is to ensure that each instance of technical assistance is not seen in its own isolation, but contributes to the next technical assistance. And that is possible only when we build up a knowledge building process, so that each instance of technical assistance has something to share. And after a certain number of instances of technical assistance, we have knowledge on a certain domain that can subsequently inform and have a multiplier impact on technical assistance. And that we identify as a key element of catalyzing technical assistance, where knowledge and assistance, technical assistance, go hand in hand. In terms of the process of development, UNDRR will, of course, bank upon our existing internal technical experts working on different topics, but we also have the domain experts on different topics in the networks. I guess the liaison with the XCOM is the most important thing as of now, and we will further liaise and discuss further with the XCOM representatives on the board here, so that we can concretely discuss how perhaps building up a paper on such products as was suggested earlier, or maybe in the next XCOM meeting, if this could be a topic for further discussion together with all the expert groups, would also be helpful. The expert groups could contribute to these knowledge products, but also help in reviewing them. And the idea or good practice of type A, type B could also be a good way in terms of ensuring that there are very specific mandated knowledge products that inform technical assistance, but some members, the OBNE members of Santiago Network, may want to contribute through their own knowledge products, which some of the topics were identified like social protection, agri-food, children, and so on, which could be a contribution from the members, but they are not mandated. So that could be type B or type C. So the similar model to the XCOM could be followed, but the point being that we'll have to discuss more concretely on the XCOM. So, and finally clarifying that the knowledge product will not be specific, will not be time bound. I mean, they would be published and in place for informing further operationalization. So when we say knowledge product for to be proposed, it's not only for this year, it's for the time to come. So I just wanted to clarify a few points, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Animesh. I think you covered most of the comments made, I think all of them. But perhaps just from my side to raise two additional points building on what you mentioned. First, on the liaison, just to raise that we, as decision points, we decide to include the reference of the liaisons and the importance to encourage to have some kind of encouragement in that regard. But the decisions that we took in chairmanship, it was just one. It's not time bound, so which means that in any moment we can nominate focal points or liaisons with the Santiago Network Secretariat. So I think it's important to keep this in mind. It's not time bound, and there is no need to have an additional encouragement, but we can use, the spaces, the SBs, and the outreach strategy to work on it. And also, perhaps just on the last point raised by Animesh, the advisory. I want to inform the advisory board members that the ExCom has invited the Santiago Network Secretariat to join us in an exchange during the next ExCom meeting. So it will be a good space to raise all the work that that the Santiago Network is doing, as well as to create synergies between the work and also discuss the knowledge products and cooperation and coordination between the Santiago Network and the ExCom. I see Alpha. You want to add additional point because I already closed the speaking. But if it is okay.
For your indulgence on the liaison, I think we can make the request, but the point is there is uncertainty about what will be the entry point in our countries. We are working with 3 institutions. We have contact point under the ExCom. We have a liaison under the Santiago Network. What will be the next under the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage? And obviously, if there is, for instance, a national entity for Fund for Responding Loss and Damage, people will tend more to accredit these people. So that's why I think, as him indicated, it's not by chance that there was no recall there, because there was no agreement on the way forward. The last point that I missed to say that while we are talking about outreach, I tried to follow the meeting, and I have to register. It's after I haven't received yet the response to access to the meeting. I guess one of the practical way as a decision we can take is to have a YouTube channel and start actually video casting what we are doing here, because the outreach is very important, and that has to happen now, because people might be interested and they're not registered. So perhaps I'm wrong, but I can't find any link on that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alpha. Just to clarify the 2 points that you raised. One, this is live stream, so if you are not registered, you can watch the Santiago Network Advisory Board meetings through YouTube. It's the same in the Loss and Damage Fund Board. It's the same in the ExCom meeting. Just to raise that is, we are allowing different kind of actors and stakeholders to know and engage in this process. And on the focal points, just to raise that the Loss and Damage Fund Board decide to, there's a decision that raised that we can nominate authorities or focal points for the Loss and Damage Fund Board. But it is up to the country to decide how to handle with those focal points. If we just want to use the UNFCCC focal point for the 3 bodies, that's okay. And I think we as advisory board members, and we have a homework at national level to define how is our internal process. We cannot, mandate a country to say you have to establish 3 different focal points or just 1 focal point. It's something that you have to do at national level with your internal consultations and with the authorities that you have at national level. So just to answer and revert back in terms of the comment. So trying to, on the agenda, I'm trying to close this agenda item because we are really behind the schedule. I would like to propose some elements or decision points for your consideration, just trying to build on the comments made. First, I think we can take note of the draft outreach strategy as well as the concept note of the Santiago Network knowledge products. So we are just taking note. We are not approving any document at all. We are just, recognizing that we discussed this. That is going to be the first one. The second one is the option, and then I will allow you to react if necessary, is we will have the opportunity to submit written feedback on both documents. So it will be a decision point in that regard, that we can submit views, or you can submit views in terms of both documents. And we are going to propose some kind of deadline, but we can discuss in a later stage the deadline, because I don't want to entertain in that discussion. The third one is, of course, to request the Secretariat to further develop those documents, the two of them, the outreach strategy as well as the knowledge product concept note, keeping in mind the comments that you raised during the session. The fourth one is, all of you mentioned that we need to strengthen the cooperation with the executive committee, with the EXCOM, and in the development of implementation of the communication strategy, because they are working on that. So we need to have some kind of coherence between the work that they are doing there and the work that we will have under the Santiago network. That could be the fourth decision point. The fifth will be collaborate, of course, with partners in the knowledge products, including the EXCO, because we know that they're working on that, and also with the idea to avoid duplication, enhance synergies, it was mentioned by some of you, and maximize an impact and joint efforts, and as well as, if necessary, with the FRLD, with the loss and damage fund. The sixth decision point, it will related to, of course, I think it's quite repetitive, but took note of the comments made and request the Secretariat to update both documents. There is an additional point, the seventh one, which is related on the workshops. So we can add a decision point that, request the Secretariat to work or continue working in the preparations of the workshops in the African and Caribbean region. Something along those lines. We can see how we can frame it, because as was expressed by the Secretariat, they are working on that. So just to raise that, we need to work on that, and at least the workshop in the seats and LTCs, it was something that was adopted since last year. And the last proposal for your consideration, it will be in terms of the modalities of work, because you have been mentioning this, and I remember in the previous advisory board meeting, it was something that was raised by some of you. So we can add a sub-agenda item for the next advisory meeting under the outreach and knowledge products that that could be related with the modalities of work. So we can have a more detailed discussion, and also request the Secretariat to come back with some proposed process for our discussion and decision and next step. So we can organize that, because particularly on the knowledge products, most of you raised the concern that we are going to have perhaps some kind of duplication. Who's going to develop the product? Who's going to prove the product? Who can engage in the product? Who's going to be the targeted audience? So those kind of things we need to discuss. But frankly speaking, I don't think we can go in this kind of detail for now. So my suggestion to you is to establish an agenda, not a new agenda item, a sub-agenda item under this for the next advisory board meeting, so we can have a discussion, a detailed discussion on the modalities of work, if it is agreeable to all of you. So those are the main points for this agenda item. If someone would like to raise an additional point, or if you agree with this proposal, we will draft the decision points in accordance with the elements that I raised before. Camila.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you. This is a really helpful way to sort of summarize at the end. I have one point just on the ones you've mentioned now, and one point sort of on the approach more broadly. So on the approach, because I agree, but you've also mentioned at some points to avoid from bringing on new ones, but because we haven't seen any of the points you've said, and some of the items are really linked amongst each other. I think hopefully some flexibility to that when we see all of the documents. I mean, the message can be, please try to refrain from it if not absolutely necessary. But I think until we get some of the pictures as to what's being put where, maybe there are some things that need to be brought there. So just to highlight that so that it might not come as a surprise. And the other one on the specific points here, I wanted to react on the taking note, because this is a zero draft. I'm not entirely sure of what we would be taking note on. This is not a final document. Taking note is to reference a document that will remain and exist somewhere. This is not the case for either of these documents, as we will be updating them and their live documents. If we really want to reference the discussions, I'd feel more comfortable with welcoming the discussions that happen under this agenda item, and then eventually when we get final documents, we can endorse them or adopt them. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Camila. I think it's really useful, and that kind of reactions is that the thing that we're looking for. So we are not going to take note of the document. You're right. We don't have a final version of the document, so it doesn't make sense. And we are going to welcome the discussions. And on the, of course, I understand you are not seeing the decision points, so that's why we are going to give you enough time to look at the decision points, but at least the elements, which is the most important thing. That's why I'm raising if there is something missed in my intervention, so we can bring it back. But what I don't want is that tomorrow we will have elements that we never discuss. So if you're gonna bring a new element, it's something that we discussed during the session, just to raise that, because that's my main concern. And please, I kindly request also flexibility from your side. We are gonna try to do our best to reflect all views, and of course not to bring contentious positions, because this is not UNFCCC scenario. So we hope that we can build together, in a fast manner and friendly manner. Alpha, go ahead.
Thank you. As Camila was pointing out, it was the reservation that I was telling him that even though I agree with you that in the best case scenario, new elements should be avoided, and I do not intend, but I think with strong reservation that the fact that no one can bring new elements can actually make certain position exclusive. I think as agreement, there is no intention to bring that, but that should not be seen as a rules, because I personally have strong reservation if overnight I think something is missing. And it is, from my perspective, important for the Santiago network. I should have the right to bring that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alpha. Fully understood. And as I mentioned before, the idea is not to prevent you to bring new elements, but the most important thing is to focus on the things that we discuss here, not something that we never touch in this agenda item, just to give you an example. So I give the floor to Tete, followed by Matthias.
Thanks, Co-Chair, but just to propose a decision point. I don't know if it's a decision point, but regarding the encouragement, invitation, for the nomination of national liaisons as a critical part of our outreach strategy. I don't know how to frame it, but maybe the Secretariat can put the language to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tete. So we are going to look at it, how to frame it. And also because we are having reference of liaison in the previous decision points, in the previous agenda items, but everything is under 6. So thank you very much. And we will keep this in mind. Matthias, followed by Edie.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo Tete's point. I think it's of course, for each country to decide, if they want to appoint a liaison, and if so, if they want to have which ministry, or if they want to have a comment for the different fund, the ExCom, etc. So that's the discretion of every country. But I think it just will make the work of the network tremendously more easy when the Secretariat wants to contact Switzerland or Burkina Faso or Uruguay, whoever. if they know there's a person established, they can contact. I guess it will facilitate the work. Thank you.
Sure, we will keep the liaison as was mentioned since the beginning, so we have this in mind. And Edie, something to add? Or?
So far, I think it's not for me. We do not waste this time in discussing on that entry point or contact point. We already have a UNFCCC focal point.
Exactly.
And we asked in a COP decision to designate a loss and damage contact point. And all will go through this. This is the channel. So if we start discussing on other entry points that can be complicated, we now with COP decision say that we are going to go through this channel to reach out country and parties. So just use it, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Of course, we are gonna try to keep the language as was adopted in previous decisions. So we are not reinventing the wheel. And that's the most important thing, because that discussion, if it is a contact point or focal point, etc., is something that was discussed during the previous COP. So we don't need to engage on that again. So with that, I thank you so much for your patience. I know that it was a very heavy day. So our suggestion is to move to a short break of 15 minutes, and please try to come back punctual. And also try to keep your interventions shortly, 10 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes. Yeah, it was proposed by Edie, so I can go along with it. So 10 minutes, and hope to see you soon. Thank you so much for your engagement.
Because they all want the stuff from the signature. Yeah. How are you? Is it fitting or fitting? Fitting. Because you're right. But and I also that was the silent. Oh no, we don't want this. What? We don't want it. Yeah, not my name, not my name. Otherwise, don't just come. Ah, ada when my mom is here, she calls me by my full name. Yeah, I know. あ、そうなんですね。よく聞いて。That's why I like my very few people.そうですね。在り方の方には割と高ベネフィットという感じ。あ、そうですね。そうですこれですよね。まあそういう意味で海外なんか日本としてはやっぱりなんかダメをしていくよりは発展的の日本として国立は使っていくけれども、アメリカとかに付随したポジションを作るというこれでそうですね。最初の防災とか DR の観点から仙台テレマークとかも分かるそこから観点で入っていくまあ、アジア地域で、番組のごじゃがあるや、戦争やってる。で、なんか、コミュニティオーガナイゼーションとリージナルオーガナイゼーションで、 私のその一人でデベロップパートナー探してるから、サンティアゴネットワークのメンバーを見ても、コンタクトとかの、そうやって人生していけばいいのかなっていうのが。
あれ見ても全くわかんないですけど、
そうなんですよね。
そこはさっきも言ったけど、もっとデベロップ。
こういうエリアがパートナー探してるって言ったときに、実はその企業が、もうちょっとなんか終わるかな。
あとはあれですよね。残念も、なんか、
I have to jump in for the people.
I know how to
Right?
my screen.
Yeah, I know you're very agile in your screen, your keyboard. Okay, we all use our biggest screen now that it's like looking at a little window.
The better glass of the bigger screen.
Imagine. I agree with you. The idea is very simple.
そういう意味で、これから。
No, I think it's somebody from your group who remembers that. Then they take it as a very good recommendation. I agree with you. Very innovative.
Are you going to present or you want me to do?
Colleagues, could you please take your seats? Apologies for being late. Many questions. Trying to rest a little bit. Thank you so much, and thank you for running a little bit. Now I would like to give the floor to my co-chair Estela, who's gonna deal with the next agenda item.
Thank you so much, Angela, and welcome back to you all after the break. I hope you managed to refresh a little bit and get some energy. We had very constructive discussions and very rich discussions under the previous agenda item already. I think they will be really helpful for our engagement further in the week. We covered a lot of ground. But I also hope you have some energy left for the next agenda item that we will take before closing for today, and then we will see if we have actually time to open another agenda item before. But let's be mindful of time, and let's move towards the agenda item 11, which is the 2025 budget. So let me remind you that as per decision 12 CMA 4 Annex 1 endorsed in decision 11 CP27, one of the roles and responsibilities of the advisory board is to approve the annual budget of the Santiago network. At our third meeting, the advisory board approved two versions of the 2025 annual budget. The first was an indicative budget of $9,229,244 US. That indicative budget is contained in the document that you have in the package of meeting documents SNAB/2024/03/14 Rev 1. And that indicative budget was subject to the receipt by Santiago Network Secretariat sufficient financial resources. And the second version was the budget of $4,966,867 that was contained in the document SNAB 2024/03/16, which was based upon actual contributions that were received as of the 4th of September 2024. The board also agreed that the budget based on the first scenario will apply when contributions matching the budget are available with the Santiago Network Secretariat. Since the last meeting, there has been updates with regards to the contributions to the Santiago Network budget, and I would like to now invite the Secretariat to provide us with an update and an overview of the budget execution in relation to this approved budget. So I will turn it over to Carolina and to Ben to provide an update on the budget.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. We're pleased to present the 2025 budget. My colleague Ben Ford will be supporting me in this agenda item. Just to note that we will be presenting the update on the budget execution of the Santiago network. And this will include, as you have mentioned, the update on the contributions for the Santiago network as of this day. Also, the budget and expenditure for the Santiago network in 2024, and the budget and forecast expenditure of the Santiago network in 2025 and respective balance. I would like to know that these are preliminary figures. These figures still need to be certified and revised, and they will be made available more broadly also once this process takes place. But for now, we're presenting this in a preliminary manner. Thank you, and I hand over to Ben.
Thank you, Carolina. And as this is the first time I'm addressing the board today, I'd just like to introduce myself briefly. My name is Ben Ford, and I'm a program management advisor working as part of the Secretariat in an ad interim basis. If we could start, I'll provide a brief update on the contributions to the Santiago network as referenced by Carolina. Next slide, please. So when we last met with the advisory board in September 2024, the total contributions that had been made to date at that point was 7.2 million. That was the funding from the government of Spain and the government of the United States, which had originally been transferred to UNFCCC and then onto UNOPS on behalf of the Santiago network. I'm very pleased to present this updated figures, which demonstrates a significant increase in the contributions that have been made since that point, an increase of $33.4 million. And as we stand now at the fourth advisory board meeting, we have currently finalized contributions for a total of $40.6 million. In addition to that, we are still in contact with the government of Denmark and the UK with regard to a further $12 million of pledges, which have yet to be transferred into contributions, and we're hopeful that they will progress within Q2 2025. Next slide, please. This is a breakdown, both in terms of donor currency as well as the amount in US dollars from each of the different contributors. And as you can see here, that adds up to the total of $40.6 million. And as we would hope that will exceed $50 million if the other pledges are materialized. Next slide, please. In terms of that breakdown, you can see across the different contributors, it is spread relatively evenly, so we're not overly reliant on a single donor, and the contributions are between 2.8% from Ireland DFA to 27.5% for Germany. Obviously, that proportion will change if we receive additional funding from other donors. Next slide, please. In terms of the replenishment and how much cash we have received to date. Although the agreement signed of $40.6 million, as I was just mentioning, the actual transfers of funds to UNOPS on behalf of the Santiago network is done in tranches. To date, we have received $18 million, and we're anticipating, as per the schedules and the agreements, that we'll receive approximately another $11 million this year, and a further $11 million in 2026, with a small remaining amount for 2027. So that is the distribution of the tranches of payments as per the agreements that we currently have in place. Obviously, if we were to sign additional agreements, then those figures will change. Next slide, please. I'd now like to just talk to the 2024 budget. And an update on expenditure against the main budget lines within that. With regard to technical assistance, the original budget, which was approved in March 2024, was for $1 million, and that was revised down when the advisory board approved the revised budget in September 2024 at the third advisory board meeting to $500,000. As has been discussed in previous agenda items today, it hasn't been yet possible to finalize a technical assistance grant. Although the call for proposal for the Vanuatu was launched at COP29, and we have gone through that process now, we haven't got to the contracting stage with the preferred member. And so there was a zero expenditure against technical assistance in 2024. In terms of personnel, in the budget for 2024, this was broken down into two sections. The first was for the interim secretariat, and the second was for the permanent secretariat. Due to delays in the recruitment of the permanent secretariat team, we have seen less expenditure than anticipated against the budget, and only $150,000 was spent for permanent secretariat staff out of a budget of $360,000. In terms of the interim secretariat staff, we have spent $520,000 out of the proposed budget of $585,000. So we are still showing a significant underspend under the personnel budget line for 2024. That is partially also because for the permanent secretariat team, there are relocation costs which were not incurred in 2024. In terms of office management, just to reiterate that this was a zero in the budget because the Swiss government is providing the covering the cost of the office of the head office based here in Geneva, and so that is zero. In terms of event management and travel, this is made up of the travel for both the secretariat and to a certain degree the co-hosts, the cost of the advisory board meetings, and there was an additional $100,000 for the provision for the running of the SIDS and LDC workshop in the Pacific in September 2024. Again, we are showing an underspend against this budget line. This is primarily due to the fact that although we had included provision to pay for the full costs of the SIDS LDC workshop out of the Santiago network budget, in the end, this was by UNDRR, and so it wasn't necessary to cover those costs under this budget line. In terms of the advisory board meetings, these did cost more than what had been anticipated, and in the end, the total cost was around $240,000 for the 3 advisory board meetings that were held last year. In terms of travel, we had allocated a total of $60,000 for this. It was actually a reduction from the original budget from March 2024, and a reduction from $100,000 to $60,000 as a result of additional staff being attending COP29. We've shown a slight overspend on that of $70,000 as opposed to the $60,000, but nevertheless significantly less than what was originally planned at the beginning of last year. In terms of program knowledge and management, this is made up of the development and dissemination of knowledge products, the strategy development, and also the website design. You can again see what we have shown an underspend against this budget line. That is primarily because we didn't, as a secretariat, develop knowledge products which required additional costs last year, because both the interim secretariat and the co-hosts were focusing on the development of the guidelines that were approved in the 3rd advisory board meeting. In terms of the costs that were incurred, this was for the strategy development for which a consultant was employed, and also for the development of the website, not just as a website, but also in terms of the portals which enable both members and to be able to register. In terms of shared support costs, this is the provision of funding to enable UNOPS to provide financial, human resources, legal, and other support services to enable the effective functioning of the Santiago Network Secretariat. This is a fixed cost which has been incurred in full for 2024. We did not use any of the contingency budget line, partially as you can see, because there have been underspends against the other budget lines. In terms of the management fee for UNOPS, this is set at 4.18% for costs incurred by the Santiago Network Secretariat or UNOPS on behalf of the Secretariat, and 1% for any pass-through fee to UNDRR. Given the reduced level of expenditure for this year, as opposed to the original budget, you can see that that is significantly less than was anticipated. Similarly, for the program support costs associated with UNDR, which are set at 13%, because of a reduction in expenditure on their behalf, primarily because they didn't use Santiago Network funds to cover the Citizen LDC workshop. Again, this is significantly less than anticipated. So in total, for 2024, we are seeing an expenditure of around 1.2 million against the 2.24 million budget, which is an expenditure rate around 54%. Moving on to the 2025 budget. As the co-chair has already indicated, 2 budgets were approved in the September meeting last year, and in November, when our contributions exceeded the total of the 2024 and 2025 budgets, we immediately moved to this as being the approved budget. The total is 9.23 million, as you can see on the slides, and I'll briefly talk to the expenditure that we have forecast for Q1 2025. In terms of technical assistance, as I've already mentioned, we haven't yet finalized a grant agreement for the provision of technical assistance, so this still stands at 0, although we do anticipate that we will be signing that over the next few weeks, or indefinitely in Q2 2025. In terms of personnel, as has been mentioned previously, there has been some delays in terms of the recruitment for the permanent staff of the Secretariat. And so in Q1, we have continued to incur some costs associated with the interim Secretariat of around $135,000, with the remaining costs being for the permanent team, equivalent to around $200,000. In terms of office management, the inclusion of this in the 2025 budget was not for the head office, because this is covered by the Swiss government, as I was mentioning previously, but was for the covering the costs of regional positions, which were included in the budget to start in Q3 2025. And as a result of that, no costs have been incurred yet, and we're still pending a decision on the recruitment of those roles. In terms of event management and travel, obviously this is the first meeting of the advisory board for this year. Some costs associated with this meeting were already incurred in Q1, and so they have already been booked against this budget line. And there have been other costs for travel which have been included, primarily for the director. But we have not seen any significant expenditure under this budget line to date. There is provision within this for the SIDS LDC workshops, which were discussed in the previous session. And those funds have been included within the UN-to-UN agreement with UNDRR for them to undertake those activities on behalf of the Santiago network. For this year, in terms of event management and travel, there is a total provision of $160,000 for 2 advisory board meetings, as was indicated in the budget approved in September last year. In terms of program and knowledge management, and this links to the session that we were previously discussing, we have yet to incur any costs with regard to the development of the knowledge products, because as was discussed in the previous session, we're still in the process of developing clarity on the process, the content, and also the timeline for those. So there is zero expenditure against that to date. The costs that have been incurred under this line relate to the further upgrades to the website, which was also included in the budget, and also the costs associated with the translation of the documents, which have already been discussed earlier in today's meeting. In terms of the technical, the shared support costs and the technical support costs for UNDRR, these costs are spread across the year, and in terms of this forecast, we have just included them as on a pro rata basis, so 25% of the total has been included in this forecast for Q1 2024. In terms of the management fee, again, this is a percentage of the expenditure forecast to date, and so therefore we are seeing that at a very low level, 4.18% on costs incurred by the Santiago Network Secretariat and UNOPS, and a 1% on the pass-through to UNDRR, in this case for a member of staff who is working on under UNDRR but is working for the Santiago Network Secretariat. So again, in terms of expenditure to date, we are seeing expenditure of around $480,000 against the total budget of $9.3 million, which is an expenditure rate of around 5.2%. So that concludes my update on both the 24 and the 25 budget. Perhaps I can pass back to Stella as co-chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ben and Carolina, for the update and the detailed presentation. So with that, I would like to ask the members if they have any questions or any comments for what was presented. The floor is open to the advisory board members. Maybe just to highlight that in this agenda item, we are not expected to approve any budget. This has already been approved. You have seen there were 2 versions, and one has become immediately effective as the budget of the Santiago Network Secretariat has been fulfilled to the degree that was necessary. But we are taking note of the presentation of the update. We may be having questions or further reflections for guidance under this agenda item. So the floor is open, and I see Tetet followed by Alpha. So the floor is yours, Tetet. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Stella, and thank you very much, Ben, for presenting the budget and expenditures. No? I think it's imperative that the annual budget strikes the strong balance between technical assistance costs and other expenses, ensuring that majority of the funds are directed towards technical assistance. So the way the figures are there right now, it's not looking very balanced, to be polite about it. No? So that leads us to some reflection on how we should speed up our work in actually delivering technical assistance. Now, my question is, at the last meeting, we had a very intense discussion around the management fee of the host consortium. I don't remember anymore where and how we concluded on the concerns raised on the increase from the 3.76% to 4.18%. So the way it's been presented now, it looks very small. No? It's like 15,000. do you foresee that increasing in the next quarters? Because we only see the first quarter figures. That's why there seems to be an underspend in the management fee. So how is it gonna pan out in the next 3 quarters of the year? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tetet. We will gather the questions from other members as well. So I give the floor to Alpha now.
Thank you. Thank for the presentation, and happy that we have a positive balance from last year, amounting 1.028624 million. That is definitely money, but I haven't seen that in the budget of 2025. What is about the leftover of the budget of last year? It's not reflected there. The second point is, I think I fully subscribe with what Tete mentioned. To your consideration, I think there was a proposal made by our colleague Camila yesterday in the informal meeting. I think I will not introduce a point, she will make that later. But additional point that I wanted to say, I think given what happened last year and giving the unbalanced allocation between technical assistance for what we are here and the administrative costs, we should definitely think of having an agreement of value for money. And this value for money will cap. We need, as a board, to decide how much percentage should go to the system and how much percentage should go to the technical assistance. And then if that's the agreement is there, as far the value for money agreement, the percentage or the cap that we set is not exceeded, I think we can go along. But given the discrepancy between the original proposal of the consortium and what we have seen, and an increased budget for those who haven't had the chance to look at this proposal. The proposal submitted spoke about 5 million in terms of operation costs for the next, for the period of the first agreement. And now we are having 55 for technical assistance, 45 for administration. I think we need to think hard how we can solve it, because it's a bit unbalanced, as she rightly and diplomatically indicated. The second point that I wanted to indicate is that I would like to see a more granular budget. It's quite difficult for me to understand the underlying lines that constitute the different budget line that you presented, and the breakdown will help us to have a better sense of the reasonability of the budget allocated, and I think that's as part of the board mandate and function, we can easily ask that. And the other point that I wanted to say, in your proposal, in your presentation, you said budget planning and budgeting. You spoke about 33.4 million. That is what the agreement is saying. But that's what the agreement is saying, but at the same time, you are indicating that we are having around 10 or 12, I didn't catch that, that is actually in the amount. So I think as a board, it's very important to have a sense of the planning and the clause in the pledging agreement that we are having. I think we are very thankful for all the kind donor that provided resource there. But from business perspective, it is very important to know what is planned with the donors in terms of different tranches related to their pledges so that we can plan. Perhaps we have 9 million this year, perhaps next year we might have, because of the contract that we haven't seen yet, have a budget of less than 10 million. I don't know. That's one thing. So the question is to which extent you can disclose those agreements. I think as a board member, we have a disclosure, non-disclosure things, and I think it's not too much requested to get a sense of how our budget will be moving. As I indicated yesterday, normally if pledges are made, at least from our perspective, the pledges mean if there is an agreement. Last year we worked on the resort management framework, and then it turns out that those resources pledged are in tranches, multiple year. And noting that last year, I personally was not in favor of having any discussion about multiple year budget, because if we are talking about multiple year budget, we need to have projection against the technical assistance that are coming, and that cannot happen if we do not have a sense of how much we will be given maximum or minimum in terms of technical assistance. So having said that, I think we definitely need to have this certainty, and I think this information needs to be disclosed to us. And so the actual transfer is actually 18 million, as I recorded. So there is a big gap between 18 and 33. I think it's more or less 50-50. 50% is, from our perspective, not known when it's happened. And even though the secretariat of the consortium has that information, I think as a board, we need to have that. And lastly, and I'm going to make the point, is that I fully subscribe, to summarize the point raised by Tete, and submit the option of having a value for money agreement between us and the secretariat to get a sense how the allocation between the technical assistance and the secretariat is, or the administration, because it's not only the secretariat, the administration will be made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alpha, and thanks also for very detailed questions. I'm sure the Secretariat will answer them. Next on my list is Camila, followed by Aisha.
Thank you. Thank you, co-chair. Apologies, I thought Aisha was before, so I wasn't quite prepared. But just to say, well, I'm very grateful for these presentation, Ben and Carolina. As in some other points, we got the documents on budgets on Sundays, and it would have been really helpful to have it ahead of time, as timely updates are important. On this particular topic, I understand that there might be some sensitivities on how and what we publish, but transparency and communication is crucial, and making sure that we set up a process for timely update of the board and how we share on expenditure is really key, and I hope we can take the time to do that. There's been plenty of discussion on this topic on various items, and some colleagues have already raised some of the points, so I'll try to keep it short. I do, however, of course, have to highlight the fact that zero expense on TA is a big calling line, and this should be highlighted, and moving towards TA delivery is the priority of the network towards its operationalization. But focusing a little bit on the information and the decisions on budget and how they are communicated, I think it's important to highlight that flexibility and course correction should be the basis of how this network works, but that this cannot be at the expense of the decisions and the guidance that we have given the Santiago network, particularly at the early stages when the decisions of the type of network that we are setting up are happening. So to understand that the changes between sort of what has been approved per line, if not in amounts in what you have changed, but at least changes in what exactly this has gone through. This need to be communicated and recent. We do have fiduciary standards and we have to respond to donors and COP CMA, particularly in decisions, and that is our role as advisory board. So we want to make sure that we're finding ways where we are communicated, well, not micromanaging, but rather building trust building and information sharing in a sense that we all feel really comfortable and you feel accompanied and supported by us while you make these decisions. I would really highlight this for personnel and hiring, and I know we might discuss this a little bit more in detail when we're talking about personnel, but in the budgets we've seen there's been no distinction, particularly between sort of interim positions and permanent secretariat positions and what that means for the budget and where the budget is going on these. And we have heard, right, that there is not an exact equivalence between the interim secretariat and the permanent secretariat. And having this clarity as well and on budget will really help us tailor the positions and the discussions that we're going to be having in the next agenda item, but also understanding budget implications is really going to help us make sure that we are prioritizing the spaces where these need to be prioritized. As well, from what we did see yesterday or the first time these documents were shared, I'm not really sure that's an equivalent between the positions that were presented and the ones that were agreed in the budget and under the budget for the interim secretariat. And I just want for those differences to be recent and explained to us so that we are in line. And then all of this is linked to the ways of working discussion, and as proposed in other items, and Alpha also mentioned, I think there is an interest and a value added in having a budget committee, which can spearhead engagement and follow up intersessionally. We meet only twice a year, but the secretariat is very active, and we're going to be making active budget decisions throughout the year. And we hope to not have a system where you are in any way bound to just two board meetings a year, but that there is enough sort of discussion with the board. And I guess in the hands of the co-chairs as well, because we've heard some other responses to that idea of committees as to where or how they'd like to see that decision. I think there's a broader decision on board engagement intersessionally because there's been some other items where we've, and I know, acknowledge that this seat as well particularly has asked for board intersessional work. And we can, of course, we have the benefit of having very flexible rules of procedure and of setting up our ways of working, so we are not tied to that of some of other board examples. Maybe we can design innovative or flexible ways that allow for intersessional board engagement with this, while recognizing and acknowledging some of the comments that other board members have made in the time that it consumes and the honor it might put on the secretariat. But I do think it's important that we have more regular updates, or at least a more regular engagement that what 2 board meetings a year might give, particularly on this topic of budget, and especially as we are setting up the process and that we're starting to deliver on technical assistance and moving towards a handover to the permanent secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Camila, and also acknowledging the proposal that you have made. That is something that indeed we could reflect on, and I would encourage other members when they take the floor to also speak to that point, and indeed something for us to reflect if we are taking decisions under this agenda item, or if we are tackling the suggestion on setting up subcommittees or task forces more holistically in another point. But it's duly noted, and I still have on the speakers list several members, so I will hand it over now to Aisha, followed by Matthias, and then by Gladys. Aisha, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Stella. I agree with all the speakers spoke before me. I think more clarity is required, and there are more questions, and maybe intersessionals could be helpful, or a budget committee would be helpful, so that there is a more detailed deliberation by at least a group of advisory board members, and that will increase the comfort level also for rest of the board members. And forgive me for my naive question, which I also asked during the informal. The money that we have right now, where is it physically located? Is it in the headquarters in New York, in Geneva, or with the countries who have pledged and will be provided only when it is dispersed? And secondly, I think we currently have 15 or 18 million, which is available. So what is the percentage of the administrative cost of spending this money? How much is that? I mean, it would be useful to know that, for example, if the annual budget for every year is 5 million, what is the administrative cost of dispersing 5 million? Or if currently we have 15 million for 3 years, what is the cost of managing that amount? We, in terms of percentages, we should also have clarity about the administrative costs, because if we have to make decisions about the posts to be created, the location of the head office of the Santiago network, I think all these things will be important, because resource mobilization is important, but we also know that there is a resource crunch globally, and from our resource mobilization point of view, in the next 4 or 5 years, we may not be able to generate a lot because we have not really started delivering. So the initial 2-3 years are very important in terms of how we allocate resources for the administrative cost vis-a-vis product delivery. Initial comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aisha. Your last sentence was a little bit broken up for me, but I think we have caught the gist of your comments. And thanks also for the questions. I think the Secretariat will also reflect on those. So now the floor is for Matthias, followed by Gladys.
Thank you, Stella. On this item, and also reacting to some of the proposals made by other colleagues. I mean, on the administrative project balance, I think we all share, and I'm sure the Secretariat as well, the ambition to channel as much resources as possible into projects, TA requests, and of course the balance that we see in those 2 initial years is not it's certainly not ideal. But I also think as the Santiago network matures and will develop and gear up its capacity, that this will this ratio will improve to the better. I mean, on the proposal to have a target, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I'm not, categorically against it, but it's a complex topic. We also would have to decide, what is administrative and what is, because, for instance, when Secretariat staff engage and support with developing countries, providing them advice, that's somewhat a gray zone in my view. Is that administrative because they do technical advice because but they would this cost would appear in the personal budget because it's personal cost. So I mean, it's just there. It's not as straightforward perhaps as we as we tend to believe. And of course, like again, point I've made previously is that the foundation for good quality and technical request handling is also lying with the personnel that the Secretariat employs. Now, on the matter of having a view on the pledges and what is dispersed and with on over which years, I think it's a legitimate request to have this information. We to see, okay, how much. So we know the pledged amounts, of course, and then we know how much totally we have on the contract and how much has been dispersed is already in the bank accounts and how much we expect in the subsequent years. I think it's a good information to have for the board, and I would support that. On the budget committee, I mean, as Aisha said as well, I think, and Camilla, of course, there seems to be an appetite to have this some more engagement, to have a increased comfort level. For me personally, it would be sufficient to be informed twice a year and in the board meetings on that. I'm also following the adaptation fund, which is a 2 billion fund, and they also talk only twice a year on the budget. So they can, so yeah. The thing is, when we do set up a committee, I would like to see some TORs, what exactly done, and to do that in a way that doesn't, take away too much time from the Secretariat to service it, so that they can focus on the important work and servicing the technical assistance requests and their knowledge work. So yeah, just say I'm not categorically against it, but I would like to see how this would be structured if it's being established. Now, finally, I would like to end with a question on this annual financial audit, which is mentioned in the document. Do I understand rightly that the UNAPS will outsource? I'm not sure what the better word is, but mandate an independent firm to undertake that audit? Is that the right understanding? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthias, and thanks also for referring to the comments made by others, as well as adding some questions to the Secretariat. So now I will give the floor to Gladys, followed by Samuel.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you for the presentation of this item. I would like to, I will repeat some points because for me are important. My colleagues have talked about them, but I think it's important to say that I would really hope to have the documents available prior with sufficient time and hopefully more detail. For instance, what was mentioned in the presentation was not in the document that was circulated, like the details on how the budget, the expenditure, etc. So I hope that will be provided in advance to the advisory board members. Also to ask the Secretariat to do the best effort to have as much information as possible available in a free and transparent manner. I understand that there are some issues that can be maybe treated as confidential, but hopefully everything is there, so everyone can see how this is going in this aspect that is very crucial for the function of the Santiago network. I did not took part of this the planning of this budget. I was not in the advisory board, and I will not question it, so it's okay. But I recall the words of Tetet and Alpha too, and I think we really need to revise how much of the budget will be used for administrative purposes in the future versus the technical assistance that we are providing. I think it's crucial to see most of the resources go for the vulnerable communities and developing countries in need of assistance. So I think the advisory board should look at that in the future developing of budget for the future years. Well, if we see the budget now, the expenditure, the technical assistance is 0 right now. And we're already in April and with 2 requests for technical assistance. So I really hope this gets better. We're hoping for that, I think. But we have to make all the efforts for that to happen. And we do not end the second year of the operationalization of the Santiago network with a 0 in that item again. So I want to raise a point here that this is linked to the work of the Secretariat to assist and the whole network, and the Secretariat in particular to assist countries to present their proposal. So the budget expenditure is totally linked to action, to what the Secretariat is doing. So I agree with the proposal from Camila to have a dedicated committee, a team or task force, or what we want to call it, in the advisory board for this matter. But as I said, this is linked to action and delivery of the network, you know. So we should take this into account. We cannot forget that we are not just watching the numbers there. We are seeing what we are doing with this budget, you know, and what the action on the ground is already. This budget has permitted that action on the ground. So we have to see things in this with the relation that they have between action and the support we have from the network. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gladys. Also, thanks for referring to the other suggestions made before. Now I have Samuel followed by Edie, and if other members want to raise their flags, please do so. If not, we will still try to open the floor for observers after the members. So Samuel, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So part of my major concern will be also to spotlight the questions of Aisha about, like, for the budget itself, the cash at hand. Is it like, where is the fund located? Is it with enough, or is still like, is still indifferent? Is still with the contributors, but then they're yet to remit. And then another thing that I also want to support is the need for a finance committee. I feel a budget committee rather. I feel that is very, very important, because that will help expedite a lot of things in the areas of creating clarity on the inflow and outflow. And then another thing that I also want to spotlight is the need for, you know, beyond just auditing, but also the need for a clear budgeting, because I noticed that for last year we had, last year we brought out two budgets. One was indicative, one was actual. But right now, I don't even know what we are taking and what we are not taking. And beyond just that, but also how we are balancing these budgets from indicative and to the actual, or from the actual to the indicative. So how are we balancing it? And is our activities also for the staffing and the costs, what has changed? Is it that things have remained the same, or things have gone higher? And the support that is being provided by UNOPS and UNDR are in the areas of the budgeting. How can we track those services? How can we track them to be able to quantify them financially? So these are things that I just needed some clarity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samuel. And now I give the floor now to Edie.
Oh, thank you, Stella. I think I will be very brief, because what I really want to have is the difference between the operating budget, the percentage, and the percentage from for technical, dedicated to technical assistance. So when I'm talking about operating budget, is all administrative or regional office, secretariat, and all. and to have the balance and see what is the amount already mobilized and what are the expense for administrative and others, and what is going directly to technical assistance. It's better for me, and I can have a very more clear view on the line of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edie. Alpha, are you raising your flag for the second time? Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Two things, because in the discussion, no one picked the proposal of value for money. Perhaps it's, if someone want, I can explain what I mean with that. What basically is what Gladys indicated. So to set, an agreement that is tied to quality and deliverable, to effectiveness, to have a baseline and that will clarify, for instance, that determine the current states and how the budget is being managed, and it is actually an incentive for efficiency. So I would like to explore that proposal, because I think it is a very it is a difficult discussion, and I have full sympathy for the secretariat for the hard work they are doing, and but at the same time, I do not forget I'm here to represent the people on the ground, and the Santiago network that we establish is to provide technical assistance. So I think the way there is a discrepancy between the initial proposal that led to the selection of a consortium and the budget increase that we've seen since last year, it's a wake-up call for us to find innovative way without micromanaging the secretariat to make the work more useful, but focus on the delivery. And the second point that I wanted to say is the request that are made about the pledges is something that is already a set procedure. If you look at the report in the last meeting of the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage, it is clear. It is clear. You have the clarity about how much has been pledged, when the different donor went to pay money, and we need to have that discussion, because it doesn't make sense to talk about strategy. It doesn't make sense to talk about fundraising, fund mobilization strategy without noting what is in the box. And if I was not very attentive or paying attention to the presentation, I will pick and convey outside what there's 33 million in the Santiago network. And that's not the fact. 33 million agreement, but this agreement is for how many years? So I think if you allow share, I will suggest first to get an updated table about the pledges to know how the money of the Santiago network, how the money of the technical assistance will be, to have predictability. We need to have predictability. On the one hand, on the whole day, we are talking about the necessity for country to submit technical assistance. But as soon people knows how much is there, that is not also very, it doesn't increase the appetite. And the second point is, I would like to submit the option of exploring a value for money agreement to avoid any surprise, and particularly to ensure that the mandate of the Santiago network is preserved, which is to provide technical assistance.
Thanks, Alpha. for mentioning those points. And I have Rashid on the floor, on the requested for the floor, and also Aisha. I'm not sure if this is the second hand that you have raised or if this is a legacy, so if you could clarify. But now the floor is over to Rashid.
Thank you. I fully support Alpha, ED, and other colleagues' intervention. We aspire that almost all the budget's allocation are directly aligned with the network core mandates and deliver tangible benefits to the most vulnerable countries. So we have and we are looking for to be sure that the funded activities contribute directly to the Santiago Network mission, particularly in providing effective technical assistance to countries experiences loss and damage due to climate change. And that's why there is a huge need to establish a committee or a mechanism, whatever, for regular monitoring and evaluation of budget expenditure to promote accountability and transparency. And finally, we have to promote performance-based funding approach by linking funding allocation to measurable outcomes and performance indicators to ensure efficiency, effectiveness in achieving the network objectives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rashid. Let me check again with Aisha if you wanted to come in, but I see your hand, your flag is lowered now. So that brings me to the end of the speakers list from the advisory board members. Are there any observers that would like to take the floor at this point to react to the presentation that was made? That doesn't seem to be the case. Thank you so much. So with that, I would like to hand it back to the Secretariat. There was a number of questions that were made for you. So I hope, Carolina, Ben, that you will be able to address those questions at this moment.
Yes, many thanks, Estela. Many thanks, Co-Chair, and thanks also for the feedback and comments. They always provide useful inputs as to how to best present the information in a way that we provide the maximum level of transparency, because that's the intent, that we have a sound fiduciary management and also that we can communicate that appropriately to the advisory board. Now I will focus on some comments, and my colleague Ben Ford will help me address some others. I would like to address the point about the radio of technical assistance and also the administrative and operational budget. And the comments that were made in terms of that being a strong call also to incentivize and facilitate the development and submission of requests for technical assistance. That is a shared objective. We are very committed also to facilitating that demand-driven technical assistance requests, so we can develop a pipeline, and a pipeline that is balanced, that is reflective of the needs, and that is responsive also to those proponents that need the technical assistance to respond to loss and damage. That is a shared commitment. I mentioned in previous sessions as well the actions that we have identified in terms of being more intentional before the stage of submission of technical assistance request in incentivizing that demand. And the tools that we're planning to use for that including having a tracker of the intentions of potential proponents of technical assistance, so we can engage more proactively, making sure that we make use of the outreach fora that were just presented, using the translated guidelines as well to enhance accessibility and promote more proponents for coming forward. So we have those actions in place. I would also like to know that at this initial stage of the Santiago network, it is natural as well in the setup phase for the systems and processes to be put in place first, and that requires people, that requires personnel. That is why now you see the expenditure on the personnel budget line, because we need to establish the systems that will allow the operations to start and the operations to pick up. I would like also to comment on one of the points that was made by Matthias about the fact that the budget also used for personnel is going to some extent to the operational part. The milestones that have been presented here in terms of the number of members in the network and also the technical assistance that we are catalyzing with Vanuatu and now with a second proponent. All of that has been supported by the personal and by the personal budget line that you're seeing there. So in a way, the personal budget line and the technical assistance budget line also come together because the staff and the personnel who are supporting and setting up those systems are also contributing for us to becoming operational. We expect that the technical assistance will pick up also once we disperse and we finalize the technical assistance that is currently being processed. And then we can come up with different figures here. But now in the setup phase, that explains the radio. The expectation is that this radio will change and will evolve as time progresses and also as we mature in our operations. Now speaking about the equivalency, and here I would like also to refer to the work program of the Santiago Network for 2024 and 2025. And in that work program, there was this anticipation that in order to promptly, and I'm quoting here just to be fair to the text in the work program, in order to promptly launch work under the Santiago Network, UNDRR and UNOPS have established a startup team to fulfill the role and responsibilities of the Santiago Network Secretariat until the Secretariat Director and the permanent Secretariat staff are in place. So from the very beginning, it was expected that this startup team was going to be temporary. There was not an expectation that they were going to fulfill the full breadth and scope of permanent responsibilities of the Secretariat, but rather that they were going to be in place for a temporary period of time. That explains that the equivalency is not full equivalency because the permanent positions, those are expected to be longer term. The temporary staff is shorter term. Also, there was the expectation that they were going to support the setup phase, the setup of systems, processes, frameworks. We don't have the fully fledged team to duly support the technical assistance and the operations. That is expected and is one of the key differences, Camila. We are expecting to have the roles of the regional coordinators that will engage also on the operational side, the OBNE and the country engagement managers as well, specialists as part of the permanent team. We don't have a full equivalency for all of those positions in the interim secretariat, also because the expectation was for them to be in place over 2024, and even the budget for 2025 is not considering the interim secretariat, because the expectation was that the permanent secretariat was going to be in place. So that explains also that there is no equivalency. And also in terms of the type of contract, the type of contract of interim staff is very flexible. ECAC contracts, consultant contracts, these are not permanent contracts, different from the ones for the permanent secretariat. Now in terms of the pledges and the comments made around it, we hear you loud and clear. You need more disaggregated and detailed information, and that is something that we will put in place and will be making sure that you have that information available. We'll come with more detail in terms of the payment schedules, and we also look at examples that you have referenced of other comparator organizations in terms of the level of detail that is provided. And this, of course, will be guided by UNOPS as well. And we're very grateful by the support that UNOPS is providing when it comes to financial reporting, to HR procurement. That is making a real difference in order for us to have what we need in place for operations, but we'll be making this information available with more detail in the payment schedules. When it comes to the audited financial statements, we will make sure also that we align to the MOU that identifies the audited financials to be made available by the end of Q2. So we'll make sure as well to follow the agreement that is in place. Now, I would like also to refer to the comments, and many thanks for that. This is a part also of the homework that we take with us in making sure that this information is also made available with sufficient time ahead of the meeting and in a transparent manner. So we will endeavor as well that same as we have done with other documents for this session, that this document on the budget is also delivered and made available on time. And we'll strive also to give the maximum degree of transparency to the information. Over to Eben to respond to some of the specifics.
Thank you, Carolina. I think you've covered a number of points, but I'll just pick up on a couple of the details. So in response to your query about the management fee, that is set at a percentage, and so it is totally dependent upon the level of expenditure for the Santiago network within Q2, Q3, Q4. If we continue to show very low expenditure against technical assistance, then that management fee will also be impacted in terms of the level that is charged. In terms of the original proposal, it was estimated that it would be submitted by UNDRR and UNOPS. It was estimated that there would be a $40 million budget over 5 years. And that was on the basis of which the fees were calculated. So in actual fact, by underspending, the amount of funding which is being received by UNOPS as a management fee is significantly impacted as well. And I think that ties into the point maybe that Alpha was mentioning on value for money. In actual fact, by having a low expenditure, what is recuperated in terms of cost recovery as an administrative fee by UNOPS is actually significantly impacted. If I could ask to just present the slides again on the contributions, just maybe to clarify a couple of points that Alpha had made. In terms of slide, I think it's the prior slide or the following slide. Previous slide, please. Yes, so maybe if I could just pick up this previous slide to this as well, please. And the previous one. Okay, and the previous one. So apologies, Alpha, I just wanted to pick up on your points with regard to the different figures. So what is detailed here is as of September last year, we had secured 7.2 million in terms of contributions, and that has increased as of now to 40.6 million. So that's an increase of 33.4 million, which is, I think, the figure you were referring to. And in terms of the outstanding pledges that we are currently in negotiations with the government of Denmark and UK, that is a total of 12.1 million. So in terms of the contracts that UNOPS has signed as of now, it stands at 40.6 million. If I could go to the third slide on the tranches, please. Keep on going. Next. Again, I think Carolina has already picked up on this point. We can provide more detail with regard to the payment sequence or the tranches for the individual contributors, as has been referenced for other initiatives. This illustrates that as of now, we have received $18 million worth of funding in cash. And we're anticipating that as per the payment schedule, we'll receive a further 11 million this year, a further 11 million next year, and then a small amount in 2027. The total of that equals the 40.6 million that we have detailed. But would be happy to provide more information on that and as requested in more granularity, as Carolina has already mentioned. In terms of the comments with regard to establishing a budget subcommittee, of course, we would be very happy to engage with a smaller group within the advisory board to work on this intersessionally and provide more detailed updates. And in addition to that, obviously provide information to the advisory board, both in terms of the advisory board meetings and intersessionally as is necessary in consultation with that group. I think Carolina has already touched upon the points and questions with regard to the costings of the interim positions versus the permanent, and we have a discussion on that in terms of secretarial recruitment under the agenda, and so maybe we can touch upon that further there as is needed. In terms of the questions that I think Aisha raised in terms of where the funding stands, with again reference to this slide, you can see that $18 million of funding has been transferred to the Santiago network as of now and is held by UNOPS. Of that, a proportion has been transferred to UNDRR in order for them to undertake the activities that they are doing, both as co-host and in addition to that, on behalf of the Secretariat. So the majority of that funding is now sitting with UNOPS, and depending on what donor currency has been transferred in, will determine what country it is based in and whether it's in a euro, US dollar account. Just going back. I think Carolina has already responded on the point of having an audit, and this will be conducted as per the MOU later this year for this initiative as a whole, not for the whole of UN Ops. That will be done separately. In terms of the discussion, in terms of what lines within the budget should be determined as being operational or programmatic, whatever terminology you might want to use, versus administrative. I mean, this is something that could be discussed at a budgeting stage. And then obviously when we come to report against expenditure, we would be referring to the expenditure under each of those budget lines classified either as being operational versus administrative. But as Carolina has said, we're obviously at a point of still inception, and the majority of funding with regard to operational activities is for technical assistance. And so we're always going to show a slight discrepancy until that picks up and has been discussed in earlier sessions. I think I have covered the questions that were raised in addition to the responses already by Carolina. But please let me know if there's anything outstanding. Back to you, Co-Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ben and Carolina, for responding to the comments. You may want to also have a look at the chat in the Zoom just to clarify some additional small comments, but I think you have responded to a lot of those. Just to bring the attention of the members to the fact that it is quite late, but we're not finished yet with this agenda item. My intention is to summarize some of the discussion and to propose a way forward, but I do see that Alpha has raised his flag, and I imagine that might be to ask for additional clarification from the Secretariat. If that is the case, before I sum up and propose a way forward, I will give the floor to you, Alpha.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I apologize for my ignorance, but the more I engage with the presentation, the more confused I become. The first point is, as I indicated, in the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage, we had a good report that was appreciated by the board members. And there are the same provider as the Santiago network. And the members, the providers were there and they did not have any reservation about that. So I think we need to see the projection in terms of a budget and actually how the tranches are planned. And I think it's not too much requested. That is the transparency that we need, particularly as a board member, to ensure that we plan accurately. The second point is, if you go back to your slide, please, because the last slide that you showed, because when you was presenting, I never realized that in 2027, we have less than 5 million. I will give you the chance, please. So can you go back to the slide, please? The replenishment, that's the slide on the replenishment. Exactly, thank you. So I suspect that this slide shows actually the tranches that we do not have seen. Perhaps I'm wrong, but the fact is, because of my ignorance, I see in 2024 that we have more than 15 million. And up to the COP, up to the last third meeting of the board, we have less than 7 million, if I remember. And now in 2025, we are having more or less 12 million coming in. And then in 2027, we have less than, I guess, 1 million. And at the same time, the same proposal is proposing a replenishment for 2028. And that's the kind of uncertainty that I don't want to have in this fund. We have experience of the CTCN, and we will be very alerted, particularly Africa Group, to ensure that this network does not die because of a lack of resources. So I think we need more clarification. And first, I think it's not too much requested, I guess, and based on the feedback of the other colleagues, there is a support of that we need to have a disaggregate information, particularly behind the budget line. It is not too much requested, and we need to plan. So please, perhaps you can explain to me what does that mean? Because from my perspective, in 2027, we might not have money. If that's the case, we should have our decision on fundraising mobilization strategy now, because that is a very wake-up call, particularly for a subject like loss and damage, and particularly for a subject for loss and damage. I think this is something we definitely need to have a look at. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alpha. On the transparency of pledges, I heard Carolina respond to that point and taking good note of the request to provide more granularity, but of course I will let them come back in on the point that you have just made again. On the second point, maybe just to recall that again, the Secretariat can give details on how those tranches of the disbursements from the contract agreements are being dealt with. But I think the points you're raising, Alpha, are also the points that will be dealt with by us as the advisory board in the resource mobilization strategy item. So that is also the place for this discussion. But with that, let me hand it back to Carolina and Ben, if you want to complement your comments following Alpha's question.
Thank you, Co-Chair. And just to complement the point that you just made, Carolina had mentioned that we'd be happy to provide the granularity in terms of the contributions and the spread of the tranches, as has been done for FRLD. So we will take that forward. With regard to this slide, I want to differentiate between income and expenditure. So this slide refers to cash income per year. It is not cumulative, so we can represent it perhaps differently in the future. But what it is detailing is we have received $18 million worth of funding this year. We anticipate we'll receive a further $11 million. Sorry, we received $18 million last year. We anticipate we'll receive a further $11 million this year, another $11 million in 26, and then the balance in 2027. So this is the level of cash that would be received by the Santiago network linked to that the contributions of 40.6 million. It is not balanced against expenditure. So for example, to give you an illustration, as we were looking at earlier, we have spent $1.2 million in 2024, which leaves us against this line with a balance of 16.8 million. So it's just about when the funding would be received. It links into the point about the tranches. So apologies if this wasn't clearly presented on the slide or explained. I think maybe in future we would show it as cumulative year on year rather than being income year on year. I think one other point which I failed to respond to, and apologies in the previous comments, with regard to the carryover of funding or budget from year to year. So the as per the terms of reference for the Santiago network, under the section on the advisory board, it details that the advisory board will approve an annual budget. And so therefore, each year, we will be working against the budget that you have been approved for that year. So any underspend from the previous year doesn't translate into that budget or the budget lines associated with that, because we will be reporting against the budget. I mean, obviously the funding is not lost, it's just we will be working on a yearly basis rather than having a rolling budget. Thank you. Back to you, Co-Chair.
Thank you, Ben. Thanks for answering. I hope that satisfies the discussion for now. Before we leave and we discuss how we treat the other agenda items that we weren't able to tackle, let me propose to you, as Angela has done before for the other agenda items, Our proposed way forward, as I have said at the start of this agenda item, we are not at this stage approving any budget, but we are taking due note of the report on the execution of the 2025 Santiago Network budget as it was presented with the date of 31st of March 2025. So that would be part of our one element of our decision for this agenda item. Another element proposed for this agenda item would be to take note that the Santiago Network Secretariat will provide us with annual financial report for 2024 by the end of Q2 2025. And I think in this point, the Secretariat has duly noted the comments made by the advisory board and will reflect also when presenting information to the advisory board members, will reflect what has been requested in terms of providing greater detail, greater granularity, and also providing the information well in advance with sufficient time for the advisory board members' attention. Now, a lot of the points that were made in this discussion will also referring to the ratio and to the fact that the line on spending for technical assistance is 0 at this point. However, let me just note to you that we have, under the previous agenda point, we have requested already a decision point that was encouraging or urging the increase of spending for technical assistance request. And we think as co-chairs that this point is already covered under this decision point. We will, of course, as discussed earlier, share those for your view. So we do not see the need with adding that decision point in this agenda item, but that is also, of course, to be reflected by you either now or when you see the proposed decision points from the agenda items at this meeting. Now, we are also mindful that the budget that the Secretariat will, the report on the execution of the budget that the Secretariat will put forward to us for the next meeting and for their further information intersessionally will include some elements upon which we still might have to decide at this meeting. We know that we will have the discussion on the Secretariat recruitment and on the regional presence. And should we be taking decisions at this meeting, that will, of course, be reflected by the Secretariat when they are reporting on the execution of budget. So we may wish to add a point to the decisions under agenda item budget on requesting the Secretariat to revise the budget based on the implications of the decisions that we will be taking. But at this point, it may be too early to add that element of the decision point, but we just want to flag that for you for transparency on how we are planning to move forward on that point. Now, on the suggestion that was made on the establishment of the budget subcommittee, we have heard a number of colleagues speaking in support of that proposal. We have not heard anyone speaking against that proposal. So we would like to propose to you the establishment of the budget subcommittee according with the rules of procedure, as was proposed by some of the members under this agenda item. We heard, however, that it would be really important to clarify the terms of reference and the modalities of work for that subcommittee, but also we had discussions in the previous agenda item around potentially setting up other task forces or other subcommittees as per rules of procedure. So at this stage, we would like to suggest including a decision point or element of the decision point of setting up a budget subcommittee, but we would also like to request the proponents of this idea, but also of the idea of setting up other subcommittees to come up with some suggestions around the terms of reference, the modalities, the time bound of those subcommittees that they are suggesting, so that we could discuss it during this week and that we could have decisions taken in a harmonized way on this matter. So with that, I am just going to check with you if we have sufficiently covered for the decisions element elements that we need to take at this meeting for this agenda item, all the points. And again, noting that it is late, we are all tired. You will see those proposed decision points language before you have to give us your comments. So you may also want to reflect those later. But at this point, please let me know if there are any ideas that should be captured that were not captured, noting that you, of course, have the flexibility to bring them on when you see the decision points. And as Angela was saying earlier, of course, basing on the discussions that we have had and the points that were made in this session. And if I am not mistaken, Tetet is asking for the floor.
Thanks, Co-Chair. It is not in response to your question, but please indulge me. I'm so sorry it's so late, but forgive my short-term memory loss. No, my question earlier to the Secretariat was an explanation again, or to remind us why and how the management percentage fee increased after the MOU host agreement was signed. I'm not really sure if we concluded on that discussion at the last board meeting, but please indulge me. Thank you.
Thanks, Tetet. I have heard an answer from Ben on that point, but if that doesn't, if that is okay to indulge the question from Tetet, I would ask the Secretariat to kindly respond again to this question.
Thank you, Teta. As you mentioned, this was discussed extensively in the advisory board meetings last year, as was communicated that the management fee associated with the Santiago network was recalculated subsequent to the submission of the original proposal that had been submitted in March 2023, and then it was recalculated before signing the MOU. And based upon that calculation, there was a revision from 3.76% to 4.18%, and that was what was included in the budget, which was submitted for approval. Initially, the 2024 budget was submitted in March 2024. And so that there had been a change in the calculation, and that led to that increase from 3.76% to 4.18%.
Thank you very much, Ben. Tetet, I hope that answers your question. And because I can't see you, I hope that you will. Yes, thank you so much, Tetet. So with that, thank you so much for the engagement under this agenda item. I have suggested the way forward. We will come back to you with the decision points for this agenda item. We will come back this evening. Also, because it is quite late, we suggest that we will close the meeting at this stage. We will not start a new agenda item this evening. We will come back to you with the revised schedule of work for tomorrow. And we are suggesting to start at 8:30 tomorrow morning. I hope that is acceptable. And maybe I will hand it back to Angela right now, since it will be easier for you, Angela, to see if there are any comments from the floor on this particular starting point for tomorrow's meeting and to close the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We just want to confirm that everybody is comfortable to arriving 30 minutes earlier. So we are just trying to move, everything as fast as possible, but also to allow you to discuss the different agenda items. So we kindly invite you to consider that just for tomorrow, and also try to be punctual so we can finalize on time. Camila.
Thank you so much. I am flexible, and I'm happy to, I don't know if happy is the word, but I will be here at 8:30 if that is the request that's being made. I will, however, request then that we try to keep to end of days as well, because of time differences and things. We also have work back home and things, engagements that we have. So we can make that flexibility, but please also then let's try to keep to the established end hour.
For sure. We are going to try to do my best. And also, we kindly invite you to have short interventions and be on time after breaks. And,
Yeah, this,
and
this is my problem. So it's not starting at 8:30, finishing at 7, etc. It's to be very precise on what we are saying, not
Exactly.
developing many. So what we're looking here is how to be very sharp in terms of making action and activities to allow the advisory board, the Santiago network, to be operational as soon as possible with technical assistance and all. It's not here philosophy. You don't have the floor.
Edie. So let's try to work in that way. And thank you so much for being patient and get rest. And Stella, wait for me. And Alpha, don't leave us an Akio because we will have a photo before. No, you can go, but just erase that. Thank you so much.